Good morning, how we all doing? There's a bunch of you in here today, isn't there? We have the new update. Can't get more than 340 mods now? Wow, you really shouldn't be allowed to have even close to that number. Yeah, the game becomes unstable if you have too many things. Is that a cat or a pillow? That is a dog. Wrong on both counts. How do I do? I'm doing pretty well today. Load times are genuinely far worse. Oh, worse. That kind of sucks. Welcome Be Real, welcome Reeves, welcome Warrior the J, welcome Big Man M, welcome Melon. Also, Mike the 8. Yeah, got a bunch of people in here. Some new, some returning. I'm downloading the new update now, just got home from work. Oh, you mean like download times? Is that what it was? It's weird that load times would get worse. Just finished your latest video? Cool, cool. For me, the load times are marginally better. Oh. May I drop a video on it, so try to give you a help where I can. Yeah, I kind of watched it too, but it was like really late at night. The update had just happened, and I was like, fuck, I'm about to go to sleep. Tri-Star streaming is very powerful, especially with F1 cars. Yeah, previously, you could get a lot of downforce from the drag characteristics. And I always thought that that was like really hard to distinguish. So I could see how that would be a problem with like a bit of an overlap sort of situation. Changing the graphical settings in the map has always been painfully slow. In the map? I wouldn't know. Well, I thought they said that the main menu had changed. Did I? Oh, oops, switched to the wrong thing. Yeah, I thought they said that the main menu had changed, but apparently that must be only in, like, when you're properly in game. What am I looking for? Repository. Apparently one mod is enabled. Oh yeah, it's my current mod. So you reckon load times are worse? I don't think it's going to... Oh right, that's what I was going to do. There's no update. Oh, there is an update queued. Okay. Oh, you know what? I didn't finish the update. I started it last night as I was like knocking off and I was like, oh shit. But then I forgot to leave it to download. I'm an idiot. Well then, whilst we wait for that to download, me dumbus. The main menu got music. Ah, well I have music turned off anyway because I stream and edit my streams. And music makes editing streams incredibly difficult. Which is why I have like a whole rigmarole set up in my recording now where my music that I play during my streams is on a different channel that doesn't get recorded. Stardew Valley Mansions? Yeah, I've been playing that recently. I've been enjoying it a lot. The game is now unplayable for me on my laptop. It was playable before. There are ways in which you can get to the older versions of games from Steam. Did I... Okay, so there's been a hotfix? Or a hot patch or whatever you want to call it? Well, you know what, I suppose what we can do is we can have a look at any sort of news, potentially. Community Hub. News. Here we go. Alright. The long-awaited release. Why is it always so small? Can I copy page URL? Perfect. Okay, now I can zoom in. Good, alright. Hello drivers, and thank you for your patience while we put together the biggest update we've ever delivered in 039. Comes from jam-packed with features including massive graphical changes, a full UI overhaul, a new vehicle, and a ton of quality of life features. I must say, I do think the ambient occlusion improvements are pretty big for BeamNG. It's, I feel, one of the things that was really holding it back. Mostly because, like, all of the background always looked like trees on polygons. Like, you could tell that it was too illuminated in, like, foresty type areas. Mind my words with a grain of salt. I think what would be fine is, because maps are kind of immutable, they don't really change. It would be fine if you made a map and then clicked a button to bake shadows as like a map maker, and then have it render for like an hour or whatever, and then you just have those shadows every time you load into the map. Thankfully, but mind my words. So it's not so much the copyright of the music, it's the fact that if I edit a pause out or edit a segment of a sentence out because I went on a tangent, as I generally tend to do, you can't really join those together now because you've got the music will just like blip to the next, like a part in the song. The graphics will be spectacular, that's an assurance. Yeah. So, I can't remember who said it, but somebody said that every time that you watch a new movie with new graphics, your brain updates, and then it becomes the normal, and the previous will look out of date. As opposed to being forever like, oh wow, the graphics are amazing for the rest of your life. No, it's become the normal, and I feel that this is just going to bring them up to that normal level that so many other games have pushed really hard with. But like, one of the things that I thought when I saw one of the pictures, I can't remember which one it was, I thought, wow, that looks as good as Unreal. And then my brain also went, yeah, but I bet you that it's not as shit as Unreal Engine games. Like, you know the sort, where they look really, really nice, but run really terrible, and now have ghosting on it all the time. Need to test out is the new Chariot damage model, since I'm yet to see anybody try it. There's a new crash model? I don't really use the Chariot very much, so I really don't know there as well. Why is date a thing now? Yeah, that seems like somebody went down a rabbit hole and they just really enjoyed going down that rabbit hole, and they created like a full like functional sky and everything. And then that led them to have to actually solidify where West Coast USA's city is. And I completely forgot that San Francisco was a city. Like, they said San Francisco, I was like, it's not just a meme and a song from the 90s. Yeah, I forgot about that. Here in Australia, it's a meme. San Francisco. Gearbox is very buggy. It won't shift properly after recovering. I have faith this will be fixed. It's always had a little bit of problems with that. Like, I know that inherently... Sorry, not inherently. I know that specifically because when doing, like, modding and trying to do things that the game wasn't really meant for, those sorts of things become a big issue. And I have had it a few times. Like, for instance, remember my starts with speed thing that was a part of my race tools that I do still intend to increase the breadth of? I couldn't get the thing into gear for the goddamn life of me. So what I did was I just kept telling the thing, hey, just, you know, for the next, like, 1 second, keep switching into gear. Because it would go, oh, okay, we're in gear. I would check, it would say it's in gear, and then it would pop out of gear. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, that's only one of the things. Sometimes if you try to make a car move too fast, and then you reset it to another location, it will have a bit of a heart attack and struggle to get into gear. Yeah, I've seen the previews of the cars. Your entire PC is freezing and fixed? Mine's freezing, but that's because it's so goddamn cold. So yes, I am really excited to see the shadows kind of in person. I've seen a little bit already, so I'm glad about that. Is the update downloaded? Well, we're going to go through this as well. This is normally how I do these updates. I just kind of got a bit out of order. Added HDR. So this is something that I have on my monitor. Every time I turn it on for a game, it's either really unnoticeable or it just makes everything look worse. So I don't know. Everything is broken. Yeah. No copyright superhero night person? You mean Dark Owl? Physical correct lighting attenuation, replacing old light fall-off models with an inverse square physics light model. I feel that their inverse square is maybe a little too intense, but I'm glad that they have been thinking about this sort of stuff. Resulting in more realistic lighting behavior across the board. Volumetric clouds. This is not something that I was particularly enthralled by when it came out. I think it's because I was intimidated when I saw the mod that came out about it. The thing that came to my head was, oh, that's shaders. I don't want to deal with shaders. So, yeah, I think that that's kind of went through my head. So now that they got volumetric clouds, I'm like, sure. Good. Okay. So, if anybody doesn't know, the shaders are written in, like, the Microsoft's shader language, and C. Sharp? No. C++? I don't remember. One of the C's. Following someone sitting in the main menu? No, we're looking at the changelog for now. Just don't look at Beam's stuff in your server. Okay. Disabled all my... I mean, I'm probably going to have to, so then I can know what to look at. I don't know if you've seen Milie's explanation of adaptive light, but be prepared for it's really interesting. Okay. Physically based night sky and all this sort of stuff. Now, they have this thing where they show the constellations being drawn. I feel that they took like 100 steps forwards and 100 steps backwards with that one, or 200 steps backwards with that one, because they tried to make it realistic, but then they put an unrealistic filter over it. I hope that's something I can turn off, because that's going to irk me. But that's just like a personal, probably autistic thing, where it's like, oh, that's not realistic, I don't like that. Or we're joking about music main menu has... Yeah, I know. Cricket don't have 340 mods. Yeah, I don't. I know about those issues, so I always try to keep my mods to a minimum. It's having too many mods has always been problematic. People always just blamed the problems on the game. Like, even inactive ones, people just blamed it on the game. Like, I saw, what's their name? The British guy makes automation, silly automation cars. Grog. I saw Grog do a thing and he was talking about some bugs and I was like, yeah, other people don't have those. Fog intensity beam can turn into Silent Hill real fast. I mean, you could kind of do that previously, but it always looked a little bit like, bland. It helped me see things, and I used it as a tool. I didn't use fog otherwise. Another pro tip on not getting, get too many mods low storage. Yeah, obviously. Storage is expensive these days. Many new problems popped up. I have very strong PC. It's odd that they seem to be adding lots of game overhead features for graphics, as they supposedly also optimizing to bring to console. I don't think that all of their graphics changes are going to be worse for performance. See, as you do things, you start to take note of, when you get towards the end of doing a part of a project, you go, oh, if I did this again, I could do this better and more efficiently, all that sort of stuff. So, they probably got to the end of doing, like, shadows and then realized, oh, wait, if we just scrap this entirely, it could probably be a lot more efficient and also look a lot better. Whether that's actually happened, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure, by what I'd seen by some of the devs, that they had become aware of, what's it called? The state of computing hardware at the moment. And they went, oh, yeah, we should probably keep that in mind. Because at the moment, unless you're fairly well off, it's not a good time to start building your first PC. Or replacing parts in your PC. Or having a PC. Does anyone know what car mods are currently working? Everyone I try crashes your game. I would guess that most vehicles work, except maybe the truck. Anyway, daytime travelers add multiple scaling sky models with new dynamic ambient lighting. I saw that they brought in a moon, which is a gripe of mine, because I always wanted moons in a moon in my sky for my version of the thing. I don't know. My brain isn't working. I'm gonna quickly make a backup of my updates. Of my thing, sorry. Of my mods. I'm just gonna zip pack the whole thing. Hopefully I have enough space. How big is this? Oh, okay, it's not that big. Alright, we'll just make a backup of this. Compress. And then I'll move that into my documents. Okay. Moving on. Option to revisit graphical logic, a bit of a research design framework. All of the default graphics present will look better than before. Don't be afraid to experiment with lower settings can be used too. If you're already running the lowest preset, the impact should be minimal, hopefully. Ah, so they're talking about there will be an impact. Okay, even on the low end. Don't change your time from night to noon quickly. I had heard that they're, like, it's all animated now. That I have doesn't work, and I don't know what. Yeah, you're gonna have to deactivate and only activate one mod at a time. A massive user face overhaul. User face? User interface overhaul. So they haven't changed the free roam thing? Wait, are they single clicking? That changed a little bit. I really don't like their old free roam menu selector because it was always so incredibly laggy. I hope that they fixed that. Oh, yeah, one of the things, having to take thumbnails, a lot of the times I want to take action thumbnails, and getting a freeze frame with motion blur was always a goddamn nightmare. So I'm so glad that they brought that in. I hope that it turns on, like, much better motion blur that doesn't have that weird outline. Tunnels are deadly, I think? What? Anyway. Okay, so replays are now different. Inverse motion blur. Change that motion blur. There you go. Still no motion blur on the wheels, but I am seeing a severe lack of that blur outline. I could see a little bit of like a haze around it, but that's because I'm looking closely. What you'll have to do is see it around things that have a transparency layer. So, for instance, fences, they won't normally in games make every individual chain link in a chain link fence sort of thing. They will just have a mesh and then they'll have a transparency layer to make the holes in it. Having this in front of something like that will reveal a lot about how well they've done a job on their stuff, because that's a tricky thing for game engines to render. Okay, UI editing does look a little bit... I don't know. Is it better? I don't know. Just different? Hopefully it makes a little bit more sense now with saving, because that was always unclear to me. Why are they showing the bounding boxes? Okay, so better AI interaction. Let's hope they make more sense as well. I don't want more confirmation notifications. Oh, I wanted less. I want to double click on something and then just have it happen. If I accidentally misclicked, it's only a game. It's not the end of the world. What time is it? Oh, it's 8 AM. It's not going to have enough sun for my thing. Okay, that's pretty cool. So the pause menu being redesigned, I get the feeling that one of the mods that's going to be most impacted by this update is going to be my race career mod, and I feel that that's just going to be completely fucked. And that's going to suck. Does it look like the button for applying upgrades to your car? Oh. I wonder if they're going to change the radio menu on a future update. I feel that the mod integration for the radial menu is going to make it difficult for them to make drastic changes on it. But I don't like using the radial menu personally, but I also don't play with controller, so I don't know. Tested the Insano in 039. It's not gotten that far. It's very unlikely that anything is broken. Do you think the update will break some of your mods? Oh yeah, it'll break some of them, especially the career mod one. That career mod is just... I know it's borked. Seems like new update, so probably not. UX update? Yeah, money mods that go deeper are done. The career mod I played is done. They have a alpha compatibility ready though. Yeah, not really much of a career player either. After the debut of the PS5, they put a cursor. I know that they put a reticule in the middle. Hey, welcome back, Caleb Johnson. Anyway, the part of the reason the UI overhaul is to improve gamepad functionality. Okay, so yeah, not really something that's going to help me. The new vehicle tab... oh wait, hold on. Maybe I won't have to reach over the steering wheel to get to the mouse and keyboard as much. So maybe there is some stuff there. The new vehicle tab in the pause menu will allow you to manage every vehicle you have spawned in the level, whether it's individual or bulk, UI apps, renamed to HUD apps. The weird distinction to make, but okay. I suppose that's on a back-end thing. It's weird to have kind of distinct ways in which UI is used, but not different enough. So I feel like that's more of like a technical back-end thing, and I don't know why they did that. Maybe... So I know a lot of consoles have, like, requirements for you to be on their platform. I wonder if this is related to that. Because, what was it? PlayStation, the original one, they said no 2D games will be allowed onto our platform, so they all had to be 3D. I wonder how lobotomized the PS5 will have customizability or other stuff. I'm guessing that there's going to be a limitation on car spawns, and it's going to be a hard limitation. That's probably about it. 2070 super user here. Completely revamped the UI for managing replays. Options menu has been fully ported to VUE. Okay, cool. Hopefully they have a way to, like, add things to the VUE system better than they did in Angular. But I know that their VUE stuff is not any easier to modify. So I hope that that's something that they're working on. I really, really freaking hope that that's something that they're working on. I deleted the car and the game crashed. Oh dear. Good news for modders. The new UI is much more... Oh! Hell yes! Thank you so much. I literally just talked about it. Hell yes. That is fantastic. You'll be able to add options tabs and customizable buttons to the UI to bring your dreams to life. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's so good. It was always daunting to look at it and go, can I even modify this? Like, for instance, the wheels menu. I knew that that couldn't go on the repo because it had to replace gameplay... original game files. I couldn't figure out a way to interject. There are ways that I could have gone in and had it interject and enable and disable overriding gameplay stuff and whatever, but that was way above my abilities, and still is. Live memory modification I could have tried to interact with, who knows. GPU accelerated traffic? I don't know. Is that a thing? But yeah, this fucking massive news. I doubt it was just for me, but if somebody saw my headaches trying to deal with UI stuff and thought to bring that to the front, oh, thank you, God. But I doubt it was for me. I'm a very small creator. Sometimes if a map is broken, nothing can spawn. Try West Coast or on Small Island. If a map is broken? I'm on freaking on grid small pure, okay. I have no idea how or why, but after this update I'm getting 10 to 15 more FPS. Make sure that it hasn't reset your graphic settings? Maybe? Who knows? They really must streamline multiple car stuff to run high player lobbies on prob CPU bound PS5. I think that their multiplayer, by what I've heard, is going to be kind of like a co-op sort of thing, where it's kind of more you just play with your friend. They have a tutorial level for free roam now. It is broken. Doesn't recognize me actually doing the stuff it wants me to do. Make sure that you've got open vehicle selector. You probably can't open vehicle selector in tutorials. That's something I've tried to prevent, and it was functionality in the game that I couldn't figure out how to do. For me, it reset things to ultra graphic settings. I'm getting bad flickering and FPS on Bazite. Okay, well, I'll see how that goes. You might call yourself a small creator, but big man, I gotta tell you, core to the BeamNG community, your modding and creativity is absolute. I don't know if I'm core to it. There are definitely other modders that have a higher like to dislike ratio. I think I probably have the highest like amount, maybe, but that's only because I make content on it. That's the only reason. And a lot of people tend to overhype the quality of some of my older mods, and then underhype the quality of my current mods. Linux people having issues? Haven't loaded yet. New camera flash feature will help you take pictures, motion capture. That is awesome. Love that. The ardent vehicle lights. Yeah, I heard Muye trying to explain what cookie lights were, and it dawned on me that people probably don't realize what they mean when they talk about cookies in that sort of regard. Is think of a cookie cutter. You put a cookie cutter into some cookies and it makes a shape. That's kind of where the root word comes from. However, cookies in this sort of regard in games can have transparency, and you don't really have like a partial cut in a cookie cutter normally. Actually you do. Sometimes it gives like a little bit of an indent if it like wants to put eyes on a face or something like that, but you know what I mean. There's not much dithering happening in cookie cutters. The Muffin Man! Do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man? Yes, the Muffin Man. Yes. The one who lives in Prairie Lane? Well, she's married to the Muffin Man. The Muffin Man? The Muffin Man! I watched that movie way too many times as a young adult. I think I was... How old would have I been? When did the first Shrek movie come out? Okay, I would have been 16. So, teenager. I watched it over and over and over again. It's one of the few movies that back in the day I used to be able to rewatch. I normally wasn't able to rewatch films at all. BeamState's save load feature is still broken? Really? I suppose I've never really tried it. I tried it once, but that was only just to give it a test and it worked for me then. That was years ago though. The Muffin Man! I was able to quote the entire movie from beginning to end, and I think if given that challenge for like a good enough ROI on that time investment, I could probably still quote the entire film from beginning to end. I would think that Vulkan is your best option. Yeah, isn't like some of the big update happened with DirectX 12, but a lot of the world is moving to Vulkan, so it's a bit weird that they put a lot of effort into that. I don't know. It seems that maybe Vulkan is just too buggy for them. I don't know, but wait, what's happening up in the corner here? Oh, you know what I hope doesn't happen, which I'm pretty sure is going to happen, is a thing that happened in, like, particularly bad in the original Spin Tires game. You would turn on the headlights, and the entire game would dim, and you could only see where the headlights were, and it made the game unplayable. So you'd had to drive the game at night without headlights on. Dare say the voice was spot on though? Oh, thanks. I haven't gotten to door latches yet. Vulkan worked fine for me in Windows, and my weird Radeon that Vulkan seems to... okay. Can't use Vulkan without an instant CTD. Don't know what that is. Most maps are going to be broken? Yeah, oh yeah, every map that I've made is already broken, and it's just... Trying to get a map working again, I found has been a nightmare. So, if you make a map, lose the game, the working files, download the map from the thing, and try to unpack it into the levels folder, so then you can edit things directly, so you're not having to deal with overlapping files and whatnot. It bricks and doesn't work. So I don't know how to work on a map where I've lost the game working files. But also, most maps are going to be broken because of the change They changed all the foliage. Oh, I didn't realize that. Really bad tearing on Linux KDE with NVIDIA. Yeah, no, I always have that, though. Yeah, right. I'm gonna try to turn on this. Now, is my monitor gonna work? My monitor is not going to work. Okay. I can't see where my mouse is. Give it a minute. Honestly, I'm worried about overlapping light between car LEDs and the lamppost yellowish light. How will it look? Who knows? My monitor is not coming back on. Alright. I'm gonna use my capture as my monitor at the moment. Massive delay. Love it. Can't tell what I'm doing. It's too small. At some point, this should come back on. There we go. Now it's back on. Alright. Oh, and I've lost audio now. Good. Oh, wait, no. Audio's back? Yeah, no, audio's not back.
Front, right.
Oh, there we go. Now we've got audio. Alright. Alright, let's... Did I just change my mouse sensitivity? Oh, no. Oh. Alright. Why did my mouse feel weird? Anyway, moving on. So, vehicle lights, defined bulb and wattage. So that's interesting that they went with real-world luminance values. I think that's fairly interesting. They must have picked one because there's like 5 different main light measuring metrics, meterage, like whatever you want to call it, measurement systems. And they all, or not all of them, but some of them measure in like just entirely different ways. Until now, each vehicle's aerodynamic were simulated in isolation. Vehicles already have numerous aerodynamic surfaces, each of which has its own drag, lift, and stall behavior, all responding in real time to moving mechanisms, damaged and even deflecting and bending back air pressure on itself. With 039, however, the moving vehicles can also influence the airflow experienced by nearby vehicles, slipstreaming, bump drafting, and side drafting. I wonder, because particles previously were affected by wind, are these particles now affected by passing by cars? It will henceforth be known as Genji? Who? Have I ever used Linux? Have I? You ever think about participating in user events? Yeah, but honestly, I just like being creative a lot of the time. Sometimes I like to look at it, but I phase out of things and then I just kind of drop out of them because I'm like, I've lost a lot of ground. Oh, that does not look good. Oh. I don't know about you guys, but the first thing my eye gets drawn to is the shadows, like, or lack thereof here with the light going through the building. That just really incredibly calls out to me. I suppose what they're trying to show is the fancy lights and the yellowing of them. Yeah, that looks good. The first thing I saw was just these buildings here, and just about how I thought that looked bad. But I suppose, yeah, no, the rest of the lights do look good. It took me a while to realize that that's what they wanted me to look at. I saw this little bit here, and I was like, oh, that looks weird. I suppose that's where my brain is more attuned to see where things are wrong as opposed to things are right. I do get in my own head about that sort of stuff. The rest of it, though, looks pretty good. What about that? I don't know about you, where you're from, but here in Australia, we get very, very vibrant colored skies, usually very incredibly pink and red, pink and or red. And that will tint the color of things to be that color as well, even slightly. I feel that that should be tinting just the ambient color. This feels like a massive juxtaposition. Could just be me, though. That looks nice. That looks really nice. I like that. I don't really drive at night because most of the time I'm doing modding. This looks really good. The shadow improvements, I think, are, like, pretty key. Now, I know that Muye talked about a thing which I'd brought up previously as well, which has to do with how shadows are sharper when the object casting the shadow is closer to the ground. But I'm not seeing that here. That looks fuzzy all the way. We'll see. It's probably a thing when you're only close. I would like, if they had the ability, on the fact that the bridge doesn't cast shadows really at all by the looks of it, it'd be interesting to see a, oh yeah, if they had a thing where you could turn on like a render mode and you just keep the camera still, and then it would render everything as if it was high, like high detailed, as if you were close, got the LEDs and everything, and did all of the shadows as if they were close, just for a picture. It could take 5 minutes to load or whatever. That would be acceptable. That would only be if you really extremely wanted it. Makes me feel like I'm about to get carjacked. Oh, really? Okay. Judging by Muye's gameplay and his photos, I think the photos are really turned down, I think? Okay. But it's also, I'm guessing, because shadows are normally a fairly expensive thing for computing, so we're not close to this, so it's unlikely to be happening there. So that's what I was just kind of, more what I was trying to bring up is, it's distant dependent, is what I was trying to get at. Or object dependent, or both. Likely both. Oh, Spieler, hey, how's it going? Every single modded map is completely messed up due to this update, at least most of mine have a lot of work to do. Yeah, I saw, I woke up to like 5 notifications in my email from you. Yeah, I know that my career mod is going to be just absolutely fucked. And it's going to be worse than a map. But, yeah, I'm not looking forward to that one. Or maybe I am, actually. Here is West Coast. Get pink skies are common. Okay. Oh no, no, oh. Why Steam? Okay, there's not very much cloud cover, but we're getting soft shadows like there's cloud cover. And it's like a very large area of cloud cover. Like it's from here all the way to the building, but these clouds look very small and dispersed. Wait, but then the horizon is very covered in clouds. Are the clouds also, like, do they have the different layers of clouds? Is that something they've done? Or can you have like different, oh good, I pressed back and it took me back this time. That looks really nice. Is that lined up properly? Do I have something straight? Where do I think the middle of the sun is? Right there? That lens flare doesn't seem lined up. It could just be a weird thing to do with the shape of the roof of the car. Zimbio does Philman look like he doesn't look at the chat? No, I do look at the chat. It's just, it's moving too fast, so I just I'm skimming it occasionally and just reading a little bit. I saw a separate high detail shadow setting for the player car. Strange, but nice. Yeah, shadows are really, as I said, compute expensive. So it makes sense that there's a lot of settings around shadows normally in games. And you'll notice that most games will have like a dedicated shadow slider for quality. Or shadow quality slider. I'm going through all my mods and seeing which ones don't spawn. Free roam tutorial. Yeah, it's a bit weird that they're just like rendering bounding boxes. Since they have that thing where you can make... In World Editor, you can make objects glow by clicking on them. And you can even make cars glow in the object editor. It's weird that they went with a bounding box instead of that glowing thing. I don't get that one. I turned off my shadows because they are killing my PC. Fair enough. Oh, that is a nice picture. And I get the feeling that that's to do with that new orange peel system. Because that looks actually, like, properly textured. Now, they already had a system for this texturing stuff. It's just I kind of ignored it because I didn't know how to utilize it, and I didn't want to spend the time on it. Mostly because I don't know how to make tiled images that don't look tiled. Glow would look nice. Would probably look better. What does this mean for the Insano? Oh, the Insano will be fine. The Insano doesn't really have much that has dependencies. I get the feeling that... Oh, damn it, I did it again. That is a pretty nice picture. The ambient occlusion doesn't go hard enough under the tires, but aside from that, that does look really nice. And so now we've got, as I was talking about, that transparency around the edges where the motion blur is. So there's two different ways a game engine can render, and the common way to do it is, like, it's basically the order in which you render things, and the more common way means that motion blur is kind of more considered an afterthought, and that's why in a lot of games you do get weird edges around games with motion blur. And I really liked when they added motion blur. For me, it just looked really nice in this game, except that edging, but I was able to just hand wave that away. That's fine. It looks like they filled that in. However, there's which I first learned about. Remember that steam-powered car that I'm never going to update because of an arsehole? That car first taught me, because I brought in, what's their name? Ange the Great to react to my thing, because I used his steam engine sounds. I was talking to him, and we talked about the fact that for some reason, the steam was going over the smoke, or vice versa, I can't remember, for some reason. And he was talking about a thing called render priority. And that's when I started to learn about transparency type stuff. So, transparency, I don't know how they've got the motion blur to go to the edge, but I can see a slight little bit of like light fringing around where the motion blur is more intense. So I was wondering if things with transparency layers, like particles, would mess this up. Now, it does make the light fringing a little bit more intense, as where it's... Oh, maybe it doesn't. But, yeah, no, they've done a really good job. Except there's no motion blur on wheels still, which is to do with that, like, when the frame is rendered. Not many games will do the frame rendering the other way around. The only one which I know explicitly has it is a game demo made in Godot, where he basically did like a massive amount of back-end game engine work to make it render in that other way. I don't really know much about it. I just know that it's kind of like a concept, and it's something that I've heard about before, but then I saw him talk about it. I was like, oh, so this is the practical use case for that. Sport car Peugeot with front-wheel drive, huh? Anyway, I really, really do appreciate this motion blur thing. I hope that they can find a way to add, like, to reduce the light fringing around where the motion blur is, because now that I've focused on it so much to talk about it, I can't unsee it. Oh, that looks real nice. Oh, shadows close to the thing, so we're not really getting the sharpness, but... Oh, wait, no, we are. But it's kind of intermittent. As we can see here, this stick shadow doesn't have that gets sharper closer to the thing, but this little bit is closer, so it gets a close shadow, but this is close, but it doesn't. And I think that's because it casts a longer shadow. That's a bit weird. That looks weird. But just to be clear, I'm nitpicking. I'm very much nitpicking. On a whole, this looks amazing. Like this right here, fuck, that looks good. And that's something that was like kind of looked like 3D asset on 3D ground. Like it just, yeah. One thing I dislike in this update is the change to the grass being 3D now and not rotated with camera. That was always a setting previously anyway. It looks kind of cheap. I sent you an image on Discord for the issue. All right, well, I don't know if it's going to show chat history, so I don't want to dox. Let's have a look. Oh. So, I think you'll find that that's a setting that you should be able to change. I don't remember where I saw this setting, but it was a setting at least of a few months ago. Or, yeah, at least a few months ago, I think, is when I last saw it. If it is, that would be nice to change. Yeah. What was I doing when I last saw it? I don't know. I would look at it, but I know that you're so much deeper into these sorts of things, you'd be more likely to find it. It's even worse in motion? Oh. See, I think that this is doing face the camera, so I think it is a setting. My mum thinks BeamNG is AI. So, one of the things about AI is you get like a really, really perfect contrast ratio. And I've talked about this before. We won't go into it too deep. But if you take a full AI rendered image and then you keep blurring it over and over again, it will be almost, or if not perfect gray in the middle. It may have color to it, but it'll be perfectly gray. And it'll probably be like a gray-brown color. Maybe it's dependent on the specific foliage. I think some is 3D and some is 2D. No, it was a setting, but I think that this is actually happening here in 2D. Maybe it... Like, obviously, what they've done something where it's been recategorized, and it's in a different area. So, I know that they are working on modding tools, so maybe it was something to change to help bring that to fruition. Does anybody know if that's been released with this new update? How do you feel about the new car? I'm not really much into French cars, but it does kind of look cool. Try a police car at night in West Coast. Ooh, okay. We got toddler latches before Wentworth remake? Which one's the Wentworth? I don't even remember. So, dust will also remove light. This feels a little too hazy and too bright. I wonder if that will be a thing that they address one day. Because I'm looking at this image going, what are they meant to show that's... Oh no! Oh no! Spieler! I see it! Now it can't be unseen! That does look really bad. Holy shit. How would you fix that? I'm guessing most people won't notice that. Unless they are told about it. So I'm sorry. Everybody in the chat, you're fucked. Can the grass be made 2D again? I think my GPU needs to render a very tiny detail, a small amount of details. I get that, yeah. Do a grass blade system and not 2D images. Oh, yeah. I think... Oh, fuck yeah, how would you do that? So, my first thought is, we'll just bring up something like GIMP and I'll try to show what I was thinking on the process of this. So let's say you have your shape and we'll make it something less hard on the eyes. My mouse feels weird, it's like it's got acceleration on or something. Oh, wait. New layer. New layer. There we go. Then let's grab a brush. Size, hardness down. Yeah, hardness all the way down. So, a lot of the problem here is that the shadow is incredibly hard, but they've also got soft shadows. The soft shadows really draw you away. Over here, these shadows at a distance look okay. But when we start to get to this sort of thing, you can't have the soft shadow because that'll draw you out of it. You can see that they've turned the shadows off here. I think that's because it's too close to being out of the render area. But this looks bad, but you can't really then add a soft shadow. So if we go here, all right, let's go black. Oh, sorry, wrong layer. That's what we're doing wrong. There you go. So, as you can see, that's a bit of a problem. Do you then maybe go like this? Why is spacing? Oh. What is happening to spacing? It's so bad, it's like Kevin spacing. There we go. Like, you can see how it's very hard to get a shadow on a 2D object like this. Which is why whenever you see, like, 2D games with shadows, it'll just be a circle underneath. It's because you really can't do much else. There are ways of doing it, though. So how would you do it for this? It's also going to be really... Oh, wait a second. I might be onto something, Spieler. Notice that these look like they're all facing towards the camera, and these don't. I think that's a shadow thing, because I was just about to say, if you were to see this shadow rotate, that would be incredibly jarring. So I think what they're expecting you to do is to drive fast past things, but not stop and literally smell the roses. Seeing the grass change to angle the camera? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know the new system then, at all. Looks like Minecraft grass now? Sure. I think maybe it already kind of may have done something like this. I don't know, I've never really looked too closely at grass, I just knew that one particular setting. I think it's more that it's highlighted now because of the shadow. The shadow works as a highlight. Maybe they create a phase, like a measurement system. Maybe it has to be baked. Where is GIMP? Here we go. So, we'll go you. Then like that. So you would have to create a bake system and mask it onto the thing. That would be possible. I don't know how graphics intensive that would be, but you could also just do away with shadows on nearby grass. I think that would be a better solution than having this. Because if anybody ever notices this, say they stop to take a picture, they're going to really notice it, and it's going to be unseeable. Honestly, why don't they just blur the screen space shadow? Blurring is also compute expensive. Yeah. There's a reason why, like, if you have an image and you try to do, like, a blur on an image, it will, like, on a detailed image, it can take a really long time. But now you're asking it to do that multiple times for every single object, overlaying on top of other objects. Like, it can become a problem. First thing I noticed. Yeah, I think, maybe if they just turn the shadows off, because if something is so thin and small, it casts less shadows. I think having no shadows on these sorts of objects would be better than having shadows at that particular point. But, yeah. And then there's no shadows on these ones. Oh, maybe there is, I can't tell. I can see there's a shadow on this tree. That looks really nice. There's like... It feels like a little bit more texture to the... red? Like the metallic? Yeah, alright. Forest Audio Editor. Ah, yeah. Oh. Oh. I happened to notice something when I was modding. I can't remember what it was. But I asked for a feature quite a long time ago, and I assumed that they didn't see it or didn't care. But it made me think that they were heading towards this anyway, where it was going to be displaying the location of audio emitters. And this is something I wanted in vehicle making. So sometimes you'll hear something crash, but you don't know what the specific thing is that is causing that, like on spawn that is. It'll go like, as you spawn it, and you want to find what that is, but you have to go through like slow motion, look at beams moving, figure out what that is. It'd be nice if they had like a thing that like heat mapped where the audio was coming from, or just say, hey, this node is the thing that emitted the sound or whatever. So I thought that I saw something that meant that they would be heading towards this, but this looks to be only map stuff. It'd be nice if this was also for vehicles. That'd be nice. To show where like a sound was emitted from. Send you another image. The grass almost looks highlighted and crunchy due to the shadows. The more from a top-down perspective you look at it, the worse it'll be as well. Just to let you know. Okay, I can just show the whole thing. Actually, that looks less bad. It looks crunchy, but I would say that that looks a lot worse. Oh, meant to click there. It does look crunchy, yes. You know what? I think... Okay, there is something that they could do. Is have a, because when you do grass, for everybody else, I know that Spieler would know this, you have to have each image sort of thing like cut up and whatnot, and there's like a setting for each type of grass, and then you just paint a brush or whatever, and it applies all of the like images for the grass texture on a 2D plane in that group into that area. If you could set individual settings for these things, having a thing for how harsh the shadows are, I think is very important now. So, for instance, shadows on this would be absolutely minimal, but shadow on something like this one, this would have a much harsher shadow. So that one can have a harsh shadow. This one, not so much, though. And this one probably not either. I'm also seeing, like, the back face here. I saw Muye talking about leaves having subsurface scattering. Grass really should have that. They could really just take like and just like a particle, make it a what do you call it? Slightly transparent. Or change the mask mode. So, for instance, if you have a look here, you got these these things. You can change things to like a screen, multiply. I'm pretty sure that they would be able to find an option for that as well, where it would potentially work. But yeah, optimization. If your hardware has already exceeded the necessary amount of RAM and VRAM, memory optimizations won't benefit you. If your hardware is close to the limits, content that barely fit memory might now fit and run in better frame rates. Okay, so if you're like on the fringe, like low end sort of stuff, it sounds like you'll have a slight better advantage with low settings, I'm assuming. If your hardware is below the limits, you may be able to load certain maps or vehicles you couldn't load before. Interesting. Okay. So they talk specifically about memory usage. So I feel that it may be a worse experience, but you'd be able to do more stuff. I don't know how that works. Grasp is crisp? Yeah, I feel a little over-sharpened. It might be a descriptor that you would use. Oh no, they do have shadows. It's just that the... Oh, okay. So here, the camera is between the sun and the ground, so you don't really see the shadows. But out here, that's why it doesn't look so bad here, but it looks really bad out here. I thought that was because like the shadow tech at distance would be worse. But I think what's happening is the angle of the shadow is worse. Because you know what this reminds me of? This, like, shadow fringing here? It reminds me of, like, when you take a photo of somebody, and it's got, like, a small flash on it, and it flashes out, you can see, like, a halo outline of the person, of their shadow, and it makes it look really terrible. Which is why I hate flash photography. Yeah, alright. So I'm glad that they focused at least some on memory usage. I don't know how much they did. I don't know the technicalities behind it. I only know passingly how memory works and memory addressing and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, a complete list of changes. Continue. Oh. That light fall off, I don't really understand shaders and that sort of tech that well. I know passingly some stuff, but that looks so good. I think that's, like as I was talking about the flash, you can see the shadows from the flashlight. Oh. When Muye took a picture, it didn't look very good. I looked at it and went, that just looks shit. I don't see it. Maybe it was because I had a bad laptop screen that I was looking at as I was falling asleep, but that looks really good. It's a bit of weird shadow happening along the ground here, but aside from that, yeah. That looks so nice. Oh! Is this the first official water in the game to utilize reflections? Because that's how I get reflections in my grid map. I use a water plane. I'm giving away my secrets to my water map. Oh, that looks really nice. Oh, the soft fall off in like the oh, what's it called when things in the background change contrast? Like that could just be the fog. I don't know, but that looks so nice, and it makes the car pop. Mwah, beautifully. I know a lot of things from film. Can you tell I did a film degree? Speaking of flash photography, photo mode has that as an option now. Yeah, I'd heard about that. Waterplane is the oldest beam trick. Okay, yeah. Well, not everybody knew it, and it's how I made my grid map unique, and I see that nobody else has attempted to do it. That thing on top is not properly UV unwrapped. Car mod here. Excuse me, hello. Just that. Okay, well, why are you... Okay, hold on. Yeah, there we go. This is a thing that you'll notice when you try to do like a materials work and UV... Sorry, unwrapping. Is, if you have a grid or anything like that, the squares will become bigger on the side and every shape will come fatter and longer on the sides. So they didn't UV unwrap that properly. But then again, trying to keep a thing universal, whereas you can have the one material map underneath and then have this on top, and it being a 3D object, I have found it's such a nightmare. And I see that they also had the same thing. Immediately my eye was drawn to that. It's like, I know that issue. I know that one. I feel like Captain America, like, hey, I get that reference. I know that one. I saw that and immediately went, oh yeah, no, I know that issue well. Problems in new car, unplayable. That's a pretty good picture. I think what I'm not liking there is there's not like ambient occlusion on the backside of buildings. And talking about light reflectivity, this building should be probably darker on this side compared to that side, if I'm reading the 3D geometry this right, because this building being red. But that's the sort of stuff that almost no game does. So, but also that's the sort of thing that can be baked. New photo mode is so good. Yeah, I'm going to be utilizing the photo mode. Finally. There wasn't much of an advantage of it before. I would just turn off UI and take pictures. Like, sometimes I would, but I could do everything outside of photo mode. Something about this picture hurts my eyes. What is it? Is it because it looks like there's a specular light along here, but there's no light source over there? Is that what's causing my... I'm getting a headache from that picture. Something just didn't make sense in there. It looks so good, but also so wrong at the same time. I don't know what's happening. Okay, we're getting like a three-dimensional drop-off there in the smoke to detail. It's not really getting a lot darker. Yeah. That looks so good with like the shadow line across. Is that a shadow line or is that just the line that the 3D models intersect at? That looks pretty nice. You can still tell it's a game. Like these shadows are not quite right, but as far as BeamNG goes, I think they've really brought them up to very close to Unreal levels. Except without, like, the terrible Unreal Engine. Well, I don't know if I would say that the Unreal Engine is terrible. Terribly utilized Unreal Engine. No ambient occlusion. Well, I suppose there is a little bit of ambient occlusion, but... Unless this car is, like, upside down or on its side or something, that... Yeah. But, what are they trying to show here? Added realistic toe hook. Oh! Did it not have one before, or was the one previously not unrealistic? What's this bolted to? They said realistic, but... Is that bolted to the swing arm? That wouldn't make sense. No, it's not. Wait, is it? I don't know. Hey, updated lights. Okay, yeah, a bunch of my mods are broken. I know it. I could smell it already. It's already happened. Update light mesh textures. Yep. Huh. It is a very cold morning this morning. Fix the issue that prevent digital gauges from working properly on off-road body. Oh. I suppose I never really used that. So I had already seen that they were doing the sun visor stuff, and I do like that. But it also looks like a pretty good texture. Oh, right, yeah, they also did a thing, this is probably the same system that has orange peel. It's a system that they use to add details to things like the dash and whatnot. Added animation support for the handle, throttle, and okay, cool. I would like if they added an ability to have, props be child of other props. I've asked for it before, and I'm guessing it's not great. They're showing a graphical glitch on their normal, and they're talking about how it's better. This actually just really shows, like, the poly count. I feel that that wasn't a great picture to take. I know what they were trying to do, but when you look at chrome things, or highly reflective things, you really start to see the poly counts. BeamNG is more CPU-based game? It normally is, yeah. Don't go on Discord, it's fucking chaos. Sure, okay. Yeah, no, that does look rather nice, though. I like the bezeled look of that light. Ooh. That's pretty cool. I like that. That's the thing that you used to see on those older vehicles. I don't know whether you get it so much anymore. I don't know. But, that's a detail I recognize. Added diesel drag configuration. Oh, okay. I suppose a lot of people do like diesels. Added halogen markers, lights optional, cargo flatted. Okay. Halogen lights to the tanker. Okay, cool, cool. I heard that they also separated these, which I always thought should have been done that way from the beginning. Adjust frame rigidity and deformation tuning? Okay. License plates? Oh, okay. Fix instability issues when equipped with small four-lug wheels? Oh. Okay, yeah, so this is a thing that looked fairly interesting, and that is a hell of a photo to take. I need to clean my glasses. I'm constantly having to, like, look around my glasses because they're just not clean. I'm a greasy person. This clean cloth is... I need to wash it. Am I going to try the game this stream? Yeah, no. My streams go for a really long time, I'm sorry. Like, it's not uncommon for them to reach 12 hours. I don't know if I'll go that long today, because I wasn't expecting to stream. I kinda heard that T-Dev had said 12 hours, something about like 12 hours. So people were talking about it already. I was like, yeah, but they've been saying that it's like people have been speculating that it's coming for a while, so I just kind of shrugged it off. I brought it up to Carmody and I was like, on the off chance. Because we were talking about, some of the stuff I was doing. I was also talking to Moye, but he didn't leak anything. Now, no, I say that. I wonder, what was the one that we saw? It was the, oh, damn it. It was the minivan that had like configurations that had pipes running through engine components or whatever. Wonder if they fixed that. Oh, yeah, I'd heard about that. That has a very low frame rate. I'm gonna leave them disabled for now. Do I have to activate all mods? So my option is accept the risk and activate all mods, or leave them all disabled. Oh, okay, that's what they meant. All right, okay. Have I ever watched the show Houses? No, it's not my sort of thing. I can't remember what it is, but I remember it's just not my sort of thing. Did that transition have like a really jittery flipbook transition? Yeah, that is not better performance. I wonder what my graphic settings are set to. Oh, now I have to find everything. Is it under display? Oh, wait, no, display graphics. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna try switching to low. Oh, this is actually, if you want to get technical, a really, really good way to figure out where things are going wrong. So you can tell whether your GPU or CPU bottlenecked. You were able to tell that with Control-Shift-F previously, but it was a little bit hard to tell because you would have to understand how things worked. Have they fixed this? No, they haven't. I can't see what's at the bottom and it won't let me scroll down! Yeah, no. No. They haven't fixed that. But this does look like it's had an update. That looks more vibrant than it did previously. Weird, sometimes it'll go up to 2002, I noticed. I thought that was capped. But yeah, no, my UI frame rate is still quite low. Let's try Ultra, and we're going to try to load on Ultra. So by the way, I have a 3080 and a 5080. As in... Sorry, a 5800X CPU. I realized that I said that wrong. Most people in Discord have performance problems in 039 on Linux? Okay, well let's see how it works. We're gonna... First, I want to see if my small grid pure is translated over. And we'll have a look at the Insano, because a lot of people have been asking about it. I doubt anything is wrong with this, because this car is from scratch. It might be funky. Also, my map is... My version of this map is very intense. Okay, it's turned off. Sounds all work. By the sounds of it. Haha. So they haven't changed how sounds work. It looks very dull. It doesn't look very bright. Oh, it stopped happening. Okay, so it's only at the World Origin where that was happening? No, it's still happening. I know that the ground flickering, like offsetting like this used to be an issue previously. But it seems more pronounced now. I really do have to look into why my I can't remember. I've already forgotten what I was talking about. Now, does the menu music come back? It does not. How do I open and change level? Okay. Let's go to West. That just looks so nice in this picture. West Coast, because that is normally the most intensive. And let's go Chinatown. There's a lot of detail there. And I'm glad they separated those. Let's check out. Oh, okay. It's probably broken. We'll leave that for now. Was it the drag or was it like a race? Or I think it was like one with a turbo. Naturally aspirated, okay. Only supercharged, huh? Alright. I'm gonna go back to the beginning. Does double clicking work now? So let's go. Oh, it does! It has a little bit of a loading thing, so I feel that that's to fix the, Oh, and it's single click on that layer. Oh, nice! Oh, yes, less clicks, thank you. Now, what do we have? Chinatown, that's what I wanted. Okay, well, that's still a click. I suppose it makes sense, because you got the menu side there, but I feel that that's compensated. So if I click up there, instantly to it. Nice. Oh, I wonder if I double-click on the car, if it then instantly loads the map. Check VRAM usage. People have been reporting VRAM leakage too. Ah, really? Memory leaks in the VRAM. I haven't already noticed VRAM leaks, so yeah. If they're working on memory stuff, it would make sense that that would be where the bugs are. Okay. So yeah, change the brightness compensation. I noticed that they still haven't fixed the thing where like the map is loading but it won't tell you. The old like inverse of what Windows does, where it gets to 99% and there's less than 1 minute left for the next 5 hours. Win ladder? I don't know what that is. Do we have DirectX in Linux? I'm not sure. I don't know much about that. I only ever hear about Vulkan in Linux. Did it on Windows, and it's a Windows laptop, not an Android phone. What are we talking about? Some of the brightness settings are messed up now. Yeah. Only Vulkan on Linux? Okay. Is an Android PC emulator? Oh, okay. So when I heard the DirectX 12 things, I was like, oh well. Hopefully that sort of stuff is also on the Vulkan renderer. DirectX is kind of like a, I'm gonna be honest, a thing of the past, so it's annoying that that standard still exists. Or, sorry, persists. It should still exist, but it persists, which is, oh well. Proton converts DirectX to Vulkan? Yeah. It does a little bit more than that, but yeah, that is, it does convert. And that's why I was thinking. So, shadows and lights. I said shadows specifically, but lighting just in general, which includes shadows, is compute expensive. So, the new high-end graphics level is going to be a lot more high-end. So, much like whenever you buy the latest of games, this looks terrible. Why does it look so flat? It looks like Grand Theft Auto 3. Because you're on a shadow? In a shadow, you mean? Change daytime or something? What is it? Control Shift D? Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of highlighted, because I was already looking at these buildings, highlighted that the shadows under here and ambient occlusion under there is a bit, I feel that they've underdone the ambient occlusion in here. Oh. That looks pretty awesome. And the fact that they've animated the lights coming on as well. Ah! Is that why you said don't switch to daytime very quickly? Cloud, my friend? So it is, yeah. Even still, a lot will pass through, and especially with, like, these aren't particularly heavy clouds. What happened? I pressed C? Oh. Oh no! How do I get back to the oh, okay, Shift C to get to and from the camera. Okay. Well, that's gonna take something to remember. Go to environment, move the clouds. Oh, now I have to find where environment is. Yay, new things. Learning new things. Love that. Environment. There we go. Okay. Oh, that's doing, because now, because I'm in nitpicky mode, this has really intense ambient occlusion, which I kind of like, but then this doesn't. And I feel that, like, I know it'll get you getting bounced from the floor below, but I feel that it should be probably a lot harder than that. And they also, even though they've done apparently a good job on reducing a lot of this, like, light fringing that'll happen on the backside of things, it seems that it still happens. That looks really nice. That edge. That's real nice. That takes a lot of extra effort, because I don't know whether people recognize that that is actually not straightforward. Sometimes normal maps can work that well, but I feel that they have taken the light wrap around these sorts of edges. Like, it's not, I don't think, accurate, but it does look really fucking nice. So normal maps will do that sort of stuff, but I feel that, like, they've bumped that up. That looks real nice. And then we get the lower poly, I think. Still getting that, like, I can't remember what that's called when, like, the shadows do that, zagged thing. Ooh, okay. Depth of field actually seems usable now. Except it doesn't get, like, really out by there. I like it. Does the aperture change? Is that what... Oh, no, I press C again. Does the aperture change with the thing? So, like, if we go to nighttime, do we get a shallower depth of field? I don't think we do. So, when you have less light, your eyes will open up the iris more to let more light in. But that is opening the aperture. And a larger aperture will have a shallower depth of field. I'm not saying they need to do that. But that's the sort of thing that only very few games have ever bothered with. I love being here for graphic stuff. I love this. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Wait, no, that is what I wanted. It doesn't reset my camera then? Okay. I have to probably, like, properly learn how to do the key binding for camera stuff. I wonder if they... Oh. I wonder if they fixed the, That's, Oh, even when I'm not grabbing a node, it'll now tell me the strength. Oh, that's a nice change. I always knew that that was an issue, but I never thought that to fix that. But I'm glad that they fixed that. Because that is a problem. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Oh, well. I'm assuming that these things will get fixed. But, yeah. Oh, well. Hood release. That fits, like, really nicely now. They've done a good job there. Let's have a look. Now, I can't remember what was clipping into what, but something used to clip in here. And I don't think I see it anymore. I keep pressing the wrong thing. Does Control E still work? Good, that seems to load properly. I'm going to try single clicks. If we do a single click here... Okay, good. That doesn't do it here. Race version? It's doing that thing where it, like, ignores my Shift-C. That's probably more likely to be a keyboard issue. Okay, yeah, I don't see anything clipping no more. So, it got fixed at some point. I just can't remember what it is. I remember their exhausts having, like, fairly nice materials. Am I running out of VRAM? Is that what the problem is? No, I'm not running out of VRAM. That just looks really bad. And the shadow lighting on here is really weird. This is why I kind of brought up the idea of, like, ambient occlusion volumes. And, like, translators thing gets lower into the volume or whatever. I don't know how intense that would be. I'm guessing... I'm guessing. Yeah, the reflections just look really weird under here. Like, these wouldn't be very reflective in real life. I feel that that's more of just like, they've updated how things work, and they didn't look at this. Or they did look at it and put it on the list. Best alternative besides RTG? What's RTG? What are we talking about? Did you put your graphics to max? I did. When averages are abysmal? Okay, let's have a look at my frame rate. What is it? Control-Shift-F. Oh, my hotkey to bring up options doesn't work no more. Oh, but it's only one click away. No, it's 2 clicks away. Okay. You used to be able to press F1 to bring up options. I hope they bring that key binding back. Display. Limit frame rate off. $82, $80. Now I know I have a 3080, but damn it, which one's the one for the center of gravity? I need to turn it off. There we go. Just turned everything off. Yeah, okay, so they seem to have done a bunch of things. Wait, hold on. Have they fixed the 200BX's really terribly sublimated, like a unpolygonized engine? The 039 update has broken your game. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but the problem is the default for people is to update. Oh. Yeah, okay, I hope that they fix this lighting issue, because that just is blaringly bad. The oil cap was the thing. Nah, they still haven't fixed the oil cap. That really draws the eye. So one of the things about eyes is they're drawn to contrast, which is why that grass being 2D or 3D wasn't particularly a problem that you might have noticed before or might not have noticed before on some grasses. Becomes a big problem now. The Addon has a diesel variant as well. I mean, it's European, so... Damn it, keep pressing the wrong keys. I hate that oil cap. That oil cap is going to be a bugbear of mine. I'm not getting terrible FPS. I think I used to get up to 90. But yeah. We'll have to do the amount of vehicle spawn test again. Bishop Plasma. What are we... That's right, new vehicle. Where's the new vehicle? There it is. Wait, did they separate also the tow rag and the Vivis? They did. Good. Yeah, I heard about that. Okay. I do love a wide body car, but I don't know if I want to go straight into a hard vehicle to drive. What have we got in the specs here? Factory, ICE, turbo, front-wheel drive. Okay, sure, let's go with it. They haven't highlighted the one which I had selected. Am I... Because I hate using the buttons in the corner. I don't know why, that's just maybe an autistic thing. I always like to double-click on the car. I feel that I used to know which car was selected. The race variant is so fast and goes 140. Okay. Call that so fast, alright. Beam is a CPU-based game. It's heavy on the GPU-bound game. It's a heavy GPU. It's heavy on both. So a frame rate is dropped from spawning this car? Oh, GPU's maxed out. CPU's not really working too hard, so we're good there. I think we're reaching new highs on memory usage. Oh, flickering. That's not great. Ah. 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 Autism rage. Meh. Oh, no, it's... Okay, it's fixed. Oh, no, it's still happening. Oh, I hate it. Ah. I hate it so much. I don't know what's happening, but there's like light reflecting off of a car in like a flickering pattern, and both my autism and my ADHD at the same time, I'm like, fuck this shit! I hate it! Mostly I think it's the fact that I didn't sleep well last night, so my ADHD is in over gear, so I'm getting distracted by the flickering lights, and it's giving me a headache. I need to definitely turn off graphics. That was unpleasant. Bloom is probably the one that's doing that, because Bloom is always a little bit buggy, or has been. Now I have a headache. Damn it. I actually need to go take paracetamol. I'll be back in a bit. You know what? Can I turn my heater on? It is so goddamn cold right now. Wrong thing. Oh, perfect. All right. Blasting that heater. Sun is up early apparently today. All right, I'll be back. Don't try to take paracetamol with soft drink. It's a mistake. Oh, that was a terrible idea. I thought, you know what, I don't need to dirty a new cup to drink, to get water from this. I'll just use the soft drink that I just poured myself. That was a terrible idea. Went up my nose. Dissolved it, and then it's put it into my nose. Literally can't change anything in my settings. I get a Lua error. Oh, really? Have you made sure that mods are disabled to at least start with? Will we live for BeamNG 1? We'll see. Anyway. What was I doing? Oh yeah, about to turn Bloom off. I don't see Bloom anywhere. Screen space shadows. Yeah. Okay, still maintaining about a 70 FPS. I do like that the UI is a lot snappier, and it's not doing that thing as well where like a part of the UI would move and the other part wouldn't. So that's good. Depth of field, motion blur. They removed the setting for Bloom? Ah, okay. Can you make windshield wiper and rain physics mod? I can. I'm not going to. Playing a video game, not growing flowers. Oh, bloom. Ambient occlusion quality. Oh, I could turn ambient occlusion up? Okay, well, that's get like massive. Depth of field, motion blur. Let's turn that all the way up. I love motion blur. You get less motion blur during the day in real life. Because, once again, your shutter time is better. Local light quality, but I don't care. I just like lots of motion blur. Is there a reason why AO is set to normal and not high? Yeah, I set it to ultra, but it didn't do that. Shadow resolution, ultra. Weird. But you know what I do like? Now, this is a gripe that I've had for a very long time. Okay, my frame rate is now down to about 60. I've definitely dropped some frames now. Games that wouldn't tell you all of your options, so like your low, high, ultra, all that sort of stuff, but they would have mostly highs, but some of them would be ultra, and you'd have to go into every single menu to see which ones have the ultra option if you wanted to have the highest level graphics. So, yeah. I am very happy that they did that. Does this mean that the other one is better? I don't know. We'll clean up jagged lines. SMAA is recommended. Doesn't tell me which one is better. They say recommended. What? Recommended for graphics or recommended for performance? This one looks a little softer. Literally, anti-aliasing is just kind of... It's not a perfect thing, but the way of thinking of it is it kind of blurs the edges of things. That looks terrible. But then again, when we have a look at this, that looks worse. It just has to do with how pixels are shaped. Oh, really? You like the other one better? It just looks like a harsher line along here. That's mostly what I've been judging it off of. What are you guys judging it off of? The trees? That one looks softer on the trees, like this tree here. That looks sharper. Okay. Yeah, they have their advantages. There are different ways of doing anti-aliasing as well. What would you rather see in BeamNG doing? Focus on physics, meant to spell with a PH, by the way, and start fully spending resources on the physics engine, or continue to bring more balance update in physics and graphics. So I don't really do like career mode stuff, so that stuff doesn't matter to me. But, I do think that there is some physics stuff they're not really pushing hard enough on. Like Aero, which apparently they've made great strides on. We'll see if removing parts still makes cars faster as well. I'm going to turn the resolution of these up. I'm going to turn the frame rate up. I'm going to turn the detail up and the distance up. All right, what frame rate do we get it like maxed out now? 41 FPS. Okay. Detailed mirrors, resolution up, detail up, distance up. Skip generating license, bump detail below 30 degrees. I don't know what that means. Is that meant to be higher graphics or worse? 41 to 42. That gives us better frame rate, so I feel that's meant to be less graphically intensive. Okay, so let's leave that. Post effect settings. Oh. Whoops. Did that? That was reset. My bad. time marks about, you know, we can leave that one. That one's not that important. Okay, everything is ultra'd out now. I'm going to set my frame rate to 30 because having a limited frame... Oh, you know what? I won't do it right now. Having a frame rate limited to an attainable frame rate in BeamNG gives you better performance. Alright, do they have that random flashing now? Okay, you know what? We'll drive in a tunnel for a little bit. Okay, it doesn't look so bad. I think that has worked. And actually, the frame rate still feels quite nice, even though it is, okay, it's a little bit flickery around. Oh, I hate that. A more gradual transition, please. And also happen sooner. So, the way you have to really do it is a percentage of the screen's brightness is what will normally be a good way to adjust brightness. I feel that they had a zone where they wanted the brightness to switch. I think that's what happened. Like, in tunnel, you have this exposure rate. Out of tunnel, you have this exposure rate. And I think that's just I went over the line as opposed to it like increasing as I got closer to it. Motion blur helps a lot. Yeah, motion blur also, if anybody doesn't know as well, helps a lot with lower frame rates. So, there's a bunch of things that I disagree with Linus from Linus Tech Tips on, but he thinks that better frame rates in movies helps so then you can see details in the background. If you're looking at the background of a film, you're not experiencing the film properly. You don't necessarily need better than... You don't need the 48 frames a second that the Hobbit creator used. 24 is fine. You get a little bit nicer motion sometimes, but it doesn't have that cinematic feel. It feels a little motion smooth, might be the word. Oops. A bit of saliva went down the wrong way. I also don't want to try out oh, my voice now hurts. What did I try out? Oh, want to try it? I want to try out the new force feedback, because force feedback has always been really bad in this game. It is one of the things about this game, is force feedback is terrible. Alright, look at the balconies, and they have to... I think... What is that? Did it just invert my steering thing? A system for LODs with lighting, with the new lighting system. As you see, it gets like really wonky on the balcony. Oh, it's not really a balcony, it's a bay window area. This car feels nice to drive. And then it pops in. Also, a phasing system for LODs would be nice. Oh, okay. I was actually looking at it, that's why I wasn't talking. I'd heard that this is something that they were working on. It actually phased on this tree. It wasn't a hard and fast. You could see that. It phases in. And that's why I was looking at that, to see if... Because I noticed that it had bad shadows, and I was like, that doesn't look right. So I was watching it when I got closer to it. That one does a pop in, but it also doesn't look right. What is this shadow here? Okay, no, that's right. It just looks weird when it gets to here. So it phases on some things and not on others. So if you watch that tree there, you'll see that it phases in the shadow. And this was, I would say, less noticeable in Grand Theft Auto, but also more noticeable in Grand Theft Auto. It's kind of like a bit of a double-edged sword. The way they transitioned LODs was pretty ingenious, because if you never notice it, you never notice it. YouTube. Do we have a... It's probably going to tell me a Bay Area Bugs video right up top. No. Okay, it's not doing it today. Alright, Grand Theft Auto. Sure. Okay, somebody's playing it. So, if we go like 5, have them driving around. Okay, well, this is not a good video for what we're trying to do. Alright, we got somebody going live. We'll have a look at that. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. I want something unedited. 17 hours? Yeah, let's do that. Are we gonna see it here? I think we see it more in, like, city areas. Now, it's kind of like, a chain link fence sort of mesh that fills in the gaps as you get closer and then opens up to the point where, like, it turns into dots and then disappears on LODs. It's mostly on trees, so we're not getting trees here either. Okay, we're flying now. Oh, wait, hold on. We're around some trees there for a second. Okay. Can we see it? Maybe it's on a specific graphic setting is where I saw it. Or maybe I'm hallucinating. But I remember noticing it one day, and then, like, 2 years later, hearing a thing about it. Wait, is that Trevor's Place? I thought Trevor's Place was on the other side of Sandy Shores. Anyway. They had a pretty good way of dealing with it, and I thought that was really cool. This one just has a transparency blend in, which I feel isn't as graphically what do you call it? Cheap? The idea being is you have two types of transparency. One where it's like a full off on transparency, and then one where it's a hard off transparency, where things are not really semi-transparent over each other, kind of like this one is. But I think that's only happening, not with LODs of the tree, but only with the shadow is getting that phase in. Yeah, I think it's only the shadow. So another thing about LODs in BeamNG, also, I noticed that part of the tree is like nicely lit. I do like it. Does the quality increase as we zoom in? It does. Okay, so that's the thing that still happens. I always tried to use that as a way to what would you call it? Graphics test things. They got weird light fringing around this. Strange. So the fact that the graphics would change as you would zoom in sucked. For me, at least, because I'm like trying to debug and stuff. Those trees do look more full. I do like them. With all of this talk of, like, more physical-based lighting, I do wonder, are they getting close to maybe implementing ray tracing? I wonder if that's something they're heading towards. You know what game this needs to? Parallax Materials? Needs to? What? Only if it's FSR4? Oh. What? The only thing is not an exposure thing. The game just changes the environmental cube map. Oh. That would make sense, Shake Games. Oh, interesting. Still, they would need like a transition between that. Look on Mouillet's CK graphics mod. But now it's a problem. And now it looks gamified. Backseat hope they happen soon. RT, my beloved. Yeah, a lot of people aren't going to be able to run it though, especially on like modern costs. Like, what's it? $5,000 for a 5080, and ray tracing has never been performantly good, so you do need a really high-end one. I'm just going to go to MSY because they have decent consistency in their pricing. This will be Australian dollars, by the way, so if anybody's not Australian. Basically take like 30 to 40% off-ish. Let's go... Wait, there's not 5080 Ti? Anyway, let's go top of the line, 5090. Oh! $6,500 for... Oh, that's most popular. Okay, let's go price lowest to highest. Nope, it's still... Okay, yeah, the cheapest one is the most popular. $6,600. Holy shit. Alright, well, let's bring it down a notch. Let's go the 5080. Okay, well. Uh... 5080 was always a fairly decent top-end card. Okay, $1,800. It's about 4 times the price I feel it should be. Because even before this price hike... Yeah, so I think for most people, they never really bothered with the 5080. I feel that most people found like the balance between like top-end performance and budget was the 5070 Ti. $1,400. That's about double what I think it should be. But that price is just too high. It's just... These prices are too damn high. So... As much as I think ray tracing would be cool, and I love ray tracing, I just don't think that it's really a thing that is ever going to be in games. Like, properly. At least, not anytime soon. They've always tried to shoehorn it in as a selling point. However, that's because they wanted to very quickly implement CUDA cores, which were for AI training. Once they realized that CUDA cores were the thing, they were like, well, this is a technology that we had. But then they were like, oh, we don't really use it because not very many people could take advantage of it. And then they saw a big market immediately, like, oh, this new AI thing. Well, we'll start training people on it. And that's when the very quickly and sudden release of the 2080 happened. The first one to have, like, the 1080 came out. It was a powerhouse. It was massive. And then the 2080 came out with the CUDA cores, and they were like, oh, ray tracing and all that sort of stuff. And they didn't want to have 2 separate factories. So there was a lot of money in it. There was a new market of people that were hungry for multiple GPUs. Oh. Wait, I'm in walk camp. Oh. I think I made myself sick. I don't do well with that sort of motion sickness. I have to relax. Yeah, I feel uncomfortable. That's why, like, I kind of go out of focus, or I close my eyes whenever I see that sort of stuff. In any sort of game, I cannot look at it because I don't get motion sick. Like, I can be on boats and be absolutely fine. I can be in cars, I can be passengers. I've only ever been motion sick a few times. Old VR used to do it as well, or if I'm in not great VR for a long period of time, it'll make me sick. If I have a good headset with good frame rate, it's not so bad. With low latency, that is. But, that's always something that's given me motion sickness. And I hate it. GDE 6 is running on ray tracing reflections and RT. I mean full ray tracing, where every pixel is not a 3D model with ray tracing applied, but only ray tracing pixels. Kinda like Blender. When you turn Blender to its like full render mode. That is full ray tracing. But not also, like, there's different ideologies on how ray tracing should happen as well, which is why there's different types of rendering in Blender as well. I mean, path tracing, which, yeah, that is ridiculous. That is ray tracing. Ray tracing runs on a path. You can have a shorter path for your ray trace. I think we're getting... because there's overlap on what ray tracing and path tracing is. In this regard, I believe they're the same thing. Ray tracing vs path tracing. All right. You know what, I'm going to look at the AI overview. This one doesn't matter too much. Ray tracing is a technique that simulates the interaction of light on surfaces to create images, while path tracing is a more advanced version of that, tracks the path from individual photons, allowing for more complex lighting effects and improved realism. Path tracing is often considered superior for generating photorealistic images due to its ability to handle global illumination. But that's... okay, so what I'm gaining here is ray tracing has multiple meanings. Ray tracing originally was what path tracing is. I think it must have split at some point, maybe, and now they're two different meanings. I must have missed that divergence. Yes, but we use the term for full path tracing. Ray tracing can be for individual things. Okay, so are they like doing on ray tracing? Because if we have a look at like the thing on ray tracing, neither of these actually look particularly great. The shadow as it gets further away on this box here would become less intense because there would be more angle around it that has more openness from the darkness. So the backside of this is going to be dark, so that's going to be dark. But as you get further away, the degrees of which there is less dark things decreases, and then the shadow will become lighter as it gets further away. And this can create a weird thing where in some rare cases, a shadow on the ground can be brighter than the sky. I found that out the hard way before I was meant to. Like, I learnt it before everybody else did at university, because I was doing a bit of experimenting with color correction. And I was doing the color picker, and I was like, why is the ground the same brightness as the sky? I was like, what is happening here? And then I went, you know what, I'll pick it in a shadow. And I realized that I was getting that optical illusion of the two boxes. Two box shadow illusion. Is it? It's not that one, is it? Is it this one? Two blocks of the same shade of grey? That doesn't look like the one I remember. But that might be it. Let's copy the image. Let's go in here. Paste her in. And then I drop her. They are. Even though I know this trick, they are the same. What the fuck? Even though I know the trick. Okay, yeah, that does it. If I, like, make rings around it and only look at the boxes, they are the same color. Can I trick my brain into seeing it? What if I cover the horizontal? Okay, yeah, I'm covering the horizontal. They look the same now. Can I train my brain to fix this? No. No, immediately. Okay. Alright. All I'm doing is covering the middle line with my hand. And when I start to move my hand away from it, it already looks different. And I've only uncovered like maybe 5% of it. I can't... That is a really intense trick. Holy shit. I've never tried to fight this trick before. I've always looked at it and gone, oh, sure, fact, okay. But, damn, okay. Brain be drained? Brain be damned, yeah. Path tracing is full photon simulation. Ray tracing is just a technique that happens to help with rasterization. Okay. I could see how that distinction would need to be made. However, ray tracing uses path tracing as like the idea. It uses the same intensity. Is that an ant? What the hell was that bug? No other bugs in here. Where'd that come from? My house is weird. Occasionally, I'll just get a bug. It's so strange. To get any sort of arty or whatever, they probably gotta fix the pure raster stuff to be top of the line. I don't know. Maybe that's what they're doing. I also wouldn't know how to fix it because I don't really do anything with shaders. But because your brain is a pattern machine? Yeah, it is. For anybody that thinks that that's also what AI is, not quite. A lot of people seem to think that LLMs are, what's the word? General intelligence. But they're not. General intelligence works in a very fundamental, different way, but they do look very similar. But it's when they start to hallucinate is what really makes LLMs problematic. And the way of thinking it is everything an LLM says is a hallucination, but sometimes that hallucination lines up with reality. That's probably a good way of thinking about it. Just like, and sometimes it can line up a lot with reality. Like, it can say an entire sentence or a paragraph, and it will all entirely line up with reality. Not very likely, but yeah. Your house must still have Windows. If you're getting bugs, try switching to Linux. Nice, like it. I don't know that because I spent copious amounts of time making a path tracer in Vulkan. Oh. Was it doing Vulkan and DirectX 12? I don't know. I know that the main reason why Vulkan started to exist is DirectX is it's trying to stay compatible with its previous versions. So it's running stuff from like the 90s. Or like it's working around things from the 90s, which is great and all, but also starts to create a very bloated code base where now when you change one thing, you have to go through and make sure that everything else is okay with it. And you have to create processes and all that sort of stuff to make it easier for that process to happen. So now you're kind of limiting what you can and can't do because you have to now fit into these processes, Otherwise, you're back to change one thing, have to check everything. And it's not just running it, seeing if it works, but it's everything is basically an edge case. Like, does it work in this game? Does it work in that game? Does it work with this lighting condition? Does it work with this setting? It is not just a straight, does this work or does it not work? BeamNG devs probably did a whole bunch of testing, found that everything worked for them, it got out into the hands of the people, and then everything of, like, all of these edge cases where, like, and I'm saying edge cases in, like, they probably have a fairly standardized rig. Probably not all exactly the same, but they made sure that it mostly worked. And then everybody else has, like, Radeon cards, for instance. So they're learning about this. LLM law. Type I am conscious. Computer, I am conscious. People, oh my god, what? DirectX is Windows Vulkan. But there's Vulkan on Windows. I know that DirectX is, I believe, Windows exclusive. I don't know if that means that they are owned by Microsoft. Well, Vulkan is the multi-platform thing that makes the CPU communicate with the GPU. The main multi-platform thing that makes the CPU communicate with the GPU. Is that what it is? Oh no, that would make sense because yeah, it's the communication layer for the GPU, and it would be the CPU that's talking to the GPU. So yeah, no, that does make sense. Dude, my path tracer had a weird issue where NVIDIA cards just wouldn't work because the noise generator would encounter an edge case and implode the entire GPU driver. Yeah, also, versions of GPUs and architectures and all that sort of stuff, that, like, becomes a nightmare. And then the architectures of the CPUs. So you could see why DirectX started to become a problem and why they started to move towards Vulkan. But also, I talked about this a little bit earlier, when creating things, by the time that you finished it, and this will happen on most projects where you're, like, creating any sort of system, at the end of it, you'll look at the stuff that you did at the beginning and go, oh, if I was to do this again and start from the beginning, which I don't want to do, I would do that differently. So there's also another reason as to why they're doing that. And if you ever hear about Linux and a thing called X11 and Wayland, that's kind of what Wayland is to X11. Previously, you wouldn't really have your computer next to your monitor or like a viewport, like way back in the day. And you would have like a mainframe and a computer screen. Welcome, Butch. I'll read that in a second. So they created a display system called X11, whereas basically your screen would work as if it was a networked display, and even worked if it wasn't a networked display. However, it's not the greatest, not the most efficient, and it has compromises. So that's what Wayland seeks to overcome. It's doing away with that need, because if you're using a network display, there's other ways of doing that. You would potentially use it in things like a BIOS or a UEFI, but it's not something that you need to be really, really good. So that's why the move to Wayland is happening. I just hope that it becomes feature complete at some point. Because at the moment, there's a lot of disagreements on... Because they're letting perfection get in the way of goodness, or getting perfection get in the way of what's good, or whatever that saying is. They don't want to make mistakes that they look back upon and go, oh no, Wayland is, oh, it's got this like thing that now in hindsight looks terrible, and they're allowing it to hold back development way too much. And because of that, you can't set custom resolutions, for instance, which you really fucking need for people like me. Anyway, you just installed that. Looking forward to see what I've been missing all day. Sure. If anybody doesn't know Butch, they are a small content creator. You probably check them out at some point. Not DirectX 12, DirectX 12 Ultimate? What are we talking about? 12's big thing, when it launched, it was support for HRD and ray tracing? You mean HDR? Did 11 not have ray tracing? I feel even 10 had ray tracing. And HDR? Did it not? Am I confused? I feel that was an option back then, at least with 11. Vulkan is needed for Linux. Users do not use emulation layers, and is needed for Linux users to not use emulation layers and hurt performance even more. The performance hits are actually really not that bad. The interpolation is not perfect, but that's a problem to do with trying to make a one-size-fits-all. Just in case people aren't aware, if you are on Linux and you have your compatibility thing on, this is not bigger number better. This is numbers mean different types of Proton. So when you try to make something universal, it becomes really difficult and the performance will get worse normally, or you'll make compromises and things won't look as good. So your best bet is to, it sucks, but make multiple versions of this thing to do different things, because now you also have to expect your user base to also go through and set these really sometimes quite technical settings. Now, they have a thing where developers apparently can make their game work for a certain type of Proton, and then when the game launches, it will go to that type of Proton. But if you find that you're not getting performance, try some others. Maybe look online, look on like a Proton DB, and see if there's people talking about things to do. For instance, Call of Duty. People will talk about the sorts of things, and sometimes they'll talk about Proton. Like, here we go. They've already got a Proton compatibility thing that you can do. Anyway, back to this. Oh, this boat line is a... I made a doc on this like a long time ago, back in the day. Docs. Google Docs. It would... Oh, no. Oh, how to choose a camera. There we go. How to choose camera. Is that on here? Okay, I did a research topic, or research as a topic is a way of explaining it, in university. And I go into what aliasing is in here. Here we go. All right. It is... Yeah, here you go. Literally stepping. So this will be dark, and then this side, it kind of has to pick whether light or dark. And then that ends up with like a, well, where exactly does this sit on the line? And then sometimes it just won't even show the line there. So for here, it doesn't even register that there's a line here. Also, this is a film that I helped. I was the DOP on this film. I don't know if I'm proud of this. I don't think I am. Anyway, moving on. That's the sort of thing that you get a lot worse in video games, because in lenses, they're a little bit blurry normally. It is probably impossible to have a perfectly sharp lens, though you can spend like $50,000 or $100,000 to get a incredibly sharp lens, but there is still a limitation to sharpness normally. Come on, the streams become sidetrack on sidetrack. Yeah, I mean, we're talking about updates and technicalities. The only thing that's like going to affect most people is the ambient occlusion and this car. But I really, really like getting into the nitty-gritty of technical things, and that's what I like. That's where I live. That's where I'm comfortable. Because you can learn it, and then you've learned it, sort of thing. So when we get to lines like this, it starts to disappear. And I do wonder how you would do this. I feel you'd have to have some sort of like vector graphic sort of setup where it would have like a... I've already closed it. Let's open it up. New. I have this really annoying thing with like fighting top position. So here we have a Bezier curve. This is not a raster thing, though it is rasterized when it gets taken to the monitor itself. But as you can see, the closer I zoom in, even though it is technically rastered, it gets more and more detail in. The only way to really overcome a lot of the aliasing would to have something like this, where it's mathematical and not a predefined map or 3D object. So this is a predefined 3D object, and it's trying to pick between this edge, this flat surface, and the thing in itself, and then it tries to deal with anti-aliasing and moire sometimes. You don't really get moire in video games because it's much better at picking things, and moire is I'm gonna close this off. I suppose that is moire. As you can see, there is actually no red or brown reflecting off this top part here, but because some of the pixels which are colored, because the subpixels of the pixels are colored, sometimes it'll uncover like the red or just the blue, and it'll create a moire effect where edges have colors that don't exist there. Always be proud of when you, or where you came from, even if you think it. You wouldn't be where you are. Oh yeah. No. The only thing that I'm not proud of is just how much money that cost. Why is this engine so choppy? Like it's, like normally there's a bit of a rough idle, but that's jumping and that's hurting my ADHD. I don't like it. Good thing I like computer talk sidetracks. Go ahead. How many views we got? 43. Okay, it seems that a lot of other people like this technical talk as well. Jargon for the win. That makes it run fast. When a grid's misaligned with another... Yeah. Behind that's moire. Kind of. You're maybe thinking of a different type of aliasing. Moire is really more about the subpixel stuff. When the spacing is tight and the difference is slight, that's moire. That's a moire. Is that, were you trying to make that joke? If so, I picked up what you were putting down. The French cam 2-liter eco engines. Yeah. I love this technical talk. I'm listening to it while figuring out which mods work. Okay, fair enough. I think they were going for the joke based on when the moon... Yeah. When the moon hits your... Yeah. Crazy how so many things we still haven't figured. Yeah. I'm also still getting like decent frame rates. It's not a great frame rate. It's like low 30s. Whoa! Big Vulcan stutter. I wonder if I'm hitting like, So, I don't know what loaded in. Is it that air? Oh, okay. There is something, oh, okay. Around this area that is loading in and unloading. Normally those lags are... I mean, it depends. It can be memory to drive or memory to GPU. And this is where a motherboard is also important. A memory to drive, normally your bottleneck is going to be your drive, so that can just take time to load. But memory to GPU, the bottleneck there is sometimes your CPU, but more often than not, in a lot of circumstances, it is motherboard related. So that's where getting a good chipset can help. I can't remember. I was watching a video that explained it a lot better than that, where they talked about the specific cases. I noticed a recentering camera problem. What was that? Oh, so if my camera is fine and I reset, it jutters. ASMR Filmland explains computer graphics to fix BeamNG. Not so much to fix. See, the thing is as I'm looking at this and going, oh, there's a mod idea, there's a mod idea, there's a mod idea, I was thinking about how I would fix that aliasing problem. Need to try out Sunset, it's gorgeous. Alright. What is it? Control-Shift-D? There. How do I reset camera? There we go. I wonder if they fixed up the speed discrepancy between relative and free cam. As in, like, decoupled them. What do we want? We want environment. Sunset. Oh, hello. How do I change 1 minute at a time? Okay, how did that just move 1 second? Also, that sun went down very quick in 1 minute. I know the golden hour is short, but that was very short. How did that change a second? What? Wait, why did I have a sec? Can you stop flickering? I hate flickering cursors. Blinking cursors. I'm dyslexic, so they've become like a trigger for me because I also have really bad ADHD. That irritates me. Can we? No. Ooh, that dusk, though. That looks nice. Am I just really high? Is that... No, that looks to be... I don't think I've ever noticed a glowing horizon where there's not a sun unless there's a city. But that would be a ginormous city. Is that a thing? Where it gets lighter on the horizon? I feel it's not. They gotta change the skybox a little bit quicker. So, to a lot of these sorts of things, I feel that if you notice it, it's a bad job. But if you don't notice it, you're doing a good job. It's a sort of an ethos in filmmaking, where a lot of the times, unless you're dealing with like very technical people, people won't congratulate you on doing good graphical CGI, but they will dog shit on you, or dogpile on you, or shit on you. Okay, they will dog shit on you if you do a bad job at CGI. If you have CPU power and the spare, lock your FPS to 30. Yeah. Try lossless scaling if you haven't already. Lossless scaling. I suppose I should. I want to see if I can recreate, though, however, that one thing. Oh, that does look really nice. But it just makes gameplay harder. Alright. Do we still have that zone? I hate the fact that that camera does that shutter. Okay, it's not doing it anymore. Maybe I have to, like, entirely leave the area. Alright, let's go around a little bit. How's my, memory going? Maxie got that gapoo. How often does this happen? I do still see the LOD pop in, so the LOD, so the fade in wasn't really for shadows then. No, okay, still got it. Okay, let's have... Alright, press the wrong thing. System. Options. Display. Graphics. Where is... So we got SMAA. Because I'm not liking the fall off. I'm not going to change... I'll lock the frame rate yet. It's still getting flickering on the horizon. I'll get there. I'll learn this UI eventually. General... Alright, let's lock ourselves to 30. And we'll drive around a little bit more to see if we still get that lockout. Sorry, lockout. Frame stutter. I'm also noticing, I think it's improving the frame rate of the reflections that stopped that light flickering that I was getting. Good. Yeah. I'm not noticing any frame stutterings. This is a trick if you don't know, by the way. If you're getting those frame stutters on loading into new areas and whatnot, you know, I'm gonna go underground. Actually, you know what? I wanted to go above ground. Damn it. Yeah, lock your frame rate to an attainable frame rate. It can be close to the edge of your frame rate, but you don't want it to be too close. And what that'll do is smoothen out the frame drops. How far on the horizon the sun is? The Fairbanks, Alaska, the horizon could look like that for hours. Oh, really? So on the opposite side of the horizon to where the sun is, it would be illuminated. Okay. The automatic exposure is absolutely cooked at night? When your headlights are on, everything is super dark. Oh, no. So they're doing the one big gripe... Well, one of two big gripes I had with, Spin Tires, the original one. The other big gripe is the camera controls was just horrific. So, somebody talked about headlight overlap between yellow lights. It doesn't look to be an issue. The light full off feels really nice as well. You want to go out, do you? I can let you out. Yeah. I don't think you like... you don't think... Yeah. I don't mind auto exposure. See, I feel that it was necessary for them to move to realistic lighting. Because if you're to have realistic values of your lights, the stops of dynamic range in your normal real life are like... Oh, kind of infinite, technically, but really it's like 30 stops of dynamic range. Our eyes don't have that much dynamic range, so that sort of stuff is real. what they normally do in games is they have just not real light values and just kind of bring everything a little bit more into the middle. And you have to do that a little bit more than what you normally would to help with people that have cheap monitors. Also, that grass. Oh dear. Thanks for pointing that out, Spieler. Now I can't unsee it. So, if they wanted to have realistic light values, which I feel was a choice, that was something that probably wasn't needed, but they wanted that and they made the choice. But that then requires the necessitates auto exposure. The problem is auto disposure is based on the Latin longitudinal hard-coded into West Coast. It is based in San Francisco. Yeah, I heard about that. I think that's kind of cool that they locked down its location. But it's distracting. I can't remember where I was going with that. Different and better scenarios. So what was it? We were talking about lighting, contrast, real light values. Adding that in. It does help with ambient occlusion. I think, because I talked about this a little bit in my tires video that I made a while ago. A lot of people thought that I was like I was kind of shitting on the BeamNG devs, but not for the reason people thought. People thought that I was doing a better job than the BeamNG devs. No, I was not. I was shitting on the BeamNG devs for not giving us a choice with that tire stuff. Could have been a setting, or it could have just been low-speed tires. Can you tell my little brother to stop punching me? He will only stop if you say it. I mean, I didn't get a super chat. I'm just saying. I normally read out super chats like... You notice my webcam looks a little bit deep fried? It's because my good one died. And honestly, I can't afford another good one. You know, I want to show you guys the camera I want to get. You know, I'm going to leave that open for now. Just in case I want to reference it again. Black Magic, not support. Products. I just really like Blackmagic cameras. Definitely, I want this one. It's only 30,000. Come on, guys. Nah, joking. The one that I want. Well, it's actually, I'm a little bit torn. I like these ones because they have the light on top and I don't then have to like come up with my own implementation. I would love if my webcam had a light on top where if I switch scenes, a light would come on to let me know that I fucking left it on webcam as opposed to desktop view. Because I make that mistake a lot. However, I think this is the one I want for a few different reasons. One, it's going to be more power efficient because it doesn't have a screen on the back like these ones do. Like one of the big things about these little miniature studio cameras, which I think are just an ingenious idea, by the way, have like a really big display on the back. However, that's inefficient. I think I hear Pippa wanting to come back in. This is why I don't like feeding dogs on fixed schedules, and I've been kind of getting close to a fixed schedule, is they start to beg and plead and... it's a problem. What's a good webcam cost? To get an okay webcam, the thing is I like interchangeable webcams. Anyway, I like this, but it's not really efficient for what I need. But that would be the one that I would choose. The one that I want is this, but it's like 1,200... Oh, we're not getting the Australian price? It's even more in Australian. Wait, hold on. Oh, okay. $1,600. There we go. That sounds more like it. So, it has no screen on the back as the webcam is up against the wall. I can stick good lenses on there and all that sort of stuff, so that's good. And it should be relatively power efficient. The other advantage of having one of these little things is like a GoPro size, but it's like on steroids. These cameras that they make are really high powered, and it gives you all of the controls as opposed to a lot of the cameras that look really good until you get onto any sort of edge case, then immediately it falls to shit. And you can't change the settings because they're all baked in, because they don't want to reveal just how not great the camera is. And that's generally why a lot of cameras don't have all of the settings available to you. It's also sometimes if they want to sell like a pro version of something, which you don't really get in webcams. The other reason why I like this one is I can also easily make it as an overhead for whenever I'm doing tech stuff. If someone wanted to send you some money, what's the most efficient way to send you money? Does Patreon accept direct donation? I don't think they do. But definitely not YouTube Super Chats. They take like, I think, between 30 to 45% or something like that. It's something just insane. Menu at least. Amount of money deducted from what you get? Yeah. I think, Patreon does a very good job there. They take such a small chunk. Whereas, I think if I set up like as a Patreon, they take as much as like YouTube does. Sorry, not set up PayPal. It'll take as much as like, what the fuck? I might have a look into PayPal again. We'll see how that goes. I can't buy you that camera, but I'm happy to send you a few bucks. If it's only just a little amount, I don't mind the loss that comes with YouTube, and it does audio readouts if you guys like that sort of stuff. I started to realize recently, after I got my latest council rates, nearly $2,000. I could have afforded to pay these council rates full in one big payment. I would have had like $8 left over in my account. I was expecting this bill to come, so I've been saving up. But I didn't realize how much the rates would increase. They have been skyrocketing the rates just insanely. Not that long ago, they were like $1,300, which was still a lot. But my insurance has also gone from, like, if I kept the same level of insurance on my house, which I am required to have by the bank to get the loan that I have, that was like $600 something. I was just ignoring it, going, yep, sure, the payments will come out, but I realized that my money had been going down, and I looked at it earlier this year. It's like $1,900 as well. What is going on in the world? I can't afford. I thought Super Chats were close to 50%. I don't know, but 45% would sound about right. Let's go studio. You guys can see how much I make. I don't make a lot from YouTube. The revenue share that YouTube is taking, I feel, is a lot higher as well than what they're saying. It used to be in about 2015, 2016 sort of time. It was about $100 per 30,000 views. But now, okay, they have to stop vibe coding their website. Okay. 30,000 views. with all of the inflation and everything, $78. Now, there's a lot of mid-roll ads and everything. That didn't exist back then. You would have one ad at the beginning of the video, and then they talked about, like, they started putting in more than one ad at an intro, which people were up in arms about. But I am earning less now than I did over a decade ago. Like, what the fuck? Now, I'm not going to show all of this because there is actually private information. Wrong thing. Now, I also don't have turned on the thing where, like, it just shares viewer data. I have that turned off, and I don't do that sort of stuff because I don't like that sort of stuff. And I also have a lot of political ads just turned off, just by default for political ads. And I don't run gambling ads as well, so I will be earning a little bit less than that. But that just means that either you do shit stuff or you earn less money. Like, that means that the amount of honest things that are on YouTube is decreasing. General channel, advanced setting, no, where are we going? Agreements. Commerce product addendum. Except as otherwise agreed in this addendum, the subject to that. Google will pay to provider an amount equal to 70% multiplied by the greater of commerce revenues or suggested retail price for the... Okay. Oh, okay. Well, no, that's... base terms, edge... Shorts monetization, watch page monetization module, view agreement. Okay. YouTube will pay 55% of net revenues from ads. So they're taking 45%. 55% from subscription fees that are attributed to monthly views or watch time there. They talk about Super Chats though? Hey! This is me saying, woo, I donated via Patreon.
This is me saying, woo, I donated more via Patreon.
Sweet. Thanks, Butch. I won't dox it, but I'll have a look at Patreon in a second. They don't talk about Super Chat cut. I'm gonna leave it on cam at the moment, so that's what's happening there. No, earn. Super Chats and gifts. Turn on gifts on livestream? Let your fans join the fun and be part of a stream by sending gifts. I don't know what that is, but I'll have a look at that eventually. Review your user agreement. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's they take 30%? Because they're paying 70%? Overview. Yeah, whatever. I give up looking. You know, before we bring that back, we'll have a look at Patreon. Do I have that? I don't. Patreon. Oh, good. Okay. that did jump up a significant amount. I was at like 150 beforehand. So, did you give a direct? Is that what happened? It won't tell me. Insights? And I don't know. Whatever. I give up. Yeah. I also am not the sort to hide. Wrong thing. A lot of people tend to, what's the word? Obscure their income as if they feel shame of it. I think if, as long as you're not dishonest about how much money you have, I think it's absolutely fine. And especially when it comes to YouTubers, they talk about, oh yeah, I bought this, like car YouTubers, automotive YouTubers. They talk about their cars of like, oh yeah, I spent this amount, I spent a lot of money on this car, blah, blah, blah. They talk about how expensive this car was or how they got it at a really cheap price. But then they don't want to talk about actually how much it cost because that might dox how much money they made. Being afraid of talking about how much money you made kind of hurts the community at large, I feel, because if you're just honest, I want to do cool things with my channel that I can't do with my current amount of money. Like, for instance, I want a new webcam. I also want to have that computer be remote as well, but that would take a few $100s to get that to be remote, and I don't want to spend that money. My server, I want to upgrade that with RAM, and that's about $1,000 to multiple thousands of dollars to get that filled out with RAM, and I want to start doing like a really heavy training stuff for AI, but also do another video about thing. Now, I had a few people suggesting that they would lend me the RAM, and I was like, I don't really want to lend with RAM because with hardware things, if it breaks, then I'm out the money. I'd rather just go and just commit the money to it. But I was also telling them, like, I'm not willing to pay the market rate for the RAM because the market rate is too high. So I would tell them, like, I strongly suggest if you want to sell it, go sell it at the market rate. However, if you want to make it a little bit more like a donation, I can pay you what I think is a fair price for the RAM. But yeah, like, I very much encourage them. If you're thinking that you need the money from selling some DDR4 RAM, bro, go deal with your own life. That's okay. Go make that money. Like, I can always cut down more. I can drink less soft drink. I'm already buying savings brand, but I can, like, I don't buy savings brand stuff. I buy local stuff, and that does cost me more. But I could just switch to that, and then the economy becomes worse in the long run. But, like, I'm not going to be homeless probably anytime soon. Agree that it's odd to make it taboo to discuss income. It's actually illegal in some places, I think. Yeah, which is insane. Now, that is actually at the behest of a lot of companies. They lobby for that sort of stuff because they would pay people at different rates. And then somebody goes, you're all doing the same job, but you get paid the same amount? Why aren't I getting paid that? Pay me more or I'll quit. And then they found that a lot of people were quitting and all that sort of stuff. It also really hurts the power of a union. It really, really hurts the negotiation power of people against the company. How? Few people are transparent here, are they? I have currently in my bank account. I've said this a few times. I own a rental house. I don't own it outright. I was helped buying that house originally in 2013, and I moved into it. It was an absolute shithole, but my parents said that you can have money towards buying a house. Here's an early inheritance, and my mum heard about a story about somebody that hated the idea of inheritance being something that she didn't get to see us enjoy. So that person gave their inheritance away before they got too sick and passed on. And then there was a movie made about it and stuff like that. And she gave me $100,000 to put towards a house. Now that couldn't buy a house at the time. So I got lucky, and I couldn't, because at the time I was going to university, I didn't have a job, and I was still struggling with employment. I've always struggled maintaining my employment because of, I don't realize how annoying I can be when you spend like really long amounts of time with me, and you are forced to. I'm a lot better now that I'm medicated, but anyway, moving on from that. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to be able to afford a house. But then there was a house that was basically earmarked for demolition. And this was just before a minor boom in 2013. I got the house for $85,000. I wasn't able to clean or fix it up. Just mentally, I was taxed. I was maxed out. I couldn't do anything. But then this house came along. It was also kind of earmarked for demolition, but not really. Like it's the sort of house that could have been just tarted up. But it needed a lot of work to it. And I got it for $185,000. I wouldn't have been able to afford that by selling the previous house to get this one. And I didn't have much savings because I was doing so poorly mentally that I was, retail therapying all the time. I've always been good at keeping like 1,000 or 2 in buffer, but not enough to put a deposit on a house or anything. So my mum had come up with a way that if I instead rented out that house and put that money towards it, that would increase the income enough for the bank to allow the... How much did I need to loan? Like $110,000 was... No. I can't remember. Basically, the entire cost of that previous house and this one. Now with the exploded market, I could sell that house and get $500,000 probably for it. Probably less. Because the house itself is in, like, tear-down state. The problem is I know I am artificially keeping that rental price low. That person would have to move out if I was to sell it because they would want full rates, or they would demolition it and build 2 houses on there, which is happening a lot in South Australia. And that would just be worse for that person. I have this bit of an ethos, which I realized that when I thought, oh wow, I should sell that house and make a bunch of money, I realized that that would just kind of feed into the same problems that's happening around Australia at the moment, where there's cost of living crisis. I'm struggling to afford to live on what should be an affordable amount of money to live on. For them, it's a lot worse. So the ethos is the idea of like living with somebody when you're young. Like when you move out, you move in with some friends or something like that, or you go to university, you live in a dorm. But the idea was when you become an adult, you move in, you move out, you move into your own house. That doesn't happen anymore. She's in her 50s, and she, like, even though I'm keeping the rent low, I have to raise it up to keep up with this stupid insurance and whatever rates and all the extra fees and the increased, interest rates. And I'm making a loss because I can only increase 10% at a time, and I didn't realize that those costs were going up. She still has to, very often, rent out a spare room. So she is also neurodivergent. She also really, really struggles to live with people. I really, really struggle to live with people. I went for a time there where I was couch surfing because I struggled to live with people. And this current economy means that people like me and my tenant would realistically eventually just be homeless. And I do count couch surfing as kind of homeless. If you don't, like, if you can't have like a proper wardrobe to put your clean clothes in, and you have like a pile or something like that, that is sheltered but homeless. So I could make that money. I could be comfortable, but I'm allowing my conscience to get in the way of that. So I could be comfortable, but I would rather not be. That's why I'm so torn on like spruiking my Patreon, and that's why instead of me spending like you saw that camera was $1,600. I had the money, but I had to spend it on this bill that I knew was coming. Also, my power bills are fucking through the roof as well. Jesus Christ! Even though I got solar just as like the prices started to go up. I fear to imagine how much my bill would be. That's why a billionaire shouldn't exist. You can't get that amount of money without making shitty decisions. You're a decent human. Struggle to raise rates to make you not struggle as much. Yeah. I think I'm legally only allowed to increase rent by 10%. I would increase their rent by more because I realized that with the amount that I get from Centrelink and from YouTube, I get about... and Patreon... and there's almost no... No, there is actually a loss from the rental house. About $2,100 a month. Yeah, approximately. Which is pretty abysmal. Because... like a... yeah, it's... that is below the poverty line, but I am still comfortable. I can do most things I want to do. What I want to do is also I want to, like, go out to track days more often, but that is quite expensive. And I at least recognize that racing has always been a bit of an expensive person hobby. But I'm still fairly comfortable. If I wasn't, if I hadn't gone through that life-changing event of seeking help for my mental health and getting medicated and all the things that happened there, I wouldn't be here today, but I would need to have outlets that would require me to spend a lot more money, like going out and doing track days, but I wouldn't be able to do it, which would have made it a hell of a lot worse. Having to manage so many expenses seems taxing? Yeah. I get stressed when monitoring my money too close, so I'll only ever look at my balance and adjust my spending based upon how well or how poor I've been doing. And recently I have noticed I've been doing poorer more recently. Only poorer. So I have to figure out cuts. Anyway, I don't talk about my finances very often because people's knee-jerk reaction, oh, he's a landlord? Oh, like I like to drop it as a meme on people almost when I meet them real life. Like, they'll talk about rent and how rent's screwing them, like people getting charged $400 for a rundown shithole. My place in Davern Park is not run down, but it is kind of a shithole. Mostly because it's like built on an old technology of like hollow floors, then heat can vent through, but air conditioning is cheap to run in South Australia because we can run evaporative coolers. But heating is very expensive. So now it is incredibly expensive to heat the house, and cooling is cheap, but the house doesn't keep any heat. And it's also surrounded by, like, it's not a great neighborhood. I charge $270 a week, compared to like $400 for shitholes in slightly better neighborhoods. Like, oh my god. Now, for me to break even, I did the math. I'm 180 short a week on that place. And actually, a lot of that is because Centrelink has evaluated that house now to be worth the maximum value that they think it's worth, which is $650,000 by my estimation, because they don't tell me how much. I just did the estimation on a few of the factors. As opposed to counting it as how much income it can generate. So what they're trying to do is take away generational opportunities for income to have me have my money now, which just moves the money upwards. Because previously that house was well within stuff. Our boomers still going, if you work enough, you'll... I think a lot of boomers have come to that realization that the system is screwed, but they're also unwilling to take the hit. What they have the, like this cognitive dissonance between oh, the housing market is a great investment. Okay, good, I've invested in housing. Oh, the housing market has boomed. Now houses are, like, on the cheap end, $800,000 in some areas. Now, I could sell and make, like, 300% profit, but at half the price that I bought the house for, and help keep the market be not insane. Now, we'd just get bought by somebody, and then that person would go, oh yeah, no, I'm planning to live in it. And then they would just sell it and make that profit. That's just what they would do. Because it's kind of cutthroat at the moment. But they're all like, oh, I don't want to make a loss. So, what really draws my attention to this is a friend's family member, they're in like there's a rift torn in the family, is they were promised that a nephew could buy an auntie's house because she was looking to move into a retirement house, and she was going to be comfortable, but it was going to be kind of tight. But then the houses started to expand. It's like they were saying, oh yeah, good, I'm getting close. I'll be able to afford it in the next couple of years. But then COVID hit, and then the prices... Oh, sorry, they lost their job, and everyone was kind of in a bit of a weird situation. And then they got their job back, and the houses had started to really skyrocket. And this auntie is wanting kind of the maximum price that she'd seen houses go for in that area. As opposed to going, well, this house isn't quite of that quality, and but it's also family. You were okay with that amount of money. You could, like, take less than the maximum. But now this, nephew can't afford the house. Just, like, straight up, I'm just not going to be able to afford this. Most people in South Australia, oh, sorry, not most people. A massive portion of people in South Australia don't have full-time jobs. They will have one or multiple part-time jobs because no companies hire full-time because they have to pay less money for employees. So, yeah, you can be employed and still be below the poverty line very easily in South Australia. The poverty line, I think, is like $5,000 a month here in South Australia. But that poverty line is, the metrics for it are a little bit weird. It's to be able to afford, I believe, by what I've been able to ascertain, a house, all of its payments, and assuming that you're got a loan on the most amount of money, but also, what's the thing? Afford hobbies, but they don't go into hobbies. Because if I wanted to go racing as a hobby, that's a lot of money. If crocheting is my hobby, that's very cheap. If making mods for a game is your hobby, like it is for me, that's nearly free. There's like an outlay, but there's not really much that happens after that. I wonder without COVID and the aftermath from that would have happened again. I think a lot of people had massive increases in anxiety because everybody will just have anxiety. It's just to what degree? And they don't know it until they try a type of medication or drug that makes them feel relaxed. Most won't do drugs though. Like the overwhelming majority of people won't actually do drugs. If you talk to a lot of people that have tried drugs, you'll probably find that there's somewhere on the spectrum maybe a little bit of ADHD. And you also will notice that a lot of people with ADHD or on the spectrum tend to end up together, whether friendships or relationships, more often than not. Not by like any particular choice, it'll just happen that way. Minds work in similar ways, or ADHD people tend to congregate together because they get bored with things very quickly, but an ADHD friend will have a brain that moves very quickly and they will basically keep being interesting for a really long time, so they will end up being around each other. So be careful of making assumptions on what normal is as well. That gets really tricky and murky, especially when they started to realize that it's even possible that the majority of humanity is autistic, technically. And that's where there's like a lot of discourse happening around, well, what, like, if everybody's kind of on realistically a spectrum, how do you start classifying limitations? And if they're different for different people, you can't really add metrics to it, which makes it even harder to determine. Dopamine maxing? Yeah. Life is... all levels are fucked up. Now, what also sucks is the more you are on the spectrum, or the more you have ADHD, the less likely you are to be able to maintain employment or stand being in... Oh, no, that would be maintain employment. It just, there are two types of reason why that would happen. One, if you're the sort that gets a dopamine release from, seeks out new experiences, that means that if you stay in the same experience, like a job, you'll become less and less satisfied over time. And you will eventually become disgruntled and want to quit, or you become disgruntled and then they don't like you anymore and they fire you, but then you think that they hated you, where it's hard to hear, but a lot of that is kind of self-inflicted. You just don't realize it because it happens over a long period of time. For me, it was 1.5 years. I recently just hit it with content creation, and I had a panic attack that lasted a week, and then I had a bit of brain spaghetti. I managed to actually fix that, and immediately the panic attack went away. All I have to do currently, and it's not always going to be the fix, there's always nuance to this, is reward myself when I do good things. Because as I go on in the tasks, I realize that I'm enjoying the task less. So I am less likely to notice when I hit like a milestone or hit a target or anything. So I'm not rewarding myself going, oh yeah, cool, I did that cool thing anymore. So then all I'm doing is doing the thing which I knew used to give me a dopamine response, but I'm not getting the dopamine response because I'm not rewarding myself anymore. And then the dopamine levels get so low that the lack of norepinephrine becomes a problem and you can't handle the anxiety caused by that. So then you start to have a panic attack. Now, not everybody with ADHD will have large amounts of anxiety or panic attacks. But that's what happened to me. Now, back to COVID, that's what we were talking about. I feel that, like, at least with Elon, we know that he has autism, and I'm pretty sure he has ADHD. He said he has autism, I'm not disparaging the guy. I'm pretty sure he has ADHD for two different reasons. One, the substance abuse. That is very indicative of people with ADHD. They very easily get addicted. You have to have, like, enough autism, really, to help fight that off, I suppose. Unless you have the type of autism that goes, oh, if it helps, then it's okay, but then don't realize that they're falling down into addiction. The other one is the overlap between autism and ADHD has become a big topic of conversation to the point where they think that realistically, you could say that they're not distinguishable. And a lot of the characteristics of autism is a mix of autistic traits greatly exacerbated by how bad their ADHD traits are. So they kind of think that ADHD, by what I've been able to ascertain from this, is a subset of autism or something, yeah, in that sort of, like, realm. We're just a bunch of chemicals? Oh yeah, no. So if you're the sort of person that struggles with that, even if you don't have ADHD, or you don't think you have ADHD and you secretly do, just remember that I don't want to say just self-care, because self-care is way too vague. Remember to reward yourself, and I never understood holidays. I never took holidays whenever I worked, because they never felt rewarding. But what you should do is have these new experiences, because when you get that dopamine response, the dopamine response doesn't go away immediately. That dopamine response will taper off over time. And for a normal person, 4 weeks out of the year is enough. But if you're dopamine deficient, you're going to have to be maybe a little bit more calculating. But not too calculated, because calculating too much will then lead you to rely on those things to get the dopamine response. And if you don't get that dopamine response to the extent that you feel that you needed, that can cause also anxiety again. So that's where every person is different. And that's why I explain these things, but they probably don't match you perfectly. And if you can't find that connection between your experience and what I'm saying, you might have autism, because that's where I found that I struggled with this sort of stuff as well when I was being taught this by my psychotherapist. What started to click to me is because I had a friend reading out this booklet to me, which I've got linked in the description, about fighting anxiety and panic attacks. Or not fighting it. Breaking down what it is and the steps in which you can take to mitigate anxiety and panic attacks. I had a friend reading it out to me because I'm very dyslexic and ADHD, and that didn't meld with the thing. My brain just kept going, no, that doesn't match me perfectly. That's wrong. No. Like, why am I doing this? It's too hard to think about. I had a block on introspection, by the way, which a lot of people with autism or ADHD and ADHD do. Whatever you want to classify that as. And then that's when I realized, because they would read it out and then they would go, oh, well, maybe this will make sense to you. And they read it in a different way. And I started to realize I've been approaching these things wrong my entire life. I should instead try to go, how would I have to change my view to be similar enough to this particular aspect to then be able to glean something that could be useful from this information? And then afterwards I learned a whole lot more, and I realized just how close it was to me. It wasn't perfect, but how close it was, I didn't realize it until like a month later when I was still pondering upon the stuff that I'd learned. I have the opposite version of ADHD, spectrum, etc. Give me all of the experiences in all the new places all the time. Yeah, that's a little bit more ADHD, yeah. I assumed you were on the spectrum, but here's also another thing. I was going down this path, and this might tell you guys a lot. People with ADHD, they find it hard to work for people. I was talking about that sort of stuff. Most people, I feel, that become self-employed or contract work are probably ADHD. If not, almost all. Because we end up in those situations, whereas a person that's not neurodivergent might end up in that situation because a situation popped up. Whereas an ADHD person is kinda pushed towards that. Not directly, but you get frustrated with the system. The system doesn't work, the system doesn't fit you, or it's just every time that you work for a boss, they end up becoming shitty and you don't like them. So you'll end up self-employed. Now, add that together with another point. People with ADHD tend to struggle to keep their thoughts on tasks. The moment that that task isn't entirely enthralling your attention, you're going to start to wonder. And that will generally, like, the task can be like following a conversation or trying to do laundry, and then you get sidetracked and do other things, or you go on sidetracks in videos. Since your brain is thinking of new things, you start to become creative because you're creating new experiences in your own mind. That can be creative problem solving. So I start to do a new task, and then once I get like even slightly bored, which would only be like a couple of minutes for me, I'll start to think of ways that I could do this better or min-max my experience. Min-maxing your experience is something you have to be aware of. You're allowed to do it, but be sure that you're not doing it out of like a cycle of like a, oh, this isn't enjoyable enough, I have to enjoy it more, or I won't, and big emphasis on the or I won't enjoy it anymore, and that's a problem. That will cause anxiety. That fear that you won't enjoy something, that then leads to, over time, and it takes a long time for this to happen, but life is long, blocks on like cleaning your house, or in my case, I couldn't even shower. I was that mentally locked down. I didn't get a dopamine response from having a shower. I then started bringing in videos to watch whilst I was in the shower. I listened to podcasts. Then the podcasts weren't doing me enough for me, and then I just got to the point where I couldn't shower anymore because I wasn't getting the dopamine response because that mental block was built up on that. So there's two ways in which your mind can wander. I'll bring it back to that. One is creative problem solving, like I just talked about. I can improve this, or all that sort of stuff, and that makes creative coders. And a lot of coders or programmers are on the spectrum, but that probably also means that they have a type of ADHD. Now, I also want to just point out quickly that ADHD is a terrible name. For a lot of people with ADHD, it is not about attention or hyperactivity. A lot of times, also, attention is misconstrued and misunderstood. In this particular circumstance, those are symptoms, not the problem. The problem is the lack of dopamine that causes some people to not be able to focus, or to hyperfixate on things, which sounds counterproductive, as like counterintuitive, but if you get a dopamine response from something, you latch onto it. That's where that happens. And then the other thing is the lack of norepinephrine, but also a lot of the times people with ADHD also lack serotonin. I don't think I lack really a lot of serotonin, because I'm not really ever depressed that much. I just get really angsty and shit like that. So yeah, the other way that you can be creative with your brain is... your brain will wander, is with creativity. So I would say that if not all creative people are probably ADHD in some way. Maybe not all ADHD in the same way, but yeah, that wouldn't be a surprise. Now, let's add in the third pillar to this argument that I'm getting to, is people with ADHD tend to be people pleasers because other people are a massive dopamine response. A huge one. It is probably the second biggest dopamine response, aside from extreme sports and drugs. Dopamine response you can get in life, generally. And also, you notice that a lot of people with ADHD do extremes. Oh, a lot of people that do extreme sports are ADHD. You'll probably pick up on that at some point. So we typically become people pleasers. Now, this gets more tricky as adults start to arise, and they can go down a path of becoming arseholes. It's not necessarily their own fault, and this is why I'm very forgiving of people that become arseholes, and be like, they could do better if they knew, and they didn't have the block on introspection. Is, if you don't get that dopamine response from having interactions with a few people, that will start the seed again of then being a block. Oh, I don't want to try to interact with that person. It's going to it's going to be a waste of time and a waste of effort. So it's going to lock me out of then interacting with people, and then you have to put up emotional shields and barriers, and you can become an arsehole towards people, and you can become the shittiest of person. And I was kind of half like that. I was in that sort of between area where I was shitty to a lot of people, but not to people in my immediate circle. I was people pleasers to them because they gave me that dopamine response. And this is where people with borderline personality disorder start to have a lot of problems, is they will be nice to the people around them. And you'll hear this about people with borderline personality disorders, is they will suck people in. It's because if they get a good response from you, they will really like you, and they will very quickly, potentially, fall in love with you, and make you feel like a king, and feel great. But they will also then start to lose that dopamine response from you. And then they'll start to cause problems, and they'll cause conflict. Because conflict is also a dopamine response for a lot of people, because even though it's negative, it's a new experience. So be weary of people with borderline personality disorders. But I can't remember where I was going with that particular tangent. People pleasers then will also get a dopamine response from performing in some way. So now we've got self-employed, or jobs that don't have a boss directly, are people pleasers, and are normally creative. Now, do you think that it would be insane for me to say that probably every YouTuber has autism? Or, ADHD? And as an extension, probably autism? I would probably bet that most don't have it. Describing you for real? Yeah. If anybody doesn't know, me and Spieler talked when we did a bit of a collaboration a while ago, and we talked a little bit about ADHD. Now, also keep in mind that ADHD is also very often comorbid with almost every other disability, which is where it gets a little bit muddy about the distinction between ADHD and autism, because you can have some things and ADHD but not really display autism. So I think probably a better way of thinking about ADHD's comorbidity is you might have ADHD on its own, but that's unlikely. It's normally like the base upon what every other mental disability happens upon. So, things like schizophrenia, a lot of those people have very incredibly, not all the time, but a very incredibly severe ADHD, especially if it's paranoid. Then it's like, it's extreme. I've known a paranoid schizophrenia person, and she was quite lovely until her medication wore off, and then because I already had anxiety, it scared me because of the depiction in media. Her paranoid thing was always kind of like the radio was talking about me. She was not actually a violent or scary person. She was actually very nice and placid, even when the medication wore off. It was just she would retract and shut down. But I wasn't doing mentally particularly well, and I got scared of her because of the depictions in media, as I said. So I stopped talking to her, and I do feel some guilt from that, because otherwise, she was actually kind of interesting. And I like the fact that she challenged me on my worldviews, which is not something that other people did. And I think that was a side effect of her medication, because that went away normally in the evenings. This is like way back in the day as well. 2012. No, sorry, 2002, sorry, is what I meant to say. No, maybe 2007. It was the first time, this was way before Me Too as well. She made me actually understand what misogyny was. I always thought that it was hating women, but no, it was, at the time, my brain updated to think that, no, it's just thinking, like, the underlying thought process of humanity, generally at this particular point in time, is that women are just kind of like a slightly lower status. And it's not out of any malice. And I still struggle with it, kind of. If I date a woman that earns more than me, I feel intimidated. Now, it's not about hating women. It's just feeling that I should be more than the woman. And then that also gets into the whole thing about, like, tying one's worth to a capitalist thing, blah, blah, blah. We'll gloss over that one. Crazy your brain can just do that to you. It really makes me realize how we are just our chemistry. Oh, yeah. So, if somebody's an arsehole, you're allowed to block them out of your life. You're allowed to hate them. You're allowed to dislike them, disparage them, all that sort of stuff. That is all normal human stuff. But it might also behoove you to realize that that person has had a set of experiences in their life that has led them to behave that way. And they probably, deep down, they won't admit it because there's a mental barrier on introspection, most likely, that they probably don't want to be that way. And you can't help them. Because if they already hate you, they're not going to be receptive to help. So you can be compassionate, but also be like, no, fuck that person. And this is something which I've gone through. I realized after being medicated that I had been a horrible person throughout my life, and adjusting that has been a process. I keep on pulling myself. I was talking to T-Dev directly in a DM chat. A lot of it is, he said he'd like to keep confidential, because we were talking about the tires mod at the time, which is something which we're going to be addressing starting tomorrow. And it's going to take over from the Insano mod as well. I'm going to redo the tires mod, or at least a large chunk of it, so that's going to be redone. To now fit the new system that they implemented just for me. Not just just for me. It was because of what they saw that I did, they realized that there was a bit of a hole in modding accessibility. And that's why the mod never ended up on the repository and whatnot. They asked me, have we done something to upset you? Now, I thought that I'd done, at this point, all the work I needed to do to improve myself, because I'd gone through massive life changes. I had realized what I thought were all my mental barriers and all that sort of stuff. And I realized that I was quite aggro in my videos, and I was more antagonistic than what I needed to be. But also, my knee-jerk reaction, which now I realize that I have knee-jerk reaction to things, is, like, my knee-jerk is always know you're wrong. And I don't entirely know why that is my default. But it's something that I've been ruminating on, because I still have it. My first reaction to pretty much anybody telling me something is no, you're wrong. So my reaction to them, did we do anything to upset you? They kinda had. But I felt the need to be the people pleaser, as I talked about, and then also that knee-jerk reaction was, no, you didn't do anything. So I think that kind of just made me seem like an arsehole. But a lot of it was not really directly their fault, and also just their own thing, because they also said that there's probably a lot of ADHD and Spectrum stuff in their development team, which would make sense. Like, to see that you can make a very good game and decent physics, and then go, no, we want to do it the hard way, because we like realism. You're kind of going to have to be on the Spectrum, probably. And then there's also learning coding for a neurotypical person is possible, but it's hard, and there's easier paths in life, and they'll generally be more inclined to take the easier path. There's also a lot of, like, talk about how coding is hard, so that ends up creating barriers for people anyway. Even neurotypical people still get the same things that we do. It's just more intense and more pronounced for people with ADHD. Because all of these things are just how humanity survives. A lack of dopamine means that that thing is not good for your existence, so you do something else. That's just how evolution works. If you subscribe to evolution, not everybody does, and that's entirely your choice. I used to be offended by creationists, but now I realize that that was just me chucking up a barrier because I had some real Christian zealot family friends who made me feel that I had to push back on it really, really hard. So I don't feel as irked by creationists anymore. I realized that that was a me problem. You don't like this update that much? No, I think this update is good. I think they've done a lot of really good. I think there's still stuff that can be done. But I think that's with anything. I don't... How do we get from BeamNG to philosophy of therapy and BeamNG modding? Yeah, I don't subscribe to 10 out of 10 as a concept, really. I don't really get into coding. I really didn't enjoy it much. I like what I visually can create out of it. Though. Yeah. The thing is not only, like, I'm the sort where I'm, like, balanced between the two types of ADHD. There's the creative sort of ADHD, which is normally more ADHD and less autism. And then there's the more autism-heavy versions of ADHD, where, more autism version of ADHD, where you like technical details. I'm the sort which is like, it's just spectrum. There's lots of people all around these sorts of, like, spectrum, so I'm not unique. Where I love technical details, I love learning these technical things, I love coding, I love programming. It's frustrating, but I still love it. But I'm also creative, so I love to be creative with my things. And that's kind of seen in that, which I still have to fix, the thruster transformation mod that I made and presented to Carmody. That's a perfect blend of, like, animations, that's showing creativity, all that sort of stuff, and technical detail stuff. But also, when I was a kid, I used to paint. Like, I'm in this area, and I enjoy this area of ADHD and autism, and it's really fun for me. Which is why when I looked at that, the aliasing line that happens on the trunk line here, I was thinking of like multiple ways of doing it. Why did that light up? What is happening? Oh, okay. Yeah, I could have probably used another month, but it's not horrible. Oh, it could have used another month? Yeah. I think it probably could have... See, the thing is not... Like, in the huge changes that they're making, I don't think a month would have been enough. Like, honestly, really? I hope they're not pushing too hard. But if they weren't pushing really hard, this could have been easily another 6 months to a year. It would have been very polished, less likely to have bugs. But I think there's also a little bit of like people getting that they're wanting as many dopamine responses as what they can, and that new experiences comes in the form of like game updates in BeamNG. So we talked about that staying in the same situation. That can be including playing the same game. You recognize that you get a lot of dopamine responses from a game like BeamNG because it has lots of dynamic ways in which things can happen. Like, your crashes are very unlikely to be the same crashes every single time. I mean crashes of the vehicles, not the game crashing on you, by the way. Because that'll crash in different ways as well. So you'll notice that you get dopamine responses for this one and it lasts a while. And your brain makes that connection. This thing gives me the dopamine response, but it'll stop giving you the dopamine response. So you try to min-max your experience after a while, and that causes people to do modding. Is there anybody I can think that's a good example of this? I don't know. We'll move on from that subject. I don't know. Somebody else that also fits other criteria, like also does YouTube maybe. Who knows? I feel some moment stream. Hello. Oh, sorry, we're getting real deep into psychology. Sorry about this, Adrian. But I think it's good to work on the mods. Will be updated at some point. Sure. The problem is if you have an inability to learn, whether it be through like learning difficulties or it's just too difficult or you have mental blocks. Saying something is too difficult is a mental block, but we'll distinguish. Because there's also, it's too difficult for the amount of effort I want to put in, and too difficult as in there's a mental block. Like I think it's difficult, therefore the hurdle to get over that mental block is too difficult. Sidetrack? Oh yeah, no, that'll happen. But today I thought I would break it down a lot more, because it also seems that people are enjoying this chat. Like, what are we at? 35 viewers, like we're doing pretty well. Game on Ultra GT. Oh, what's a GT 1030? I know the 1050. I don't know about a 1030. Is that a special thing? We want lists made by Your Majesty. What? You want me to do listicles? Yeah, it's a good example of dopamine, especially when he's driving in the Pigeon. Yeah, you'll also notice that he's calmed down a lot. For me, that actually makes his content more enjoyable. It just seems to fit me a little bit nicer. That's also a maturity thing. I wonder if he's doing it deliberately to grow with his audience growing up as well, because he's been doing it for a while now. Or, because I've also noticed the patterns, he's trying to min-max his experience. But he's not getting the dopamine response, so he's not as excited and as happy anymore. Like, you notice that he's not, like, big smiley happy anymore. Relentlessly excited, which is the thing which I really hate. I was okay when he was relentlessly excited about my mods, but if it was for anything else, it was too much energy for me. I just couldn't deal with it. Crappiest GPU ever? Yeah, a 30 sounds really low. Average Intel HD user, but my iGPU is powerful. Yeah, no, a lot of iGPUs can be very powerful. I won't mention who they are, but there's another big creator in the scene that went through a mental health issue that even left them mute, selectively or inselectively mute for periods of time, where they literally couldn't talk. They'd bound themselves into their own mental weave. And they ended up burning out on YouTube for quite a while. I won't dox them. Please don't try to guess their name, because I don't know whether they're open about their struggles. But yeah, I did the same thing. I burnt out in 2024, and like a little over 6 months. The problem is that's also what's called a safety behavior. Not doing something for people with ADHD, because we have delayed dopamine responses as well, or at least delayed recognition of dopamine responses is probably a more accurate way of putting that. We have a problem of connecting what's wrong, not always, but connecting what's wrong with the thing that's causing anxiety or a panic attack or whatever. So that becomes another vector for things to become a problem. Where was I going with that? I was taking time off. I was circling. Oh yeah, safety behaviors. So safety behaviors are, if you go, oh, I don't want to do that, so I won't do that. If you tried to force yourself, do you think you would feel like uncomfortable at the least, or anxiety or panic attack at the most? Well, not doing that will only make it worse. That's called a safety behavior. Not doing it for any other sort of reason, or doing a safety behavior like, oh, I'll just go on my phone instead for a little bit. I'm just gonna, this is something which happens a lot with YouTubers. You'll hear them talk about it, but they won't recognize it's happening either. But they go, oh, I'll just go on my phone whilst I'm waiting for the level to load, and I'll look at some shorts and whatnot. That is also a safety behavior, because loading screens don't get a dopamine response, so you don't like it, so then you seek out dopamine, and that's where dopamine-seeking behavior is. And you try to fill that time. Unfortunately, that you're stopping introspection at that point, and that is a problem, because then you can't self-improve, and you'll only get worse down that path, and that's where panic attacks start to come from. And they form from you think it'll make you have anxiety, so you start to fear it, but then you have fear about the fear, and then you get that feedback loop. As you see that causes a panic attack, because all anxiety is a situational fear response. Now, fear responses are meant to be natural. That's how humans evolve and whatnot. It's just previously dopamine seeking wasn't as easy, so people survived a lot easier. Then newspapers came about, then TVs came about, and now the internet, and now social media. And then phones. Like, it's gotten so much easier to get the dopamine. The problem is you'll keep seeking these dopamine things. You don't realize that what you're doing is depriving yourself of the ability to think about and process your emotions. The problem is knowing this also doesn't fix that problem, because you need help to get there, and that help normally will have to be external, whether it be medication or people. Do you want to go out, do you? Because if you have a block on introspection, you can't introspect to fix the problem, so you're kind of fucked. So you also don't want to get help, because getting help might fail, which then has a mental block on it. And that's why a lot of people with ADHD don't get help. So you'll notice people with ADHD don't want to accept help. And that's kind of why. So you have to And this took me long time, and I'm only moderately okay with it because I'm still unraveling my own brain spaghetti of like emotions and mental barriers and all that sort of stuff. You have to know why you don't want to do that task. And once you realize that it is potentially because of anxiety or fear, a lot of people also don't realize that they have anxiety until they don't have it, as I said before. So don't be dismissive of the idea of what you're feeling is anxiety. Then what you have to do is realize, oh, well, this anxiety thing is a thing that I'm just going to have for the rest of my life. That's a characteristic of me. Also, don't hang on to that too much. That's what caused my panic attack to last more than 5 minutes and ended up lasting a week, as I was hanging on to it as I thought that I needed to have that panic attack when I went to see the doctor. But I also didn't want to see the doctor because, you know, I've already told you that. Partly because I was like, oh, I want to try to see if I could fix it myself first. But I was always having the conversation in my head with my doctor about why it was currently happening. And I was like, why am I talking this in the past tense? It might be over. And then without realizing, I went, okay, cool. Well, I'll try thinking about like talking about as if it passed, because every other one of my tricks wasn't working. And then I went in my head talking to the doctor, I just had a really long panic attack and I think I need help with dealing with this stuff in the future. I was in the middle of a shower, which you don't have distractions, which why you do a lot of your thinking in the shower, so you shouldn't have distractions in the shower and loading screens and all that sort of stuff. Instantly, the panic attack went away. Oh my god. I was terrified that I was heading down to the same path that I was getting to. That stupid little just twist of thought just worked. How brains suck. All right, I'm gonna go feed Pippa because she is an hour overdue. You ready for breakfast? Yeah. Also, before I read chat and leave this topic, min-maxing your experience and an inability to introspect and look at the calls that you're having around you, does that sound like the sort of thing that billionaires would do? So I would probably say that most greedy people have ADHD. They just also happen to be lucky in their environment, their upbringing, the amount of money that their parents have, blah, blah, blah. But also got a degree at the right time, entered the right field at the right time, made the right choice at the right time, where other people probably would have made the same choice or similar choice and also failed. I disagree. I think you can be greedy without ADHD. Do you think that a person could be so... I mean, I don't really want to say evil, but we'll just use it as like a placeholder word, to disregard humanity and other people that you can see clearly in front of you to min-max your experience. And for them, it's like money and income. I mean, what's Elon going to do with an evaluation of $1 trillion? He tried to min-max his taxing, his taxes, which is done by not taking in income, but taking private loans upon equity that you have. So then you have to keep the cost of your company up. Well, we'll leave the economy stuff, but basically, what I was trying to say is he doesn't have that amount of money, but he's kind of built himself into a corner, which all of them do with this particular strategy, where you have to always have infinite growth sort of thing, otherwise economy collapses because you're that big now. There's a thought that narcissism is actually a brain chemical problem, which is related to significantly, but not entirely, sociopathy. And a lot of that comes down to where you get your dopamine from, and is also then thought to be, as they're learning more about like just the absolute breadth of ADHD and how an overwhelming majority of people might actually have ADHD. There's also been some meta-studies based upon data from places like Facebook, where they might actually show that everyone might have autism, kinda, but it just really starts to vary. Like, there's the people that just are fine, like, fit the technical definition of what autism is. And, like, it's incredibly so mild to the point where you would never see it, all the way to the people that are completely mutism. You know what's to get rid of billionaires? Communism? Yeah, unfortunately, communism is more susceptible to the problems that capitalism has more than what capitalism has. Control-Shift-I? Control-Shift-I. Ah, that's the tire pop one? Wait, is my controller not working? Oh! It's AI, okay. Yeah, I think, because greed still exists in communism. Unfortunately, the problem there is that what can they be greedy with? Well, if everything's owned by the government, it's the system you have to be greedy with. So it cuts out the middleman, whereas in capitalism it starts with money, growing your business, min-maxing your experience, basically. You're not getting enough, so you dopamine response, so you do more. I feel that if you're that greedy of a billionaire or the world's first trillionaire and whatnot, that really... I mean, we already know that he has autism. He's said it himself, and it makes sense. You can tell it in the way in which he looks, and there's like physical characteristics, and the way in which he talks and sounds, and his logical processes, and his inability to think on subjects deeper than a shallow thought process for a lot of things. Not everything, but just on like interpersonal things he doesn't seem to give a lot of thought to. I'm gonna bring out traffic as well. Press 4. Okay, give it a second. Press J. Alright, well, let's try 4. Oh, okay, you just want more cinematic, and then press J. Oh, pause. Haha, haha. I don't like the cinematic camera that much. I don't think humans could ever done real communists at big scale. Yeah, there still hasn't been. So normally you'll see like a big dictator at the top. A lot of people also conflate communism with dictatorship. Just want to clarify that those things are different and separate, and you can have dictatorships in capitalists as well. That is what England was for quite... What was that? For quite a while. And so were a bunch of other ones. But, yeah, unfortunately, to have a revolution... Revolution has the depiction of people fighting against the government with weapons and whatnot. That's not necessarily what a revolution is. What I mean in this particular thing, because I'm going to use the other one as well, to have such a massive change of something is such a hard thing to do that it really needs the contemporary understanding of what a revolution is to happen. So that normally takes somebody that is very charismatic, because otherwise you're not going to be able to inspire people to have that revolution. That's why for humans it seems impossible. You would all need to agree to everything, which humans don't do. No, I don't think you would need to agree to everything to have communism work. You can still be creative inside of a communist society. The problem is people... They're quite misinformed. You can have a very good arts society in a communist society. The problem is the rest of the world works in currency, so you kind of just... You just need currency at the moment. The only problem why it doesn't work is unless mental health becomes a bigger thing, even for like rich millionaires and billionaires and all that sort of stuff, you're not going to get rid of greed. And I see greed as a mental health issue these days. Otherwise, there's not really a way in which you can be so dismissive of other people. You can take $1 million as opposed to $1 trillion. What's the problem? Is $1 million not enough for you? Like, you see the sort of thing. There has to be something wrong, because that's unfathomable. Now, whether it be ADHD, like I suggested, or if it is just like a sociopath or a psychopath, those particular... There's a lot of like confusion. Those are not the type where you hallucinate. That is schizophrenia. A sociopath is somebody that struggles to form relationships. A psychopath is somebody that can't form emotional relationships. Or chooses not to, whatever you want to call it. Everyone's a little bit different and creates their own mind cages. Even neurotypical people, quote unquote, will create their own emotional safety barriers. It's normal. That's how humanity has evolved, survived for so long. There's a lot of people learning to drive at night, huh? And we're making a circle around the block. All right. A vaporwave light. Yeah, I tried to make a vaporwave skybox for BeamNG, but for my grid map, but it didn't work. Oh yeah, we'll definitely play. Oh, next month. Wow, that's really quick, Spiel. That's a quick turnaround. Wow, that looks really nice. That like third brake light. I mean, it's the wrong shape, but that that does look really nice. I'm ignoring the fact that it's like a point light, but the light is very much a wide horizontal. That just looks so nice in there. Also, what do we look like with lights off? So lights off, I can kind of see around. I can't see at a distance. Kind of see that now. Yeah, that's unplayable, and I have a very good... Okay, weird light coming that far. Yeah, if you're nitpicking, you can see a lot of the light problems. But if you turn the lights on, even in here, it makes it a little bit dimmer. Are we just going to keep going in circles? Is that what's happening? Has this person got like a... They're trying to find the address, but the GPS is taking them to the wrong place? Okay. Yeah. I'm not overly concerned with the light dimming. However, it does make it really difficult to see long distances. So there's... Do we have like a moon? There's stars in the sky. But I suppose we'd have to go down like a country road. To... like without light, street lights to see whether there's much illumination. Which I think is right here. Okay. I'm going this way. Excuse me. Rude? Alright, now we get into the pitch blackness. Yeah, I don't like the transitioning. Oh, okay, that's good. I'm assuming you guys have driven at night? I'm gonna turn... There we go. Are the taillights even too bright? When you drive at night and you get, like, flashbanged by somebody with high beams. So, I don't think there's any moonlight. That does look pretty good. I like that. That feels quite realistic, because I used to walk a lot at night. It's not doing that thing where everything lights up again. Was that just coincidental because there was a light coming head on? Because I can't see anything. I don't have the constellations on, do I? No, good. What the hell? Oh, okay. No, I don't think that would be doing it. So, free cam into darkness? Okay. Ow. Bugger. If I go Control Shift T, will that get rid of traffic? It will. Good, okay. You said free cam into darkness. Okay, I'm free camming it. Nothing. Wait, there's different types of free cam, they said. So there's floating, there's walking. Oh, okay, here we go. Steady camera. Drone they're a terrible steady cam operator, if that's what it's like. Drone chase camera. Wait. Cinematic camera? Drone chase camera, what's that? Is that... Thanks. Oh, okay. Okay. How's the pathing on this go? Oh, I'm not good at controlling this. Oh. Okay, that's cool. But I feel that's more of a cinematic thing and not so much you're meant to use this thing. Alright. Get rid of the rod, maybe. Depends on the date and what the moon phase is. For that, you might need to enable moon for moonlight. Really? Gap cam, but long? Could you imagine that, like, camera buzzing around the car sort of thing that they do in drifting? That would be vomit-inducing. I already struggle to watch those. Alright, let's drive this car a little bit hard. Let's turn ESC off. This is like the base model, by what I've been able to ascertain. And I'm guessing this is petrol and not diesel. Or as I like to call it, diesel. Decent to, like, handle. It really wants to pull back into line. Like, it very much... Like, it almost feels fake just how amazing this thing pulls back into line. Like, I'm trying to upset it, but it just kind of, like, dives in, pulls the back in, but also doesn't massively understeer. It just feels controllable. I knew I wasn't going to make that one. Wow, that's weird. It almost also kind of feels like it's like 16 to 1800 kilos. But it's such a small car, I don't think it would be. Yeah, it's only 1300. Out of that? Oh, thank you, devs. Oh, I just went, that looks different. So I was like, I was hoping that they stopped the things from overlapping. These used to overlap, so you'd never be able to read them if you had more than one. Average force? Oh. Clusters? Oh, okay. So, there's a thing in GE lore that talks about clusters of nodes. And I was unclear as to whether that meant for like a cluster of nodes on a part, like a wheel? Or a cluster of nodes as the whole car, because it seemed to affect the whole car. Now we see that the whole car is one cluster. What if I break something off? Is that a... 414 is the cluster. 32 for that cluster. And 0 for this one. Okay. Now I know what clusters are. So I suppose, yeah, if you apply a force to a cluster, it would only move the main vehicle. I suppose I never recognized that. Yeah. Interesting. Ow. Oh. How do automation cars handle with 20,000 lights? They rejected my tailgating mod because there were too many lights on there, and there was only like I can't remember how many, but not 2,000 or 20,000. I know that they used to have massive performance issues with lights, and it was a big problem for BeamNG vehicles because, sorry, automation vehicles. Because didn't I reset? How did the bumper re-brake? Oh, sorry, bonnet re-brake. Did I hit some? What? Weird. Gotta go, it's 3:30 AM right now in your country. Alright then, Adrian, thanks for being here. I'm surprised you hung around for the entire time after joining on the almost bait and switch style stream title. I almost made it. Who put that there? How dare they? We can recreate the sun with automation. You can do everything. I remember people were making houses in automation and bringing them over as drivable objects. Jiggly and shaky as fuck, but yeah. 5:30 for you? Cool. It's 12 o'clock for me. Oh, you know what? People will be wanting to come in. Fixing your marriage with automation? I didn't say you could fix things. I said you can make things. You can make a marriage in automation, probably. Don't know whether it'd stay together, but you can do it. Oh, okay. Suddenly it became unstable? This thing doesn't like to weight shift. Do I not have a oversteer system? Like, it's something that seems a little bit weird. Like, it's almost like it has it, but doesn't. I have to figure out where everything is. Enable smart recovery system. Start free roam with traffic. Driving assist, there we go. Okay. We don't have oversteer reduction. Okay. I remember turning that off. But it handles so well, I kind of felt like it almost had it. Weird. It's a strange vehicle. Like, it handles so nicely, but also... Like, normally what you have to do is you have to make a car more twitchy. To make it have sharp turn-in and whatnot, which this thing has fairly decent turn-in. But it doesn't have oversteer, which is normally indicative of when you get into, like, higher speeds. The automation equivalent of my social skills is how much automation has implemented diesel power. Ah. The hatchback is... Yeah. There's a few other arguments as to why that sort of stuff will happen with EVs. Normally it's also because the weight is more distributed. Oh, new sound effects. There is a delay on the clicks. Oh, wait, no. I'm going through a capture card. Oh. Vivis EV is very tail-hatted. Oh, hold on. Let's turn that off. Oh! Oh my god, that is a lot more tail-happy. Wow. It is dual motor, yes, so that just comes with the territory. That also looks like a brand new model. That looks pretty good. How have they imagined batteries? So, yeah, that's how they've imagined it. You won't normally find an electric version of a petrol vehicle. And if you do, it's not normally a slab underneath. And there's a few different reasons for that. One of which is you would have to, like, to be able to fit batteries in properly, and that doesn't look properly, you have to do that, lift the seat up. But you'd have to have batteries in more than that area. You'd have to have them under here as well. You may not realize it, but Tesla's, by what I've heard, they just do a really good job of making you feel like you're just in a slightly lower sports car, except for the SUVs, like in the like the S-Class? Type S. So they lift the feet up as well to get around that sort of problem I've heard. For yeah, the SUVs, they just move everything up, including the seat. So yeah, I mean, honestly, you're not really fitting much battery in here at all. You're gonna have to lay them down. That's why I'm a little bit hesitant on their EVs, but I also don't mind, because what it allows them to do is spend less time. Spend less time modeling things and just getting content out, which I think is fine. If I was making serious mods, it's not something I would particularly do, though. I would only do it for something like an SUV. My god, okay, that is actually a problem. Yeah, it doesn't seem to accelerate that hard, so it's not like a high-powered vehicle. Blech. So, what I'm trying to figure out now is whether the oversteer is due to the drive type or the weight distribution and chassis. Yeah, no, it's still got the understeer on slow down. That was a bit of a struggle, but I was able to get it there. Okay, so I think most of the tail happiness, though it is more tail happy, definitely. But at least it's still subtle controllable. It's the power oversteer, which becomes quite difficult to control. Oh dear. Yeah, it's like once it reaches that tipping point, it's hard to come back from. What drive is really prone to snap oversteer, which is just exacerbated by the region braking on the front wheels, hence the tail happiness. Yeah, the one-pedal driving. Okay. Oh, they remodeled the vehicle config again. Alright, so apparently they got rid of the apply button, which means they also got rid of the live updates thing, which is going to be bad for multiplayer. Anyway, let's go and get rid of the rear motor. Be under rear suspension, most likely. Yep, it's in there. Differential, empty. Okay. Oh, only one button to exit? Nice. Wait. Oh, is it only rear-wheel drive? This has got the suspension to take front-wheel drive. Wrong thing. Do they have a front motor? Engine front cover, front electric motor, there we go. Is that enough? That's enough, okay. Okay, gutless on the front. Let's see how it goes. Okay, we're back to the same sort of handling characteristics. It is definitely different. This keeps in line so much stronger now. But I think that's also because, like, even in the normal version, that just yanks itself back in line, whilst not, like, massively understeering. Wait. Oh. Is it one... Oh, okay. It's got like automatic braking on? Is that a realistic behavior now? Damn it. I suppose if they just artificially put the brakes on, it will tend to understeer in a car like this. And then if I try to power through it instead, it just understeers. So then it kind of just pulls it back in line. Alright. Oh. Rear suspension, rear differential. Rear electric motor. Is there anything more? Sport rear. Motor. Front. Do they have a sport as well? They do not. Can I put in a fuel tank? No, I can only have one. Okay. It now won't drive with 2 electric motors in it. Turn off regen in the radial menu? Okay. Why would that be happening? Is that also electric? Electric? 4x4. Okay, so they're electric 4x4. Why is mine failing me? What is the part difference here? Exhaust empty. Engine. Differential. ECU. QE ECU? Frunk cover empty. I don't know. Trunk load? Seems to be in P and oh. I switched to realistic mode. My bad. I forgot that I did that. Okay. Being all-wheel drive has not greatly helped us. I might make one hybrid on inline 5 or V5. Yeah, there's been a few V5s, Mysterious Unknown. They're just not very common. Okay, there's a bit of like a weird tipping point where sometimes this will just, kind of like chunk into oversteer. Like it's like it skips a beat, like a weird suspension geometry. You know what it is? No, I think it's the brakes being applied at the same time. Okay, you said it could be turned off here. So... vehicle actions. Vehicle features. Regenerative braking. I don't want it off, I just want... oh, one pedal drive. Okay, there we go. That's what we want. No, it's still doing it. Just not much. Alright, let's just turn it off entirely. I mean, it's not like we're looking to, ruin the environment or anything. This is a video game. Yeah, it still wants to pull us into line, though. Interesting handling characteristics. Not in a million years would I be able to recreate handling characteristics like this. I say a million years. It'll probably take me, like, at least half a year of just, like, selectively training myself on, like, the things that you'd need to know to be able to get characteristics like this, but I don't want to. That's too deep in the weeds. I'd rather make the mod and then hand that off to somebody else. I know enough. Oh dear. It does become a bit like a bombing knocker. Drifter the Eco hatchback. Alright, let's try this one out. Is it exactly the same? I think it might be the same thing, it's just now got the regenerative braking back on. So, now we know that the regen braking is car specific and not, or instance specific for the car, and not an overarching setting that will be applied all the time. But that could get annoying. Especially if you're doing like career mode, where you keep going back to the same car and you have to keep disabling it all the time. Drifter burrito. Yeah, really, it doesn't like to oversteer. I mean, you can force it, definitely. But it's not a naturally oversteery car until you start to power over. You're gonna power over. But, yeah. Let's now go to the track and let's try it out on the track. Does it keep resetting? Oh! Wait, have they made the map easy to navigate? So if I want to go to the start line... Quick travel! That's the drift track. I don't want that. So I can't mouse over it and scroll. Lot launchy? Long race circuit 1. Quick travel. Okay. I feel that quick travel wasn't a thing before, but I always wanted it to be. To be fair, it could be annoying if you have vehicle IRL that defaults to one setting every time. Oh, definitely. Yeah, no. I had, an SD150. One of the best cars I've ever owned. It had a few little quirks, though. One of which, the traction control was actively dangerous and trying to kill me. And apparently it's a common thought from everybody. No, we'll do it this way. Okay, there we go. No, we got it. Okay. Oh, I somehow got a picture of, the capture screen. That's funny. I just hate how it takes so long for capture screen to work. Alright. Oh, okay. Try it on the other side. Okay, there, we got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it. So, the shadows... Oh, can I not zoom in? Are you... I can't zoom in. The shadow motion blur system is not perfect, as we can see. Unfortunate, but it is still, on the whole, a lot better. There's a little bit of light fringing, by the looks of it. Either that or it's an optical illusion, but you can compensate for optical illusions, it's fine. It's kind of like how random music players aren't actually random anymore because people are like, oh, it feels like you're playing the same songs all the time. No, it's just your songs are too skewed but towards one genre. I'm seeing how they're putting it together now. A little bit for the motion blur. I don't know how they got this bug though. Like a... Let's see how she handles at high-speed handling. This is meant to be the sports electric version. Oh! Inverted G's. Big problem. Yep. Very easy to drift if you yank on that handbrake. Oh dear! This thing does not do well in inverted G's. Problem which I know oh so well. Not nearly as bad as mine when I made the Elfin, but yeah. Pretty terrifying. Oh. Okay, well maybe it is as bad as mine. Oh, no, I think it has the problem as much as mine, but, not as drastic when it happens. Electric vehicle? Yeah, I like electric vehicles. I hope one day they become, like, proper sporty for normal people. But then again, I'm also happy with a hybrid. Is it electronically limited to 110? It's a fun car to drive. Once it gets a little bit wayward, though, it becomes a bit of a nightmare. Let's try a race version now. So we have the street tuned. I love the look of this. Does it have slicks on? So I want to drive something with slicks. I love that bodywork. That does look... Ah! Okay. There we go. I can't remember what I was saying. My brain's fried. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I was pressing the wrong buttons again. Alright, I have to learn the pressing Shift C to get out of free cam. Alright, so this is just an air curtain. I feel that pushes in a little too easily towards the tire and not actually pushing the air outwards. That's fine. That is non-functional. Usually a duct down here would be ducting to the brakes. You're not going to have much flow attachment here. I don't think that's going to be doing much. It might, but I don't think it is. Because we do have ventilation from here. There probably shouldn't be the fender underneath this, because the big advantage of this is it evacuates air from inside the wheel well, and that is very important for drag reduction. And having the fender still there kind of prevents that from functioning the way it's meant to. I'm glad that I'm learning so much about aerodynamics. I like it. But yeah, no, otherwise, I really like the look. You had a config saved in one, but it got moved to another. One thing that I enjoy is that for separated cars. Oh, okay. Welcome, the Audio Meister. How's it going? Are the beams NGing? A little bit. I do very much love the new graphics. I think they are fantastic. I appreciate that they moved a lot more towards the ambient occlusion. That was, I felt for the longest time, really the only thing holding it back. Okay, so this is a lot better in inverted Gs, and I think a lot of that's probably just to do with the wing. We'll test just a front-wheel drive out in a bit, and we'll see if that has problems with inverted Gs as well. Jesus. Oh, wait. We have ESC on. No, that's cheating. Alright. Oh, two-step is still on? No. No, okay. Let's turn it off. Alright, let's see how this one handles. You know what, I want to test the inverted Gs. Really well, actually. Like, I threw that car around and it only let go as opposed to instantly letting go. Oh. A little bit snappy on the oversteer, huh? Is this front-wheel or rear-wheel drive? It feels like it's front-wheel drive, but has rear-wheel drive handling characteristics. So, we have front drive, but no drive shaft going through? Oh, no, it does. Oh, so it's all-wheel drive then. Alright, well, that makes sense. I think this is their biggest diffuser. As in, like, comes under the most. They ended this in a triangle as opposed to in a polygon. I can tell. It creates that weird pinching at the end. In the reflections. Oh, shift. Oh, did I turned the car off again. Alright. Yeah, I think I like the race version of the FCV a little bit more than this. The EV1 wasn't on, I guess. He's just comparing. I think ICE is front-wheel drive. Or all-wheel drive. EV is rear-wheel drive or all-wheel drive. Yeah, but you could also just have the front-wheel drive version, as I found. I think you can make front-wheel drive EVs. Yeah. So it's it's only got the front motors, which are less powered than the rear motors. Which is inverse to how normally all-wheel drive is implemented into cars. Normally, if you have all-wheel drive in a lot of cars, it's like all-wheel drive on demand, so it's normally front-wheel. Except sometimes it goes to the rear wheel if it finds that it needs it. Okay. So you can lose control. And it kind of lacks top speed a little bit. Also, for it being a track day car, it certainly has a roll cage, which is, I don't know about Germany, but mostly, for a lot of people, track day cars are a car that, you'll drive to the track, do the track day, and go home in. This thing turns on its, hazards too easily. Now, let's go. Race sequential asphalt rally. Let's go. This one. Now, I noticed that this one had really good reflections. Does it have the orange peel on it? It does. I could see it. It's that kind of like pitted shine from the sun. Though it does look stretched for some reason. There it's flat. I think it's to do with the UV unwrap. Okay. Wait, as a race car, it still has the roof vent? Sure. All drive EV is so incredibly mediocre, yeah. The one-wheel drive 2000 HP go-kart. There's gonna be a drive selector mode for the Insano. Oh, that blow-off sound. Is it holding the throttle? No. Yeah, for 30 FPS, this does feel particularly creamy. They have open diff so that happens? Oh. Is this front-wheel drive then? Because this thing is not kicking the back end out at all. Yeah. So just front-wheel drive, huh? Alright. Oh, yeah, auto exposure. Alright, yeah, okay. I can actually see the suspension now. I remember that used to be such a problem that I would have to use fog to be able to see suspension. And also when you move, you can see like a bit of noise on the screen. It'd be nice if that noise stayed, because your eyes become desaturated and noisy in the dark. But they're not holding to it. Yeah. Alright, pretty cool. Not necessarily my cup of tea. Probably feel better in a sim rig. Okay, so how much power are we dealing with here? Asphalt Rally. There we go. 300. Oh, wait, did you tell me here? Oh, 376. Okay. 339. 496. 400. 400. 325. 500. Okay, so the electric one is the highest horsepower. I wonder if they've implemented battery heating as a thing. Anybody know? Because I know that a hot battery wears out. However, a cold battery can't discharge quickly. I think it also can't charge quickly either. Yeah, I wonder. How hard would that be to implement? I mean, they've already got, like, thermals, and they have radiant heat. They could easily add temperatures to batteries. And an overly hot battery also doesn't have a greater range. It does have an EV radiator option, but I'm not sure if it's functional. Well, we do have... yeah, we can have a look at thermals, can't we? Let's bring out that electric one again. Let's have a look at the debug on that. I went to go to the old place. HUD apps. Where are the apps themselves? Okay. Layout actions. Ah, okay. I want debug. Ah, they've updated this as well. So now this is very, I believe. I'm a lot happier that they've gotten better at click recognition. That was probably at the top of my list of things that I really hated about the previous updates. I want upbrake thermal, clutch thermal, engine debug, maybe engine thermal debug. Let's go both of those. It's like there somewhere. How do I go back? Ah, okay. I have to do it one by one. Oh, lovely. Okay. I mean, you had to do that anyway, but extra clicks every time. Well, I suppose it's more that I just don't know. I'm not used to its position. I don't know if it's any more clicks or not. Engine thermal debug. I can't move that, okay. Okay, yep. We'll move that there, and instead we'll move... I can't scroll to change. It's a great feature that they have in, the map editor to, like, scroll to get to different layers. I wish they had it here, too. What is... Does it not like engine thermals for electric cars? Alright. Electric cars just don't get thermals then. Alright. Sure. It's a bit clunky. You. You. Alright. Oh, yeah, no, I don't like that. Oh, aliasing. Oh, we don't get heat here, do we? I've just noticed that you can spawn traffic from the environmental menu. Oh. Interesting. I wonder if that means that they're going to allow it to, like, spawn at speed, so then now we can do spawn at speed stuff. Because I remember that was a, problem. Oh, right, of course. ESC is on. Yeah, alright. What else we got? Was there anything else to do with vehicles? I think that was basically it. I feel that we're kind of getting to the end then. So, here we go. Anything else? There was, oh wait, I do know of one thing. We'll get to that in a second. Common fixes: realistic light, added movable sun visors to all cars. Oh. I don't know if I like that system. I would have preferred just like no grabber. But it looks like you can click through 3D objects, which is a thing that you really struggled to do previously. Separate configs on most vehicles into subgroups in vehicle selector. On most vehicles, a subgroup appears, making the UI less messy. Oh, okay. Subgroups can also appear as separate vehicles. For example, the Sharia SUV has been separated into the Sharia Vivis and the Sharia Torag. The Kappa variant of the T-Series appears in the... Okay. I get the feeling, if we have a look at the code, they're going to still be in the same file, they just separating them. So let's go... what's one of them? It is the... Vivis. The Vivis also has the Ardent. I suppose this is a way of doing things as a, what would you call it? Sub-common folder. Because previously, if you wanted something to be accessed in more than one vehicle, it had to be in a common directory. So like the D-Series shares engines, it had to be in the common directory. This frees up a lot of the common directory, however, that's also not particularly fantastic, potentially. I'm seeing ways in which my career mod has been broken in new and interesting ways. How are they separating them? Alright, let's have a look at the info, JSON. There's some things in here I've not seen before, like paint collections. I don't think has been like this before. Yeah, that's the FCV. How are they separating them? I don't understand. Is it different root J-beams that they also do? Alright, let's have a look at the documentation, because they did mention in a thing, hello, I updated a lot of the documentation related to recent game changes. I'd be happy to hear your feedback. Alright, so, lighting. Wait, do they only do it to lighting, or is lighting the... Alright, then... Modding user interface has its own thing here now. Creating an app. Has this been updated? No, they're still showing Angular app creation stuff. Oh well. Vehicles. Introduction to J-beam. Is this new? I feel like I've seen this, or heard of this at least before. It just looks new. I like how they drew it in a way that isn't intimidating, and I feel that this might have been deliberate. Because if it looked all pristine and perfect, you may go, oh, this is all too technical. But you see that and you go, well, if a child can think it, then I should be able to as well. Because, honestly, modding J-beam is more intimidating than it is hard. I can spawn custom config with the Torag from the Vivis folder. Yeah. Oh, they're showing off the springs. I was looking at the differences between the crash models. Teacher, you left the mouse on the screen. Unwatchable. Ah, node weight. Node weight can be used to adjust how heavy the vehicle is. However, the overall stiffness of the connections of the beams is too high. It will begin to vibrate and then even explode. To prevent vibrations, you either need to make a node heavier or beams less stiff. To make things even more complicated, beams will also start to vibrate and explode if your beam damp is too high. Yeah, which I haven't been able to figure out, but sure. Low node weight, correct node weight. That's a fairly heavy node-ish. Yeah, no, that's a heavy node. It's not very heavy like a truck, but yeah. This in-game shows the effect of node weight on a vehicle. The weight values of 4 nodes connecting the red beams are changed, as can be seen. The vehicle on the right is totally stable due to having the correct node weights, while the vehicle on the left is vibrating badly. Yeah. It's a bit of a weird vibration, but I totally get it. And yes, 1 whole kilogram should be enough to fix something this small. But I feel you could do that with even less weight, maybe. But then when you get into anything like an accident, it would then show its unstableness. I should check out the texture and the engine on the Vivis works. They are the same file. I can spawn my custom configs. Auto exposure fucks me up night when it underexposes. Yeah, I wish there was a more expedient exposure change. Is there where would that be? That'd be under system. Is there a way to like change exposure speed? What's MCP? Run the in-game MCP server to external tools. Ah, yes, okay. Low controller input and force. Nope. Hide steering wheel. Nope. Use Steam name for license plates. Sure. Force high performance plan. Sure. We'll see if we get better FPS. Protocols. Oh no, it leaked my loopback address. Oh no. Oh. Interesting. Replays online features there. Yep, good. That is set. Good. Information. What are we doing? We're looking for exposure. Okay, display. So we have 30. Let's go up to 90 and see what frame rates we're getting. EV compensation. Offsets automatic exposure in EV stops. Lower values brighten the image while higher values darken it. So nothing about yeah, I don't have HDR enabled. I don't even know if I have that available. Anyway, that's no good. Graphics. Update rate 6. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's anything to change the speed of the exposure. I think either one of two things happen. Also, this shadow is disconnected. Just pointing it out. The devs saw it happen for the first time with the auto exposure and they thought, wow, that's so good and amazing. Which, I'm going to be honest, the first time I looked on it, I went, wow, that's cool and amazing. But I also realized that that's not what everyone's going to like, and I know that I didn't particularly like it. I think they liked it so much that they maybe left it in. The other alternative is they weren't able to mitigate the need for auto exposure. Sorry, they weren't able to have auto exposure work as fast as what we would hope. Now, you can also just change the dynamic range. That is something that can happen live as well. I think that I would appreciate a dynamic range. I know that sounds weird. So when you're starting to transition and all that sort of stuff, I think that would really help. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the delayed auto exposure. Now, I get the feeling that exposure is going through some sort of smoother now that I kind of understand how smoothers work. And they're probably having to think of ways to adjust smoothers. Because smoothers are a set in rate and out rate, and as far as I'm aware, you can't change that in rate and out rate, but I think it needs to change depending on how quick the change is happening. The engine of the Vivis is fixed? What's wrong with the Vivis? Or what was wrong with the Vivis? Police lights look so much better on... Oh, right! I was suggested to have a look at that. Alright, and they said to do it in the city, so let's do that. Let's go to, like, Chinatown area. Oh wow, I got it here before it crashed. Nice. So let's do during the day and then at night. Why does the rear light flicker? Sorry, rear windshield flicker sometimes. Does this thing not flash its top light? What's happening? What? Anyway, I don't think this is the sort of vehicle that we're going to want. Let's go... You. Do you have a police car? You should, right? Yep, there we go. That is very dim. LED flashes in a... Like, it's brighter in the reflection than it is coming out of it directly. Now, I get it. They're trying to simulate real... Maybe they just haven't gotten around to adjusting the brightness of the police light bar. Because I've been past them during the day, and they are blindingly bright. There was a typo on the... I'll check it out in a second as well. There's a typo on the material file on the Vivis engine which made it entirely no texture. Really? And affected any mods coming off of that. Oh, I didn't notice. Weird. Oh, you mean it just happened with the update and it's already been hotfixed. Okay. At night it looked better, but at day, I don't get why it's so dim too. Yeah. Have you checked out nighttime? Yeah, gonna do that in a second. I'm just... That... Yeah, what I like is more sub-menus. Thank you. I actually kind of hate this. The amount of clicks to get to the thing that I want to do is quite frustrating. Also, I don't like this. Can I make that go away? I suppose I just have to delete it. There we go. Okay, thank you. So I can't turn off just FreeCam stuff. Like I don't like key bindings showing up on my screen. This is the one that also shows damage, right? Yeah, that sucks. Oh, I don't like that. Does it go away after a while? Those messages stay up for quite a while, don't they? Feels like that in 038? I think I did work on the FCV during 038 and it didn't have that issue. Alright, so that looks like that doesn't go away. Oh, that's what it's doing. No? Oh. Okay. Alright. Let's go to nighttime. That change happens really quickly. Now, that is definitely not bright enough. If you've ever driven past these things, they are excruciatingly, blindingly bright. However, I might... Oh, no, that looks terrible. Suggest that that's because I don't have HDR enabled at this particular point in time. That's a problem. I suppose... I mean, if you're playing a game and you're not looking for it, you won't notice that. But I do. Because I'm nitpicking. I'm in nitpick mode. If I'm not in nitpick mode, I'm less likely to pick up on these things. It looks much different in this map? What are we talking about? I have... Oh, I wonder if I took a picture. I think I might have deleted the picture. It was a picture from my parents' place, which is in a semi-rural area on the side of a hill, and it's quite a ways up. You can see clearly, very easily, because you're that high, all the way down to the horizon. Like, you can see the horizon clearly, is what I meant to say. Yeah, I don't think I see it. Very close to the horizon, as to the fact that it wouldn't matter if they were on the horizon. The light was so bright from a police car or whatever car that it looked like it could have been a light that was held, like a moderate light held close to my face. Like one of those small but very piercingly bright LEDs, like on like a LED clicker, like a small singular LED, not a not those little miniature LED flashlights, like not this. Okay, it kind of actually got close to this. But it was also very small because the source light was incredibly tiny. So it's a little bit hard to gauge. And that's when I started to realize that, oh, it's not just me. Police flashes are unsafely bright. They are just way too bright. As to the point where I'm driving during the day past these things, and they're too bright. So the fact that this thing doesn't have any bloom around it and whatnot is a bit disappointing. Also, that looks like it's flashing white and not colors. Is that flashing red there? Or is that just ambient light? Pressing all the wrong buttons. There we go. Okay, figured it out. The whole world seems a little bit red, though. Now, that's not normally the color of... No, oh, you know what? It's probably the lights. Oh, the lights are amber. Yeah, normally night is, blue. But even... Or at least that's what gets picked up on cameras. Well, that's a bit of a weird... You will even get splash out here. They're not getting the splash light that you would see. I wonder if that's auto exposure. No, that is definitely too dark. Just, okay. You can see a little bit of that building there. The whole building is in front of me. If auto exposure was working correctly and they had spill light properly on, this should illuminate. It might behoove them to implement a system for baking once a map is complete, because the maps don't really change. They're immutable, generally. You can mod a map, but then you can just select rebake. I would be fine if there was a bake option in maps and it took an hour, something like that. I don't know, whatever. It doesn't, like, just to really get good lighting. Now, it might juxtapose with the vehicle itself, not being dynamic, might then look a little bit not great. I think this shadow should be a lot sharper and not so much picking up on the details of the map, because it is very close to the ground. Like, that should be a very sharp keep pressing C thing. Options, display, graphics. Now, I turned on a thing for extra sharp shadows or something like that, or extra shadow something or other. Where'd that go? Oh, no, not extended. Dedicated vehicle shadow. That does not seem to have been the thing that is causing this. This is going to take a while to remember. Brain training. So, dedicated vehicle shadow doesn't seem to do much. That is not affecting performance very much. That's a little bit. Oh, I can't turn lights on whilst I'm in this mode? Wait, what? Why are the lights not... Oh, I had to have the vehicle on. Alright, average 46. 47, 48, 46 again. Turn that off, 50. So, that's good for 4 frames, 5 frames a second. 4 to 5. Might be simulating the multiple sources of light. I suppose you're correct. However, that's not how that works. If you've ever been in a position where you've noticed shadows in a of that sort of situation, there's multiple shadows that overlap, and where they overlap more and more, it gets darker and darker, because you have to think of it as like a subtractive sort of thing. Let's find... Okay, here we go. What? There's different lighting environments, so now it's different in the city compared to what it is here, and it breaks here. Ah! What exactly... How does that work? Is that the cone of light? Do you guys see that halo? Yeah, okay, there we go. Now I've got the halo on there. Huh. Oh. Weird. I don't understand enough to... Yeah, I don't understand enough of shaders. I understand very little at all to know why that's happening. But yeah, no, that's a bit of a bug. I'm gonna refresh the car. Alright. Turn her off. Are we not getting enough light from this? Let's F7 to here. I wonder what our exposure is at the moment. Because it could be ambient light around and this light just isn't bright enough. Wait, what the hell? If I look at that, it makes everything brighter. That's inverse. What did you miss? Pretty much everything. Such as door handles and aerials. Cute doggo? She's very cute. Measures lights are still not blindingly bright though. Yeah. Street lights are based on old style high pressure sodium lights. Yeah, I feel that we haven't used those sort in Australia for a good decade, approximately. Where's a good single very bright light? How's this? Okay, that is a much brighter light. Yeah, nah. I mean, it's better than what it was, but it is a bit distracting with the, it's just not realistic. I think I know what's happened, because it's overlapping with the normal map, and when we first spawned in, I showed you that edge of the building where there was, like, light wraparound affected by the normal map. You wanna go out there? I might grab myself something to eat as well, Pip. I'll come back. I'll be back in a bit. turn on extended vehicle shadows, the game begins to flicker. Ah. I'm noticing that we're not getting any of that, like, a Vulkan rendering issue here. I wonder if... what is up with these red lights? And I head right towards whatever that one is and see if I can figure out what that is. Oh, it is actually a red light. Oh. How would you... You'd have to do a thing like, But the problem is the further away something is, the less likely you want to render it. Because it's, expensive to render everything on the horizon. So... how would you go about rendering these things to never flicker like this? You would have... oh, hello. You'd have to... because you're always going to have to then do always the math of, like, whether something is behind as to whether it gets bloom. And stuff like that. Like, there's some things to take into consideration. A way to do this without impacting performance, though. I suppose... on certain things, just kind of fake it, maybe? And just say, like, at a certain distance, it will just fade. You know how we saw, like, the fade in on the shadows on the tree? Do a similar thing with those lights, maybe. And then they'll see it when they're close, which will make sense, but yeah. I suppose, but then if they're in a plane, which BeamNG does everything, so that's kind of the problem there, isn't it? Have a look at the art end on the Utah map. At night, no headlights on. The brake light go all kinds of wonky, blown out. I mean, it kind of does that here a little bit. What's, oh, that looked nice. Oh, that's the moon. Oh. That's cool. F7. I think... oh, okay, now that looks a lot better. It was in the city, it looked kind of... maybe the city... oh. Do those have retro reflectors sort of thing? Like, that's not how retro reflectors work. I think what's happening is the light is going through that, and it's shining on the back numbers. Anyway, we wanted to have a look at the Ardent. Let's just have a look at any of them, doesn't really matter. It does look a little deep fried there in the middle, and on the... oh! I can't say that I've ever noticed anything like this in real life, but I also can't say that I have not, because... I just don't think I've seen that. Brake light night. So yeah, it's a much softer fall off. Now this has to do with their normal map stuff. I think they have to, because normal maps are really hard to tune from 3D to, like, the 3D engine software that you're using to bring it into the game. It can be really hard to tune. I think they just need a separate slider for, like, or a separate option for how it behaves with artificial light compared to the sun, which I suppose technically is artificial because it's all in a game, but you know what I mean. Turned off all the mods, but I ran Linux in with a 2070. Graphics API compatibility layer issues or just GPU drivers. Yeah, I don't know. Do we have a better image? That looks fake. But it could just be in like a sales parking lot. Okay, that's giving us a little bit of a weird thing. And it's not even nighttime, it's just dim. But that is a very textured road. With different materials and wetness. That's AI, right? Yeah. Oh, here we go. This is what I don't like about DuckDuckGo. It doesn't try to show similar images. Yeah, it kind of just fades off softly, as I thought. Why does that look like they've put it in an exhaust? Okay, yeah, we're getting too, like, photographic and less just like a car at night. Let's do that. Car at night. Here we go. That looks like AI. But, okay, now, this is kind of what I was, like, hesitant to say, no, that's not correct. Is you do get that sort of stuff, but I think that might be a part to do with the angle, but this also isn't wet. If it was wet, I would be more inclined, because you get a lot more specular then. Man, the new reflective thing in the material is annoying. I don't think that that number on the back of the vehicle was retroreflective. I don't think they do that. Maybe they do? I don't know. There's too much AI. What is up with the material on the ground? So that's AI? Alright, let's go, Google. See what they got. Images. That's a very textured ground. Good. Very textured ground. Good. Oh. Getting a redirect notice now. Thanks, Google. Continue with data green. Whatever. Yeah. It might be to do with the type of light. So this is an LED light, which is very bright, and there's lots of problems with LED lights with how they bounce. The lack of bounce because of the monolithic type of frequency that the lights emit, as opposed to like a slightly more broad spectrum like you might find in something like this. Yeah, okay. So they have taken that into consideration. It's also the size of the lights. The LEDs are a very small point of light and don't illuminate much of the surrounding stuff. Let's try other things. Let's go this. This is kind of like in the in-between times. So that's soft. Okay. That would be a different brand entirely. That would be likely to have LEDs. Is that LEDs? I mean, it looks like LEDs. Look! Yeah, I doubt that they're not meant to be LEDs. There we go. I think it was just... It's a bug on that car. Oh! Is the brightness too much and this is auto exposure stuff? Have they got like exposure zones? How are they doing that? See, okay, that's fine. But then if we turn the brake lights on, you see that it starts off fine, and then it starts to auto exposure down. Okay, so the bug is in how it deals with auto exposure. That is so incredibly over-delayed. What's happening? Oops. Ah. I hate you. I hate you so much. What I want to do then is... Oh, there we go. Why would... Is this being illuminated by that? How does this happen? That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out. You'd have to set up a thing for blocking light sources that is a lot more consistent, or change the cookies to be three-dimensional so then it won't try to cut through the bodywork. But then you're losing a lot of the, oh, that looks so nice. The dynamic nature of BeamNG in how things can change and whatnot. Say, for instance, got into a big accident. It wouldn't cast a shadow the way that it should. But creating a... So, lighting is already hard. Creating something to block lighting is not something that's normally done, and that's why lights in a lot of games will shine through things. Hard as in, like, it's hard for the computer to do. Ah, retroreflective color. I never figured out how they separated the cars. Yeah, we should figure that out. So the Ardente has a whole bunch of things. Nothing. Alright. Lower? No. Main materials, here we go. I doubt it would be in here. It'd have to be probably under skins. Yeah, didn't think so. So, there's skins right there. Huh. Reflect. No? Okay, well, it's not showing up there. What has it? Basically, the color you do in that is the base color that will become retroreflective. You trying to fix auto exposure thing? No, I was speculating on things that could be done to fix auto exposure stuff, because we were talking about it a lot. I don't think any skins use it, but road signs do. Ah, okay. You have to figure out how they separate the cars, or if they just hard-coded in, like, filters to separate cars. Let's go Vivis. Pre-compiled vehicles.lua. Yeah, I don't know. Vivis Gauges. Graphena demo? What? Anyway, let's get out of here. Integrity, Leisure Drive, no. Track Day. New player experience track day. Okay, this is something I brought up on the forums. I wonder if they actually saw this and maybe there were other people asking for it as well. I don't know. Is there a search function? I want to find this track day. I don't see a Control F. No, that brings up frame rate search. All right, frame rate stuff. Time trial? No, it wouldn't be under time trial, would it? PQRST? No, okay. Oh, it's not even in alphabetical order anyway. All right, well, let's go. Oh, fuck. How do I get to the menu? Like, if you know what I mean? Like, the more menu or whatever it is? What? Oh, nearby activities. Okay, I don't know where anything is. Okay, that just loops around. Where's the main menu? How do I bring up the main menu? Anybody know? The only thing that I'm a bit worried about is, will the automation cars export properly? I don't see why they wouldn't. I believe the material file is road signs 1 or something will include retroflective code. Oh, okay. It would probably be easier for me just to create a new material and then go check out the material file that it created. No, I can't bring up the main menu anymore. How do I get... Fuck. How do I bring up the main menu? Red button, exit level? Oh! Oh, I don't want to exit the level. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, that's... You've... Yep, there's nothing behind the menu either. That's so dumb. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. There's so much you could just... What's missing from here? Time trials? No, they're here. No, it's not here. Version highlights? Oh, that's just free roam tutorial, is it? Okay. Light Runner's still here? Huh. Let's have a look. Analytics content? Live. Okay, now I remember what I was doing. Alright, I was going to have a look at some old streams to do with my mod that I was making. I just want to see what's missing. Scenarios are missing? Yeah, I think that was something that they were looking to depreciate, so I'm not surprised by that one. Why is this not loading? Oh, wait, no, there we go. It'll probably be... Oh, this is only 4 hours long. Okay, that'll be easier for us to search through. Normally the streams are a lot longer than that. Show me the menu. I don't show the menu. It'll be like when I'm testing. Oh, okay. Maybe around here somewhere. Oh, no, that's testing string stuff. Wait, no, hold on. I would have gone through there. Aha, okay. I found a little place. Wait, hold on. Oh, there we go. Hold on. I got very fast at this set of menu changes. Okay. We have rally, gameplay select. We have... Okay, that is irritating. We're missing challenges. Oh, weird. Okay. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna move... Nope. Over here. There we go. Campaigns? So these were all under gameplay, apparently. Gameplay selected was the new one, was it? Okay. So scenarios also goes into there. So that's 4, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Stats is moved, which was a thing that was selectable from the menu anyway. Did have told me the color thing, retroreflective color, is just a shortcut thing. Not entirely sure what he means by that, though. They probably mean on back end, as in like what you're doing. Oh, what they're doing is getting you to a glow map that is not. Yeah, I wonder how. Yeah, it's probably a glow map just been reused. So instead of you having to make a glow map and create all the code behind to make it work only when lights are shining upon it, he called it a shortcut. Because calling code a shortcut is a bit weird. Of Ardente Night on Utah? Oh, right, yeah, you wanted to go to Utah, didn't you? I wonder, do old time trials still exist? Oh... Time Trials is massively updated. This is concerning for me. Not you guys, but for me. Wait, what does Glow City look like? Grid map looks beautiful. Oh, you can't double click it anymore. Industrial site looks phenomenal. Oh, good. It automatically goes to the next one anyway. I don't have to worry about that. Which ones have nighttime? There's this. I think the Cheria has a nighttime version as well, right? No? Can I select this to glow map only? Because there's like glow map versions of cars. wait, hold on. Oh, it's not in alphabetical order. Damn it. Skip to my link, apparently? What? Yeah, I've got links turned off. Do you want to go out too? I can let you out. Alright. Glow map. I know this one does, but I don't like using it. Wait, where is it? So, it seems that they've broken the filter for glow map stuff. Config type? Maybe include auxiliary content? Group type automatic? That's because when I asked, have any skin maker, have any skin makers found a way to use retroreflective function on multiple colors? He said, should also work. It's a bit of a material setup, but you can make the whole material retroreflective. The color field was just a shortcut. Not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Light Runner. Thank you. Okay. I want it all off. Can I reset the filters? Fine, we'll just turn all filters on. Thank you. Yep, good. Okay, it's not great, is it? There. Alright, nice. More filters? Oh, fuck. How do I reset? Where's the reset filter button? Do I just hit escape and then go in again? Oh no! Don't be like that guy! Fuck you. Alright, let's try again. Really hope they update the documentation thing to include retroreflective. I just start playing around with it, but yeah, if they haven't already, that'd be good. It just shows all of them. So, we are looking for light. Street light? Yeah, they've broken the filters for glow map. Let's go back one. Oh, no. I've broken the game. Mission group does not exist, failed to replace vehicle streetlight. Wait, was I using a vehicle spawner? This extension is quite slow and it should be optimized on extension console. Oh, weird. I thought so! Yeah, we spawned the... Okay, so the glow map brings up the vehicle spawner, not the vehicle selector. You know what? That's a bug that I am comfortable in reporting, because that one is unexpected behavior. The rest are things that they'll all know about. Troubleshoot bugs, questions, and support. Vulkan AP. Okay, it doesn't look like there's a specific thread. So I'm going to go... Am I on time trial or glow map? I can't remember. Time trial. Attempt to index global game. Okay. We are gonna have to restart the game as well. In vehicle selector in time trial glow city when you go to select vehicles, it spawns them instead of setting them as your selection. You can Alt U and see it's spawned when you turn the lights on in the void. This also means that I can spawn non-vehicles like the street light. Also, is that street light new? I don't think I ever remember seeing that before. You know, let's go there, there, and there. You know what, actually, let's go copy lines, copy all filtered lines. When I went back in, I also saw to time trials, I got a Lua error. You know what, I'm just gonna chuck in the mods here. The beam log. Okay. Upload a file. Browse. Mods up. Beam log. I've attached my beam log. Just in case it's a Linux thing. In case it's a thing related to me. I don't have any special mods enabled. Like, I have the Insano, but the Insano is a very basic thing at the moment. Never mind, they already have. It's mentioned in Materials 1.5 documentation. Nice, okay. What was the thing we were going to look at? We're going to have a look at... This looks a lot larger than what it was previously. Energy storage. Nice. Wait, have they done turbos then? Like forced induction, engine stuff. Because engines were left out of the documentation. Vehicle systems? Controller? Oh, wow, there is a lot in here. They've really filled this out. Holy shit. Main vehicle controller. Section is a work in progress. Vehicle controller is the main controller for any powered vehicle in BeamNG. Manages the powertrain controller. They should probably say, like, lower controller. I don't know. Manage this powertrain interface with a different shift logic controller for the various transmission types. Either this controller or the dummy controller must be called on any vehicle or prop to work properly. Either this controller or a dummy controller. Okay. It is the main source of electrics data for the engine and transmission information. Fair enough. Audio-visual system? Not just audio system? The audio system was lacking information. Okay, yeah, there's some stuff in here. Driver and safety electronics. Post-crash brake, power steering. Power steering? Wow, holy shit, they filled this out a lot. At least since the last time I've looked at it. Wait, they talk about the file path for the lower? Oh, that's awesome. I mean, I already know how to find it, but this is very daunting for a lot of people. Ah. Default order? I don't know what that means. You should type single vehicle controller? I don't know if that really fits the description. Anyway. Oh, type auxiliary. Yep, okay. Type main. Okay. I don't know what they mean by type auxiliary. There's only one return to that. Gauges, physical controls, powertrain controls. Now we get electrics. Are they going to go to electrics or values? They are? Oh, okay. Tutorials. Is in multiple? Getting started. Okay. Has this been updated? I don't think it has, but whatever. Making configuration and info files. Okay, configuration, file formatting, format license, manual changes, creating the main info file. If you're making it, car itself to find that you can use this file as a starting point. Generate thumbnails, creating info files. Each one of these, you can use this file as a starting point. Oh, doing it manually? Automatic performance testings. While you can manually fill out the blah blah blah, you first need to add these files to your BeamNG game folder. What happened? Oh. Okay. Apparently I've already tried this before. Okay. Cool. BeamNG might be the best game when it comes to modding. Yeah, it already was. But I always thought that there was still more that could be done. Thanks to the devs having almost full documentation of everything. Yeah, they have really broken it down. I think, like, when they said that if there was anything that I particularly wanted to, I think I brought up, like, maybe it was something about documentation. It was all about, like, my learning disabilities, and I think, that was a part of a larger discussion that they were having probably about this already. Because I'd noticed that they'd lacked a lot of updates. So I think, some of this is a consideration for people like me, or if you're like me as well. Now, what was I looking for? I was looking for something. It was a... I don't think it was this. I am going to turn the music off, though. Because I have my own. Music. There we go. Okay. Let's clear these errors out. Hello? Okay. Well, it doesn't look like a crash, but alright. Why is back creating an app? Oh, I see now. Yeah, I wish they would update the creating an app to VUE. Because it feels like if you're ever going to put any effort into creating an Angular thing, that it's probably just going to disappear at some point. And it keeps feeling like it's closer and closer. Now, what did I want to do? I wanted to have a look at something in here. What was it? We wanted to... Oh, right. We were having a look at track day. So, gameplay selector. Track... One word, do we reckon? Day. 2 words? Track day. Time trial. Track day. Track day gambler. Hirochi Raceway. That's not Hirochi. Oh. Well, then how do I find... What are we looking in? Discover... New player experience. So this is on Hirochi by the looks of it. Let's just free roam out to Hirochi and see if we can't find what this thing is. What I want to know is if they have like a track day AI. What are we looking for? We're looking for Hirochi Raceway. Sure. That's a nice photo. Yeah, I remember that thread you made. It was about how they removed the old documentation website. I was looking for the old documentation too, which is how I found it. Yeah, not everything was in the recent documentation, but they made it impossible to reach the website through them. I instead use, what do you call it? The Wayback Machine when I need to look at that older stuff. However, now that I know how to look through Lua stuff, I can find out pretty much everything I need to know anyway. Sad part is that the retroreflective dock have no mention of doing more than one color, also not doing the entire base color. You probably got transparency layers. Materials, retroreflectivity. Retro reflective materials. Yeah, so that's red, that's green, that's blue. Are you saying to have the same material have different retroreflective colors? That's probably a retroreflective map. There's 15 responses to retro. Retroreflectivity map. Okay. Do not use this for this. That field belongs to the old cube map reflection workflow. Not... Oh, okay, no. The effect to matching base color areas. Ah, so there's not a map for it. Yeah, okay. Well, they haven't got a map for the retroreflectors to change colors, which is kind of normal, because normally retroreflectors are monochromatic. You might just have to make different materials for different things. I suppose. Create a new layer on the material. Put the color map down, put the retroreflective down over it, and then the transparency map over top of it, so it gets rid of everything that's not the retroreflective map. That might be the way to do it. Because that's how they do a lot of skins. They're just a whole thing without transparency, and then they add a separate map for transparency to show the vehicle underneath. Okay. Can I default the clouds to be less cloudy? Because I do like shadows. Environment. More cloud. Oh, that's cloud wind. Cloud cover. That looks nice. Fog zones. Oh, that looks really nice. If I could, oh, fog height. Yeah, I was about to say, if I could change the fog height. Kind of a nice look. Ground wind direction, Celsius. Oh, sorry, celestial settings. Okay. Constellation lines off. Good. I can see how that'd be interesting to stargazers. I'm not really a stargazer myself, though. Was the camera just shaking then, or was the car? It's the car. Oh, it tells me how far I've gone through the cycle. Oh, that's so good. Would you happen to have skin mod that does that? I could look at it as an example. No, have a look at the default game stuff. Some of the skins are layer set. But it's pretty simple. Create a new layer. Make your your colors in your retro reflector thing. Don't worry about transparency layers on those things, and then create an opacity map and just put the opacity map on top of it. Right, hold on. We're wanting to do track day. So. What is this track day file? I want to find it out. On loading screen fade out, top left task, set time of day. Like it's a lure. Discover a new player experience. Clear task on client end. Like, what is this? New player experience. Leisurely drive. Alright, let's see if we can find these. Wait a second. Is that... Oh, no, I can't reach the menu. Exit to main menu. Okay, let's go. No, system. Options. Controls. Main. Really? Menu. Menu navigation, extra context menu, delete or Y? I don't know what that is. Thanks for the context of what the context menu is. Oh, lovely. Nope. No, and nope, and no, toggle, no. So maybe context. Unlikely though. Menu, escape, focus. Oh. I hate this. I hate this so much that I have to exit to get to the main menu. That is... I hate it. I'll refrain from what I want to say. Something like that, is it? No, is it under system? Mods? That still runs Vue by the looks of it. Oh, sorry, Angular. HUD apps options. Yeah, not si- Oh, shit! That's... What did I do? I don't actually know what that did. Workbench? Oh, no. I thought they were allowing me to create a new option because it's got that. Instead, what they're saying is this is the new options. Okay. Okay, now we see new options. User interface, new options. No, same thing. So we got Workbench, but we can't do anything with it yet. Workbench. Workbench? Unlikely. Engine.workbench. Let's try that. Engine.workbench. Engine.capital workbench. Let's go dump. Engine is with a capital E, right? Yep. Dot. No, you know what? Actually, we can just have a look in here. Oh, it's unlikely to show. Alright, they haven't increased the amount of lines we can get. Alright, let's see if we can find Workbench. Workbench. Workbench active. Tutorial. Free roam. Gameplay discover. Free roam tutorial workbench. Filtered out. Oh, okay. For release. See file exists line under this table. How do I do these again? That's not going to return anything, is it? Yep, okay. I think it has to be like missions.missions. Okay, let's go. Oh, fuck, okay. So it'll be in, my race career thing. Race career. Config race. Oh, maybe it won't be. Core gameplay. Core game state? Be at the end of this. Gameplay missions. Mission managers start with probably loading level. Now, is that mission ID? Can I get mission by ID? Scenario ID. Okay, let's do that. I'm hacking the Matrix. You. Oh, wait, it has to be a string. Missions gameplay discover workbench has level that workbench, which is not a known level. Make sure. So maybe it's not a gameplay mission then. Let's try this. There's a possibility that it's not a gameplay thing? Yeah, okay, so how would we do these? Pause data provider. Workbench is a thing that they've been working on, by the way, and I'm a shitlord at the moment trying to do this. Time trials, give, work bench? No. So let's also go back then to quick start guide. Where are we? This is discover free roam tutorials. There's a possibility that it just doesn't exist. Oh, okay. We can just check this quickly. Gameplay, discover free roam tutorial. Gameplay. Discover. Free roam tutorial. Workbench. Ah, okay. Workbench doesn't exist. Workbench.lua. Yeah. I'm gonna search the directory as well. So it's a VUE thing at least. Alright. Well, let's control U. The thing's not showing up. Oh! Oh. Wait, hold on. Ah, here we go. Alright, UI. Toggle the quick panel to top shortcuts. Can I access this from from the, like, gameplay? Alright, let's look, like, this is more likely to work. Somebody said to go to Utah. We'll load into Utah for now. We'll go with a nice car to drive-ish. It's good enough for me. And we'll see what happens. So what are covers? Every map is going to take forever to load. Alright. Yeah, I still don't know how they separate cars. That's what we're going to look at. So whilst we're waiting for that to load, modding, vehicles, introduction to JBeam, coordinate system, JBeam, file selection, vehicle art, vehicle paint, vehicle modeling guidelines. Yep, okay, that makes sense. Materials, parts separation, part names, multi-DAE. The game supports the use of multiple DAE files for the same vehicle. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, I don't think there's anything particularly new in here. Vehicle system tutorials. Not vehicle systems. Tutorials? Oh wait, what am I doing here? Not there either, not there either, not there, not there, not there. Here we go. Separate configure. Okay, so on most vehicles, the subgroups appears in the configuration selector, making the UI less messy. No, that's not what we want. Self-collision cleanup on all vehicles, added more interior triggers to most vehicles, police, tow, sun strips, ambient, updated JTOW rockets. All vehicles with JTOW rockets now use new shared, more optimized 3D model. Yeah, I did think that the JTOW diamonds, like thrust diamonds, were incredibly high poly, so I wonder what they're using now. JTOW rockets now have adjustable nozzle angle by turning on the center of gravity and J-beam visualization highlighted only in debug mode. You can make thrust force aligned with the car's center of mass, which leads to a more stable flight with rockets active flight. The optimal angle is already set up on all default configurations. Okay, that's cool. Fix some front wheels braking. No real wheels were installed. Oh, really? Added additional front license plates, props. Bollard. Bollard is no longer non-deformal. Oh, okay. Rework lifting mechanism, now based on hydraulic pump with realistic limited force. Oh, okay. They always seemed very strong in real life. I don't know. Cinder block wall. Wow, that's amazing if that actually holds like that. Yeah, that shouldn't hold. Must be glued or something. I don't know. Concrete or whatever. Fix literally unplayable issue where you were not able to walk inside the toilet in walk. Oh, I like that one. That's funny. Streetlights added fitment now and tire stacks. Traffic tubes, weight pads, trailers, dry van trailer, flatbed trailer, frame dump trailer, log trailer, trailer. Tanker trailer. I thought that said trailer there for a second. Tilt, trailer. Simplified traffic vehicles. Added chariot and ardent traffic. Updated various vehicles to use new light texture. Expanded range of configurable vehicle. Specific vehicles were literally not included for some time reasons. Okay. Fix issues with traffic update all traffic vehicles to use their full vehicle counterpart color palettes thanks to improvements in the vehicle paint library system. Okay. Lighting. Yeah, there's a lot here. Settings. Removed the bloom setting. And what? Terrain, cloud, local HDR, UI, added screen space shadow optimization. Okay, this really helps me see things, because a lot of times I can only see what's wrong and not what's right. Oh. Yeah, those far off shadows there do look pretty good. Most of this doesn't change a lot, though. Like that little tree back there, that does look a little bit better. Oh, she wants to come back in. Alright. Moving on. Updated ultra shadow quality settings. Why is the shadow fuzzy around the shadow? Strange. But yeah, I don't know if mine looks that sharp, does it? Oh no. No, actually this one does look exactly the same. What was I thinking about earlier then? But yeah, no, there's like a halo shadow. Is that normal? I don't think I've ever noticed anything like that before. Right. We went to bring the other vehicle, weren't we? Now, let's go shortcuts, main menu. Haha! Let's put something in. And let's go exit out of that. Shortcuts, main menu. Oh, hold on. Just, yeah, okay. Change that, roll sergeant. Okay, let's try this again. Shortcuts, main menu. So it seems that it's still in the game. But how are you meant to bring up the main menu? Without, like, having to resort to this? Okay, I can't change any of that. Shortcuts. Simple menu? Okay, there's some weird choices made here, but okay. Options? Pause. Okay. What is the main menu shortcut meant to be then? F1, F2. Oh, no, don't want to record. F3, F4, F5. Yep, of course. Wow, that took a really long time. That's unusual. 6, F7, F8. Alright. F9, F10 will do nothing. F11 will bring up world editor. I wonder if they've done anything to Flowgraph. Flowgraph editor. It looks the same, which is fine. F11, F12, nothing. Then I don't know. Oh, what jumping 15 seconds? What? What is happening? Oh! Somehow I ended up in replay. Okay. What? I was wondering, like, why was it saying jumping seconds? What the hell? Huh. I just... like, there's... This can't be the way in which you have to get to the main menu. That is just dumb. Weird. I don't know what it is that they take out of things, but they take just some random things out. Alright, so I saw that there was a thing about, like, making your own UI apps. Was I mistaken in that? Let's go... System. HUD. Maybe it was about making your own UI layout. Edit layout, layout actions. No. Forced add app? They've changed some of the apps as well. I noticed that the weight distribution app looks to have changed. Okay, well, I only wanted to select it, not... You know, we'll have a look anyway. It doesn't matter. Oh, these are just like common ones. Oh no, these are the ones that I've already got up. Okay. You know, anywhere I can get read up on writing drivetrain J-beams. Probably in the documentation. Because they filled out so much in here. So you'll go down to like a... modding vehicles, vehicle systems, controller. Then you've got a whole bunch of things in there. Like, you said drivetrain? I don't know the difference between powertrain and drivetrain. I'm not really bothered to look much into it. But they do different things. But yeah, there's a lot in there. You've looked everywhere? So what sort of J-beam stuff are you looking for? Like transmission controller stuff? I wonder if they have. Because I noticed that they didn't have the engine in here. Let's have a look at a normal vehicle's engine. Here we go. External. Main engine. Sound config. Okay, nothing there. Intake 2-liter petrol, so that's stock turbocharger. Okay, so it is just one word. No underscores, no capitals. Engine sound tuning. Your documentation page is white. I use Dark Reader, which is a plugin. I think this is mostly about the visual stuff. Modeling. Yep. Okay. Oh. Yeah, alright, if I had seen it from the beginning. So, turbocharger, JBeam file section, that's unlikely to help us. Engine sound tuning. Only one reference to turbocharger. Okay, so they haven't got anything really to do with engine yet. JBeam file section. Yep, there's 200 references to that. So... I think you're just gonna have to look and learn. Read stuff and learn as you go along. And then fiddle, try things out. Once you're done with that, have a look on... on Google. Like, see if anybody's mentioned it in anything, and then see if forum posts will show up. It is getting quite warm in here now. Alright, we can take this off now. There we go. So there is vehicle controller. We did see that. Let me have a quick look. Vehicle systems, controller, main, vehicle controller, shift logic. Oh, well, there you go. Hopefully that helps, Phantom Ghost. Are you still there? Hopefully that helps you. Even shows the lure in which you work upon. Noise? What do you mean? Oh, do you mean noise? Okay. I only just realized that that spells noise. What is this? I don't know what that is. Does that go away if I control you again? Does not. DevTools app, remote base, Chrome DevTools front end app support. When did that come up? System options, new options? No. Workbench? I really do like, wait, pause game on instability is off by default? They're brave. Automatically set ideal vehicle amounts? Sure. Like, as a mod creator, I know that, that could be problematic. Materials visualization. What's this? Oh. Okay. Works on volcanic, shows how much GPU power is being wasted in... utilized in a scene. Small and skinny triangles increase GPU... Oh, really? Overdraw and reduce performance. Because the GPU still processes them even when they are too small to affect the final image. Overdraw levels will depend on screen render resolution. The lower the screen resolution, the higher chances for more sensitive overdraw. Oh. Oh, so they're talking about like when something is less than a pixel, it's a bit of a waste. Okay. Which would include things like long and short triangles. Okay. Ah. Interesting. I never thought about that. Wait, how's that? Is that not a texture? Oh, interesting. Wireframe. MIP level. Really? It's dynamic? Oh. I thought a MIP map was entirely... Wait, the map doesn't have? I suppose that would be different. Doesn't have a thing? And then at a certain distance, it just goes red and then... Oh, stays at red. Okay. But that one does go invisible. Bitmaps are only for textures, not the 3D models themselves. So this is interesting. I always assumed that bitmaps were just the whole thing. This doesn't also seem entirely efficient. It looks like it's down-resing the... No, actually, I get it now. It's down-resing the things with higher details as it gets further away. Interesting. Yeah, I always assumed it was just like the whole image or not. But when I need help, I'm on Fedora workstation and updated whilst in secure boot by accident. I don't try secure boot stuff, so I don't know. I got stuck on the Nouveau drivers instead of NVIDIA drivers. Do you know how to change back? Sorry, bro, that is outside of my pay grade. Anyway, base color. Okay, this is without maps. Okay, so map is what would give like texture. No, not texture, but like a... It's hard to explain. Oh, and there's no shading on it. They've done that as well. Okay, that's what makes it a little bit more stark. Because even if it didn't have a color map, it should have had more detail than that. Opacity. How opaque something is. Fair enough. All tools I can use. Metallic. Oh, interesting. So, if we now go in, paint. How do I customize the paint? There we go, chrome. You can see, where's the details on... Where... Like, you used to be able to change the different things. Oh, configuration. Okay, so how do I get that on 1? I just had to scroll down. Okay, yeah, metallic all the way up. Roofness, yeah, does nothing for that. Alright. System. Options, new options. Where did it go? Oh, this isn't good. Oh, here we go. So we're on that roughness, sure. The paint itself wouldn't be rough, but plastic normally is, so this is showing the roughness values. That would make life a little bit easier. Normal's world space. So if I drive around, that's gonna change the brightness of the front here? I can't exit out of the menu. There we go, now I can. Yep. That's Normal's world space. Interesting. Now, that's not to do with the sun shining on it at all. That is to do with, you know what, actually, I don't understand how normals work, so let's just pretend that I do. Looks weird and cool at the same time. Yeah. There's something new to experience. Normals are a thing that can be really tricky to get right as well. We're not also seeing the new orange peel stuff, huh? Metallic ruffers, normal's world space. Then there's probably... Oh, there isn't. Ambient occlusion. So this is the occlusion maps? Okay, so... Fair enough. This might, at some point, if I do a little bit of investigation into this, explain to me how to use ambient occlusion maps. Because otherwise... I don't know why it's not just baked into the normal color. I'll do some experimenting one day. Emissive! Yep, that makes sense. I don't think the glass should have an emissive factor. Clear coat? Yep, that's just going to show what has a clear code and what doesn't. Of 0. Ah, okay. That's UV, by the way. UV map. I almost want to say that it's yeah, I don't know what it is exactly that they're showing on the UV map. Is it like islands of UV things? Is that what it is? Yeah, I think they're showing like... No, but the entire... Yeah, I don't know what they're showing us here. Well, then there's a... Oh, here we go, checkerboard. That is a little bit easier to visualize what's happening. Oh, right. This is UV map 1, not UV map 2. Color grid? That's... okay. Huh. I think this used to have a door handle here and they removed it because all of the UVs are a little bit fucked up. But, okay. This is a tool for 3D modeling, by the way. It helps you see how your UV map is unwrapped. Of 1. Okay, this will be... Yes, a very smooth gradient, because it's going from, like, left side to right side. The second UV map is laid out logically, based on how the car is. And then it goes from front to back. Yep. Alright. A UV map is literally, turn the 3D object into a 2D thing, and on that 2D thing, you make a image, and then that becomes the skin. Checkerboard. Yep, that is very straightforward. Yep. What's happening to the tire? Oh, right. The tires do a weird thing where they look back on themselves. Depreciated material. So some of these will have materials that are just like not used, and mostly it's bodies that'll have it. It's, I think, for compatibility reasons. Layer count. New material, 1 layer, 2 layer, 3 layer, 4 layer. Sure. I don't know what that means. But yeah, I'm gonna keep that quad overdraw in mind. That's a, yeah, there's some really cool things in there. I like that. What else we got? Launcher. Added simple icons to identify quick, added a duplicate button performance, cache folder, clean up. Especially useful for people with a native Linux support which has no launcher. What are we talking about? Oh, this is the thing I was asking about. I asked about this specifically. Added a dedicated button to perform a cache cleanup located in the in-game help menu. Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. Help menu. What's that? Advanced? What is and where is the help menu? Alright, let's go here. Cache. How do you spell cache? C-A-C-H-E. C-A-C-H-E. No. Okay, so it's not in here. Okay, once again, I can't get out of this menu. I think I have to exit to main menu. Once again, oh hey, look, there's the thing. What's this? Oh, it gives us a dump. Okay. Oh, it's live. A live dump. Oh, interesting. What is this? I don't know what that means. What? Show debug overlay? What do you mean debug overlay? Debug overlay of what? No tooltip by the looks of it? Huh. I don't know. Alright. Oh, okay, hold on. I see a green outline, maybe? Okay, yeah, there was like a slight green overlay. So what is this, thing? This orange line in the middle? Okay, so that is literally the lard. I feel that that's probably how they're gonna have the representation of the other thing. So I'm gonna go Control U, shortcut, main menu. Then, options. Okay, that brings us here as well. I'm gonna quit to main menu. If I click new options here, no, it goes to the same place. Oh, so what is this, help menu? It's only one reference to it. 16 references to help. 10 references to this sort of help. Camera flash. Credits. Redesign. The slideshow potential help better. Oh. I thought that was saying that it was in the credits menu. It's gonna help accelerate. Camera help. Help virtual. No. Debugging some of that. Records to help users and support diagnose issues. And help modders optimize mods more easily. I have seen Lua Profiler around, but I wasn't sure what it was for. With a new threshold parameter which allows to more easily interpret profiling numbers and help modders optimize mods more easily. I'm gonna have to look into that. Lua Profiler. There's no address, it just says Lua Profiler. Okay, well, it's not in the game files. And it's not in any of the text, so yeah, I don't know what that is. I'm not going to type in threshold, that'll come back with a million results. So have I understood correctly, I make layer 3. If it has already 2 layers, then yes, create a 3rd layer. With a opacity map where both the yellow and blue is white on the opacity map. Everything else is... so an opacity map, have a look at how opacity maps look. I think they're black and white. I feel that the retroreflective material is based upon the color map underneath. Give it a look. Give it a bit of fiddling, but basically the opacity map is to cut out the stencil for the retroreflective stickers or materials, or whatever you want to call it. Reduce frame rate rubber banding. Oh. Okay, let's have a look. Current. There's no levels here. Did they? Oh no, what happened to... Wait, hold on. I didn't make a backup of my map. Oh. Alright, well, we're gonna have to remake the map. I don't even remember how I made it, honestly. Free roam, small grid. It doesn't matter the vehicle, whatever. Let's start free roam. Alright, I just made a concept of this code. Yeah, I mean, you can just start by making just a skin. Just make a skin. See if the color underneath affects it or not. Now, where is... Oh, it doesn't have it anymore. Flow? Flow graph editor. Okay, it looks like they got rid of the flow graph stuff for this map. I'm gonna try reloading this level. I think something has gone wrong. Can't quite put my finger on it. Whoa, okay. The fuck was that? Alright, F11. Okay, still doesn't show up. Alright, then let's go... No, well, we still want that. We don't need that no more. Let's go... ground planes. Glow only. Yeah, there's something wrong in grid map. Nothing there. Alright. Then let's have a look at this. What material? SG Grid Glow. Where's the material editor? Material editor. SG Grid Glow. Then... Wait, can I change the transparency on this? Yeah, I don't think so. Advanced properties... Why is the emissive map so dull? I think I went like 2000... 2000. There we go. Then I also changed the roughness map. Yep, that only has the cube map, unfortunately, so let's go. Okay, yep, good. Oh, damn it. Now I have to go through and change all of this. Density. We'll figure that out later. Viscosity. Liquid type water. Base color. There's specular power. Specular color. Emission. Overall wave magnitude. Actually, you know what? I want to try one other thing first. Material editor. We have a roughness map. No, there's no other roughness stuff to have. Okay. Wave magnitude, 0. Ripple magnitude, 0. We'll see. That's 5 centimeters at the moment. Not getting reflections on it yet. Zero. Density. Affects buoyancy of an object. 0. Liquid type. Water, ocean, lava. Only water is defined and used. Leave that empty. Reflection fogging. Doesn't do anything. Power measures the intensity and effect of reflection based on fogging. No idea. Specular power. Sun only. Yeah, let's turn that down anyway. Oh no, auto exposure. Oh no. Oh, the humanity. Emissive? Yeah, I don't think so. What are we trying to do now? Recreate my grid map mod. Please make quad turbo V12. No, I'm good. Overall wave magnitude, ripple texture. Can I get rid of that? Oh, I can. Good. Okay. Foam. Get rid of that. Overall foam opacity is 0. Foam max depth 0. Foam ambient lerp 0. Foam ripple in furnace. Reflectivity. Okay. Overall scatter over reflector on the water surface. 0. 10. I think that's to do with the sky. So 0. Affects the sort order of reflected objects. Oh. Why are we not getting reflections? I don't remember how to do this. It's been a while. Water fog density, water fog offset. Okay, so 0, 0, water depth. Full darkening received. Water darkening. Whoa, hello. Water fog density. We checked that. Water depth. Yeah, I don't know. Depth gradient text. Don't know. Don't know. Distortion. Distort distance. Determines the start distortion or affects where the water surface intersects the camera near plane. Ah, okay, so how close we can get. Alright, we don't care about that. Clarity. Relative opacity and transparency of the water surface. 0, 1, 100, 255. Nothing changes. Underwater color, that's all good. Sound ambience, none. Is render enabled? Is oh, okay. Let's go 1,000 on this. Oh no, I can only go up to 100. Okay. Have you seen the composer of the main menu theme? I don't know what you mean. So probably not. Okay, that's really helped with that glaring reflection from the sun. How do I turn on reflections? Full reflect, enable dynamic reflections rendering. Reflectivity, overall scalar to the reflectivity of water surface. Okay, let's go 100 then. Okay, here I can see cloud underneath that. That means that we're not getting reflections, right? So what was that? That was 1. Nothing. Reflect detail adjust. Scale up or down the detail level for objects rendered in a reflection. Reflect normal up. $1,000. No. I have graphics maxed out. Like, why is this not working? I can't believe 7-Zip composed the theme for it. Are you saying that it looks like 7-Zip? I haven't used 7-Zip in a while, but I'm not a big fan of how intrusive into the screen it is. It does come in a bit much for my personal liking. Okay, it comes in a lot for my personal liking, like a lot. Dynamic fields? Why the fuck are the reflections not working? System. You know what I hate? Is I can't get to the main menu from here. Like, how does one get to the main menu? sure that one day this will be fixed. Welcome, Teledev, by the way. System. Like, the only way to do it is to exit level, is what I meant. Environment. No. Options. We want to check that our display graphics are turned all the way up. Okay. Mesh quality, terrain quality, texture quality, lighting quality, shadow resolution, tire marks amount, grass density, anti-aliasing. Dynamic reflections. They're all maxed out. Wait, am I... No, my VRAM isn't maxed out. Why don't you make the theme the background music with 7 minutes of it? Because every time that I have to bring up the menu, I have to pause my own music. Yeah, alright. I think we've done a fairly good job. I'm gonna say that this is as good as it's gonna get. Oh, wait, no, hold on. I see some reflection. Oh, that's right. That's why depth. Okay. Inspector General depth. 0.1. No, that's not what that was. 0.01. There was one that was like the thickness. Maybe that's scale. Z. 1? Yeah, that's what it was. 0.1. There we go. Then there's less time in which it'll do that gloopiness. But if you do it too small, then it doesn't work. So the other two scales, let's set up to 10,000. There. What do we want? Oh, now we can go all the way up. Okay. Perfect. Density... No, that would be like buoyancy stuff, right? There's no reflections. Why we no get reflections? Bias. Extent of Fresnel effect on reflecting fogging. Specular power. Nothing. Oh, do I have to turn off the cube map, do I? No? It is on. Just search it on YouTube. Temporary obvious? What? Not sure I know what you mean. Reflectivity. Overall scatter... See, this sounds like it's in the opposite direction. Overall scatter to the reflectivity of the water surface. Alright, let's go... 1,000? Nothing. 100? 50? Ugh, that's doing some janky shit. Reflect detail adjust. Scale up or down detail level of objects rendered in this reflection. I wonder... No, it's not reflecting the other direction. Nothing is reflecting in the water. That sucks. That really, really sucks. I hate that. Let's go 0 on that. That doesn't work. Let's go 100 on that. That doesn't work either. Distort end distance, maximum distance distortion. Okay, 0. 1000. No, neither of those. Distort full depth. 0. 100. Neither. Okay, yeah, it looks like they've taken out the ability for map objects to have reflectivity. It's specifically only really the water. So then, if it doesn't have reflectivity, there's no point in having it. That's kind of lame. What the hell? Oh, okay, its own reflection, huh? Wait, did this have to be rough for the water block to work with its reflectiveness? I can't remember. I feel that they just got rid of dynamic reflections on map objects. Roughness map, there we go. Well, this is my new grid map. That's lame. We'll try to work on the skybox maybe one day. There's like bugging out. Some weird things are happening. No, it's smoothed out now. Yeah. Tried as background once. It's pretty upbeat. What if it fits? Well, it's not going to be a normal thing anyway. The I edit my video, my streams normally. I'm not going to be editing this one, but no, we did it for a little bit. It was nice, but then very quickly it just became a nuisance. So for normal people, it's fine. But for content creators specifically, you'll find that pretty much all of them will just turn the music off in-game always. You just won't find content creators that leave in-game music on. You would also be seeing the compositor thing I said earlier. This? Looking like 7-zip? Sure, let's have a look at 7-zip. I'm gonna have a quick look. Workbench. That's right, yeah, we're having a look here. So we know that the workbench.lua doesn't exist. And if it does exist, then it enables it. So, don't know what that's about entirely. Workbench. Okay. Main translation stuff. Okay. Exclude locales. Tools, tutorial. Default resolves workbench, runtime panel plugin. Their dotted ID version of the workbench ID version. I just wanted to see whether I could get workbench to work early. But doesn't look like we're gonna have access to it before it's ready, which is Okay. I'm gonna try this out quickly. Dump that. False. Okay. So the file doesn't exist. Okay, so it's not in here. Oh well. Phone hand track. And this is done in object, right? Yep, of course. So then they can get the up-to-date. Yep. Okay. Alright. If you ever want to get to the main menu, by the way, it's Control-U, shortcuts, main menu. And then Control-U to get rid of that menu again. That's how you do that. Welcome, Kapil Patel. Yeah, we're winning and we're about to end the stream, so I can go walk the beast. But, yeah, thanks everybody for being here. We had a fairly big rush on the beginning of the stream, but... Oh, it thinned out towards the end. Okay, can you please? Thank you. Oh, YouTube. Oh no, it seems that we still have a bunch of viewers here, just, more lurkers. Wait, no, hold on, it just updated. Okay, no, it did pretty well all stream. We did a lot of technical looks today. But, yeah, let's go ahead and say thank you to the channel members, the Patreon people. Quick note, I will be working on the tires mod, but I was thinking I was going to stream it, but I don't think I will. I'm going to work on it during the week, and when it's ready, I'll make the video on it. Thanks for the stream, good stuff, enjoy the walk, thank you. I do like to circumambulate. But the tires mod should... Wait, hold on. Give me a second. There we go, that's the one. Here we go. So, I don't know how this works. This is going to be a tricky one for me. I feel I'm trying to find the reference to it. Okay, so what I should be looking for, on JVM loading phase 1, is that correct? JVM mod module. This is an example of how you could add things into JVM loading. Interesting. This is not what was expressed to me. Okay, if only I knew the difference between phase 1 and phase 2. I also don't know if this addresses one of the big problems is if the tires aren't in the because I tried to externalize the tire constructor as a separate file, but then it couldn't come back. Because then rotators would fail. So I'm going to be learning about that. Oh no, I don't mind that it's not this isn't what we were talking about. It's just wait, hold on. Nope, that is what we talked about. I don't know about the line 201. I feel that that's a different line number. So obviously they had to do a lot more work to get this to work than what they thought. I tried to give this a go, but at the time, I just couldn't understand what an extension hook is. I kind of get what an extension hook is now. I understand it in concept, but I haven't been able to make an extension hook this way to work. But since they have this fantastic example, thank you devs, thank you TDev or whoever it was that was in charge of this. These example files, which I see occasionally throughout the stuff, really, really helps. I just wish I knew what Phase 1 and Phase 2 was, because this is something I've seen a few times on Phase 1 and Phase 2. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But apparently, this will allow you to do a lot of things. So, fantastic. So, thank you to channel members, thank you to Patreon members, thank you to my top tier channel member, thank you to the devs for the game release. There's also, it was Butch for the Patreon stuff, and I believe it was Butch, right? Yeah, Butch Gaming for the $2 redos. The money is very much appreciated. Then 1 is called before tires are made, 2 is called after. I'd assume as much. But, once again, we go back into that problem of, I don't know if the rotator stuff is going to work correctly. Because I tried to get the stuff out of the file, but I suppose I do understand how Lua works so much better now than I did back then, that I should be able to overcome those issues. Because I tried it and I failed miserably previously, and it was just couldn't get it working. This is different though, so we'll see how that works. So thank you Flaming Taco, thank you Teledev, thank you Jelvi, thank you Kapil Patel for being here. Teledev, you're here for quite a bit at the end here. Burst, Jacob, Jacob Mouse, I know your name, you've been here before. Ant Farmer, Phantom Ghost, who else we got in here? A little bit of What's Sonic Incorporated. Yeah, very much appreciated to have you all here. We've had a fairly interesting stream, I feel. We got massively sidetracked on mental health there for a little while. Talked about what ADHD is and what it does, and kind of hopefully laid the groundwork to help people start recognizing not only like their own behaviors if they have those behaviors, but recognize them in other people to help you realize, oh, that person did it that way because of this, and I can't do anything about it because that's just who they are now. You know that it's not entirely malicious, so it'll help you not take things so personally. I'm a result of my environment and upbringing and genetics, and sometimes I'm shit, but I don't want to be. Sometimes you are, sometimes other people are. It's just kinda life. There are some people that are never shit, and I think they're shit because that upsets me that they don't have to deal with the same shit that I do. Okay, thank you. Goodbye. Okay, well, you too, Geely, for waiting for that. Pat the paw for me helps mental health. Okay, thank you very much there. That is very much appreciated for the $5 it is. Goodbye again. Okay, I now have the overlay in this page as well. That was a fairly successful stream. Thanks for being here. Especially the people that were here, including Butch and Jelvy. That's going to be a name to remember. That is hard.